Well, I think there's the potential to reflect, the potential to repair as well. I think that's quite vital, to be honest, with some of these karts. I mean, we see particularly the Class 8s, which we saw last night. I mean, we never actually got to the bottom of why both of them ended up DNFing at the end, but we're hoping to see them back out later on, obviously. Class 14, I don't particularly remember too much drama from yesterday, so hopefully there's not much repair that's been needed as we go for a lovely zoom in on Scott Hayward's car there. Clearly, it's Scott Hayward's car, otherwise it'd be a bit weird to have his name on someone else's car. Like you said, scoring 0 points. He's won all 3 races, which means you score 0 points for a race win, you score 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, and blah-de-blah, so on, so on. So the fact that he's got 0 points, it doesn't happen very often that you finish the entire Nationals on 0 points and just get a clean sweep of wins. That would mean you have to execute at least 5 out of the 6 wins to ping that 0 point deficit, which is fantastic if you can achieve that. Harrison Hine is the number 7 car. He's in 2nd place at the moment, because obviously we've had 3 heats. We're going into the 2nd day now. In fact, there you can see the number 7 car on your right-hand side of your screen. That is Harrison Hine, currently 2nd on the day's championship, if that makes sense, which then feeds into a different set of points, which covers the overall championships. But we're going to explain that during the novice practice, I think, because that gives us the most amount of time, and the racing here is quite hectic, so we don't want to confuse everyone. But yeah, Scott Hayward and Harrison Hine doing fantastically well at the moment.
Yeah, Harrison Hine, obviously 2 second-place finishes yesterday in Heat 2 and Heat 3. So yeah, he's had a very good running. Jack Wiltsh as well, the 58. He's had 3rd places all the way through the weekend. So you know he's looking to capitalise a little bit better today and hopefully go for a 2nd, maybe first today.
Yeah, he's hoping for 1 or 2 steps up the podium, but he's just been as consistent as Scott Hayward, to be honest. He just hasn't been quite as quick as Scott. As consistency goes, he's been very impressive, and he's, as I said, hoping to move his way up the order. That's certainly what we're going to be saying. On the right-hand side of the screen at the moment, you can't quite see the sort of signs on the right, but we do have to give a bit of a shout-out to the sponsors of the weekend as well, because obviously the NatSKA Nationals isn't normally streamed, and the fantastic work done by Alpha Live. I can say that because I'm not actually part of Alpha Live, and like you sound like you're blowing steam up your own trumpet. But the fantastic work that that Alpha Live have been doing has been made possible by the sponsors on the right-hand side. In fact, you can start to see them a little bit now. Signage Media UK, Next Karting, and Next Level Motorsport, and everybody who actually put into the GoFundMe page for it as well. And it's still active. You can still donate for the GoFundMe page. If you want to go and help out NatSKA in any way you can. Don't feel like you have to. You couldn't just give a share on the stream and just show your support that way if you really wanted to. But yeah, a big shout out to those 3 sponsors, and we'll keep mentioning them throughout the day.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, if you are enjoying the content that you are watching here today, make sure you are subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We do look at it a lot. We look at the analytics, the stats behind the scenes, and we see that about 90% of our viewers are not subscribed.
Shocking, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
What are they doing?
It's
just a button.
It's just a button. Press the button.
It's free.
It's free. It doesn't cost anything. Just press the button, and then you get notified when we go live. And what more could you want for that one? There you go. That's all it does. But there you go. Make sure you subscribe to it. And of course, like and get the comments in. We've got the live stream. We can see your comments coming here in the commentary box. Do get your comments in on the YouTube stream. We would love to hear from you, and we'd like to know who you're supporting as well. So, the drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and the first sort of warm-up lap there that they get to just make sure everything is top-notch, working well, is get going, and we can get the first race of the day underway.
Exactly, a little drum roll from yourself there. It's obviously touching wood that it's a safe start as well. The last thing we want is the opportunity for a driver to crash out and then have irreparable repairs basically to do on their cart, or even end their day early, which is the last thing we want. Obviously, it's all about getting kids in karts, it's all about getting good racing and having fun along the way as well, and that's what we're hoping these Class 14s are going to keep in mind as they head strong towards the first corner.
Yeah, exactly that. We had 2 DNFs in this class yesterday. Of course, we had Oliver Kirk-Rowe, who had a DNF, and Ben Hurrell, so they're going to be wanting to capitalise on that as much as possible. Hopefully they are back on track, the 5 and the 67. But yes, it'll be good to see what can happen. I say we can't see the 67. He's at the front there. There we go. Perfect. So We're about to get this race underway. They're on the start-finish line. Lights go out, and away we go. Good start then already. Pushing a little bit of shoving there. Bit of debris coming off, but everyone in towards the first chicane. Are they going to come out nice and clean? Yes, they do. Again, reflecting from yesterday, learning from yesterday, and nice clean starts there. Down the inside goes the 67 of Ben Hurrell and gets that job done with that retirement in Heat 3 yesterday. Looking much stronger today in the first race.
Yeah, exactly, and he's got good pace. I mean, he did come second in one of yesterday's heats, so he's hoping to start this day strong as he did yesterday. I completely mixed up my words there, but I think you understand where I'm coming from.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he's doing a good job, isn't he? He's doing everything he needs to. Keeping an eye out. This is number 58 is Jack Welch. Obviously, strong performances yesterday. 3 third places we've already mentioned. He's currently in second place, and very much hoping he can stay there.
Yeah, exactly that. You can see the 31 as well of Scott Hayward there in third place across the line. He's been the man to watch out for in this one. He's taking all 3 race wins yesterday in his heats. So keep a very close eye on that one. He wants a nice clean scoreboard all the way through this weekend, I suspect. Down the inside goes the number 7 on the 24. Looks like it was going to try and go for a move there from Harrison Hine. Couldn't quite do it. Slots back into position. But eyes back here at the front, because down the inside goes the 58 of Jack Welch on Ben Hurrell. Gets the job done. Moves up into P1. Well-timed move.
It was, and you know what? It was a well-placed camera that caught that up as well.
Yeah.
Give Darren, our director, some props there, because he did put a special camera up there. We didn't catch enough of the action there yesterday, so luckily he's spotted an absolute corker there. There's a little bit of a nudge there. He's had a bit of a tap up the backside there. Who was that? Ben Hurrell slotted into second place. He's already getting tapped by Scott Hayward, and tell you what, it's he's going to know that Scott's there and meaning business already, isn't he?
Yeah, you saw Ben Hurrell there. He put his hand up and he just tapped his helmet. You know, come on, think. Don't battle me. Let's go. Let's work together. Let's close that gap back up. Maybe, you know, Scott's thinking, well, I'm a little bit faster than you. I'll get in front of you, and then you can follow me. You know, it's one of those. It's one of those battles. That's why you see it. You see it a lot in F1, don't you? Where they swap position. It's exactly the same sort of principle in here. They become frenemies again, and they just have to work together, try and close that gap up. But he's not breaking them. He's not letting them break away too much. But as soon as they start scrapping, you'll just see Jack Welch disappear.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, even if Ben Hurrell held Scott Hayward up for 2 corners, that could be a good second gap that Jack Welch opens up. And the races aren't that long. I mean, we've got 7 minutes to go already. And there's contact warning for Scott Hayward for what I think we saw going through the boot section as well. So Scott has been warned on his behaviour, shall we say. Harrison Hines moved up to 4th place. Jamie Ledbetter has gone down to 5th. Cyril Smith up to 6th place as well. And Oliver Kirk-Rowe up to 8th. So quite a lot of movement in that last lap, actually. There's a huge slide there for Ben Hurrell. It means I think Scott Hayward's had a tighter line coming out of it. Oh, he's just closed the door on him there, though. The perspective of the camera may have looked like that was a bit tighter than we thought. But it's certainly Ben Hurrell is trying to use as much of the track as humanly possible. Yeah,
exactly that. But you have to stay cool, calm and collected. But I have to say that Hurrell has latched on to the back of Welch now. Welch looking over his shoulders furiously again. Concentrate on where you're looking. He was slightly defensive into the corner, and that shows there on the exit as he hindered his exit speed and has to concede the spot. And Hurrell now back up into the lead. This is good for Scott Hayward, of course, because they're going to start scrapping side by side once more into the chicane. Oh, closes the door and almost wipes that front nose cone off, does he, from Welch. So keeping a very close eye. That kind of sounded like Santa Claus there, didn't I, when I got into that one? Yeah, we'll try not to replicate that one. 5 minutes to go then, and this 3-kart battle is about to turn into a 4-kart battle because Harrison Hine, that number 7, is slowly gaining and closing in.
Yeah, Harrison Hine obviously second in the Sprint Championships. He's hoping to get another podium position under his belt, but Scott Hayward is now crawling all over the back of Jack Welch, isn't he? Ben Hurrell has got that touch of a gap. It says about a 10th on the timing tower, but you can see it's visibly more than that now because Jack is defending slightly. But that's what we tend to see. We mentioned it a few times yesterday, didn't we? They were going through the boot section and he just started looking over his shoulder. He started driving in his mirrors, even though they have no mirrors here in karting, obviously. And as soon as you do that, you miss your braking zone. You don't carry as much speed. You're not as focused because you're more focused on the driver behind. He just needs to get his head down, hit his braking zones, hit his apexes, and as he does that, he should have enough pace to hold Scott off.
Yep, exactly that. You can just see there Scott Hayward trying to go for a lunge down the inside at turn number 2. was unsuccessful in doing so, and Wilch was also slightly defensive once more. That's allowing Harrison Hine to close up even more now, and you can see Ben Hurrell is slowly breaking away. But with 4 minutes to go, this is how the order stands at the moment. Ben Hurrell on your screen is leading the way from Jack Wilch, Scott Hayward and Harrison Hine. Then it's Cyril Smith in 5th place in that 28, Jamie Ledbetter in 6th place. Then it's Will Wood, Harry Wilch, Charlie Phillips and Oliver Kirk-Rowe, the number 5, who retired yesterday. He has got back out, but something tells me there are still some gremlins in the system because he is struggling on pace at the moment at the back of the field. 3.5 minutes to go, and we're watching the battle for the lead.
We are indeed, and that was a huge twitch there by Jack Wilch to try and get over defensive immediately, and Scott still can't find a way past. But there we go, Jack Wilch goes wide over the rumble strip and onto the grass there, and unfortunately that slipped him all the way down to 4th position because Harrison Hine has come knocking on the door and decided to smash it down and take his money.
Exactly that. So that just shows you how quickly it can all go wrong here at Fulbeck. You get caught out on that exit curb and it sucks you in and you get pulled out, and yeah, it can all go wrong. So disaster for the 58 Jack Wilch. He's gone back down to P4, as you say. But that is good news for Scott Hayward, because now he's been released. He doesn't have to battle anyone now. All he's got to do is catch up to Ben Hurrell, and it's just one person in front of him. And doing that, he's managed to open up a slight advantage from Harrison Hine as well. Harrison's slightly fallen back from that. I think we was just keeping an eye on what was happening to Jack Wilch and was just thinking, I think a bit cautious there. I'll pull back because I don't know what's going to happen. And rightly so. You know,
sensible driving.
Sensible driving, yeah, that's what you need. And here we go then, back for the lead, side by side then into the kink, and look at that, made it look easy, that did, for Scott Hayward. Drives straight past, gets the job done, but no defensive driving from Hurrell. He didn't defend into that one. So, you know, that's good driving there again, just not wasting any time, because I think he knows that Harrison Hine is very close behind still. Yeah,
2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Ben obviously hoping to move his way up the order in the overall championship for the sprints. He's currently in 5th. Harrison Hine is in 2nd. Now Scott Hayward is pretty much clear, and he's hoping to add for his clean run as well. This will be his 4th victory of the weekend, out of 4 so far, obviously. 0 points still to his name if he can keep it on the circuit and keep it in 1st place. Well, Ben Hurrell is very much focusing on the behind rather than going forward at the moment, isn't he? And Harrison Hine is giving him a headache. 58 Jack Wilch has dropped well back, as we almost saw Harrison Hine, I think, looking up for the inside move there, but not to be so far. He's had to back out of it.
Indeed, yeah, so still heating up here at the front of the field. Looking a little further back as well, there's fairly close battles, I would say, in the mid-pack between around Jamie Ledbetter and Will Wood, I believe. The 8 and 24, they're looking fairly close out on circuit as well, having a good little scrap. Because, of course, a fairly largest grid that we've got here, 10 karts at Fulbeck, but that's 60 seconds to go. All eyes are on this battle for 2nd place, as this is where the action is. Of course, the minimum points you can get is at the front, of course, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, it's also the biggest deficit is from 1st to 2nd, because it's a 2-point deficit. Everything else is just the 1 point. So it's very difficult, I would say, to be catching Scott Hayward now if he manages to secure this race victory. For the overall sort of points in the day, he would have to come dead last in the next 2 races, and even then he would only have 10 points because he gets to drop around, so he gets to drop one of those 10 points. And even then, you know, you're looking at 2nd place at worst for Scott Hayward. So he's very much doing a fantastic job here. Obviously Ben is pretty much doing a brilliant job as well at holding up on Harrison Hine as well. Harrison looking very racy today, and this is looking a little bit further back, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is a little further back, yeah. So that's Will Wood that you've got on your screen. Yeah, Will Wood in the 24. Charlie Phillips and Harry Wilch, they're having a great little scrap for 7th place out on circuit. The timer will strike 0. Last lap order will come out this time for Scott Hayward, but eyes at the moment on this battle here. Great little strap. You've got to remember that the 54 Harry Wilch has got that novice sign on the back as all in towards the chicane. Very sideways under braking. Not sure if he came back out on that one. A mechanical flag out to Scott Hayward. Oh, my goodness me. Your race leader, 31, with a mechanical flag.
Oh, apparently it's his rear bumper, I'm being reliably told, by Gaynor Heath, head of NatSKA, who's sat alongside us pretty much just on the other side of a nice plastic screen. And so, yeah, his rear bumper is he is on the last lap, so I'm not sure if a mechanical flag means he has to come in.
Yeah, there it is.
Have to come in. Yeah,
there it is on your screen. Yeah, that rear bumper has indeed fallen off. That is an absolute disaster for the driver who has won all 3 of his heats so far yesterday. He was looking comfortable for a race win today, but that has been deemed unsafe by the stewards and the technical flag has come out. An absolute disaster for Scott Hayward, but I can think Ben Hurrell's probably noticing that and thinking, oh yes, his bumper's fallen off. That potentially, I've got a race win here, and with the last lap board out, are we going to see Scott Hayward dive into the pit lane, or is he going to carry on? He is. He's going to come into the pit lane. Oh, what a disaster for him. What a shame. But that is great news for Ben Hurrell, and good news for Harrison Hine as well, because he's got a potential here for maybe a lead. But as they exit out of the final corner, it's going to be Ben Hurrell who's going to take the race win, and you can see there, absolutely ecstatic with that one, because it means 0 points. 2 points will go to Harrison Hine. Jack Welch, after that mistake, still crosses the line with a podium spot. Excellent racing from those drivers. It was indeed, and Ben Hurrell was so happy there. I thought he needed a seatbelt. He was going to fly out of his car as he punched the air. It was brilliant to see the passion, though, and it is unbelievably gutting for Scott Hayward. He led all bar 2 corners. And if it wasn't for his rear bumper coming off, it would have been probably another race victory. But it is what it is. He can drop around. We actually focused on Will Wood as well a little bit earlier. He actually he got a penalty in Heat 2, which means he has to carry 10 points. He has to carry the place he finished in. He finished last, so he has to carry those 10 points. We'll explain that a little bit further down. But for anybody out there who's watching for Will Wood, he does have a penalty. And there is the stricken 31 machine of Scott Hayward. You can see there is a distinct angle. We may not have been able to see it as clearly when he was out on track because of the bumps of the circuit, but you can definitely see that right side is very close to the ground, and obviously it's not very safe. But we do have another race to come up. We have Class 12 on its way. Indeed, Class 12 about to make their way out onto the circuit. The senior 4-stroke class, plenty of action for this one. 13 drivers in total were taken to the track, and this is how they're going to line up for their first race of the day. Molly Heaps starting on the front row with Joshua Potts alongside, Evan Handley, and then Harry Ledbetter on row number 2. Nathan Walker and Harley Grayling on row number 3. Alfie Heaps, Dougal Hamilton-Smith, then it's Faith Hunting, Alex Fallart, Francesca Beretta, and Arthur Hagland on row number 6. Grid is rounded out by the number 38 on 13th spot on the grid by David Otero. So, as we say, David Otero starting at the back of the grid on this one, has had a race win earlier on yesterday in Heat 1. Heat 2 was won by the number 3 Alfie Heat. And the same with Heat 3 was also run by Alfie Heap. So 2 race wins for that one. So starting nearer the, where is number 3? Starting mid-pack for this race. Yeah, 7th place for him at the moment. You can just see him there in the red helmet in the middle of your shot. Karts go over the timing strip, and we're going to get this race underway by the end of this lap. But I'm very much looking forward to this one. Yeah, Class 12 has provided some awesome excitement, hasn't it, so far? Whereas Class 14 has been slightly dominated by Scott Hayward. Class 12 has been a little bit more up for grabs. Alfie Heaps has been very quick, but he got a penalty in race number 1, which means he has to carry the 4th place that he achieved there. So he has to carry the 4 points. Apart from that, he's been absolutely perfect, but he will not be able to drop the 4 points, even if he wins the next 3 races. So he's going to have a permanent 4 point on his score, basically. Faith Hunting is second at the moment of the day, of the weekend, sorry, and David Otero is third on the day. So keep an eye out for those protagonists. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they had a great day yesterday. Faith Hunting with a couple of second places as well. I do believe. We had a couple of retirements yesterday in Heat 3, Joshua Potts and Evan Handley, but they are back out on circuit here today, and we are now racing away. Green flag out, and here we go then in towards turn 1. Again, 3 wide, a little bit defensive there from the number 90 into the braking zone. Everyone getting through nice and clean there. Oh, no, there isn't one. It's the number 12 who's got stuck on the inside barrier. He is trying to get himself away without getting out of the kart, but yeah, you can just see stuck on that curb there. Using that hand moment. Oh, it's a disaster there for the number 12 of Harley Grayling, having to work to get that one out. But back here at the front, and it's all action still. It is indeed. Harry Ledbetter there trying to hold off the number 3, Alfie Heaps, who has, in this opening lap, I think gained about 5 or 6 positions, which is quite
incredible. Considering there has been no crashes, it's quite rare to achieve that many positions in one go. Evan Hanley in the number 80 is also there in 4th place, with his top 4 pulling away slightly. And then the 91 of Nathan Walker, who provided us some action yesterday, didn't he? I remember that name quite clearly, in that defensive drive that I think he did in race 3, or heat number 3, shall I say. But at the moment, still leading, or still chasing down the lead, is Alfie Heaps with the number 84 of Molly Heaps. So a sibling rivalry, I think we've got here into turn number 1, and Alfie comes out on top.
Yep, excellent stuff there as they exit through. So Alfie, of course, with 2 race wins yesterday in Heat 2 and Heat 3, looking to replicate that streak today in Heat number 4. A little bit wide there from the number 80, Evan Hanley, as he exits the turn 2 hairpin. As they go through the 90, looking down the inside. That's Harry Ledbetter trying to get a move done, failing to do so, but holding on to 3rd place at the moment. Now, the 91, Nathan Walker, just in your shot. He had a very interesting day yesterday. Of course, it was looking strong. He was moving up positions. He had a very good one of the heats, but then had a spin as well. That unfortunately put him back in the order quite a way. So hopefully, again, last night, thinking about, you know, those little mistakes that happened yesterday and trying to learn from those mistakes and put better use to it out today. And at the moment, doing well, because the 91 is in 4th place at the moment, but under pressure from Faith Hunting, who I think has just tried to dive one down the inside. No, it hasn't, stayed behind, but all scrapping here as a train is starting to form behind the 84 of Molly Heaps.
It is indeed, yeah, and the number 80 car sliding up the inside of Faith Hunting. The 80 is Evan Hanley. I think is just about giving up that idea, because obviously there's probably going to be a little bit more contact than would have enjoyed, but I think that's Harry Ledbetter just getting through on Molly Heaps there. So Harry moving up to 2nd place. Here comes Faith Hunting onto the inside into the left-hander. Difficult to overtake there, especially as you're straight into the right-hand hairpin and then into the tight technical section of the boot. A little bit of a distinction here. 1 is Alfie Heaps is away with the fairies. 2nd to 5th place is this little battle that we're catching here. But now, actually, it's probably arguably goes all the way down to about 10th.
Now, what you're seeing here is spot-on team family tactics, because Alfie Heaps is now leading the way, and he's got his rear gunner there, Molly, just keeping everyone at bay, and look at that, gap's open now to 5.2 seconds, so this is looking good for Alfie as he goes through, but Molly there just sticking to the racing line, and you can see there the 90s managed to get back past, Ledbetter back through, also Hunting's managed to get through as well, as the rest of the field slots in behind. 5.5 minutes to go, but we watch this large train of karts. This is all the battle for 2nd place onwards. You can see there Faith Hunting trying to get past on Ledbetter, but struggling to do so. Looking down the inside here, gets it done, moves up into P2. Good driving now. Now that Faith is cleared, that she can start to try and open up that gap, because, you know, Faith in the 27 had a 2nd place finish in Heat 3, 2nd place finish in Heat 2, and a 3rd place finish in Heat 1. So, you know, wanting to capitalise on this one, wanting to try and pull up as much space as he can and try and close that gap up. So we'll keep an eye on the second times, we'll keep an eye on the lap times, because everyone was doing around a 1 minute, but that time around, Faith Hunting 57.85, catching up to Alfie Heaps.
Yeah, and in fact, yesterday we saw she was latched onto the back of Alfie Heaps for the last 3 or 4 laps, and to be honest, she was putting in good lap times, a few that were actually quicker, 56.5, flying in left, right and centre with Faith Hunting there, and but when she's on her own, she doesn't quite seem to be able to pull those times out the bag. So I think Alfie Heaps with his 6-second gap is probably sitting pretty with 4.5 minutes to go. However, we said that about Scott Hayward, and well, we saw what happened to him in class 14 just gone. So fingers crossed, nothing like that happens again, because that was very unfortunate. But again, just because Faith and Harry have got through, Molly is still holding up these drivers. Or I say holding up, I wouldn't say holding up. I think that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Because she's doing a good defensive drive here, keeping with Harry Ledbetter as well. Yep,
exactly that. So good train of karts that we've got here as they go through. 4 minutes to go. Let's have a recap then of the grid here for Class 12. Alfie Heaps leading the way at the moment by 6 seconds from Faith Hunting and Harry Ledbetter. That's your top 3. Molly Heaps, Nathan Walker, they round out the top 5. Then it's Francesca Beretta and the 17 in 6th place. Dougal Hamilton-Smith in 7th place at the moment. Then it's Evan Handley and Arthur Hagland and 9th place. Rounding out the top 10, David Otero, good start from him. You know, starts at the back, moving up those positions. Alex Fallart in 11th place. Joshua Potts in 12th. Harley Grayling, who had that issue at the first lap, I think has had to retire from this race. shame. Not crossed the line again. Oh, and a spin there. The 17 under braking, loses the back end, and around they go. That's a disaster for Francesco Beretta. Under braking, you just saw the rear locker, back steps out, and then the train comes in.
Yeah, it's really a good, I'd say, for Dougal Hamilton-Smith as well, because I think he gained 2 or 3 places on that lap alone and really forced himself up the order. Of course, Dougal is actually leading the overall championship, not just the days championship. And he's slotted into 6th place still. He still gained 1 position at the end of that lap, but obviously it wasn't quite the progression he was hoping for. Nathan Walker gotten past Molly Heaps, though, and we're currently looking at Dougal Hamilton-Smith trying to get past Arthur Hangland, who I think actually has gotten past Dougal, so that must have happened into turn 1 while I was looking at the timing tower. But yeah, good start by him. David Otero up, as you said, to 8th position, of a driver that we can try and keep an eye out for, obviously winning race number 1. So maybe not as good a start to the day as he was hoping for, but Alfie Heaps 6.3 seconds to the good now as we're heading into the last 2.5 minutes.
Indeed, yes. So you can see there the field's slightly spread out at the front end of it. There is the number 7 on your screen. That's Arthur Hagland. Yep, then it is David Otero, who's just down the inside of the 19, gets that job done, so moves past Dougal Hamilton-Smith. So as they head down the timing straight, it will update on your screen. And good running from them at the moment for this battle with 1 minute 50 seconds to go. That was your race leader, Alfie Heaps, in the background there, going into the second chicane, and we're only going through the first chicane. That just shows you the advantage that he's got at the moment. Faith Hunting in 2nd place has not lost any time, but it's kept that gap the same, so that's good. So it's not gaining, but it's not losing time, so that means it's pulling away slightly from Harry Ledbetter as well and Nathan Walker. Yeah,
exactly. And if you're slightly new to karting coverage or motorsport coverage, you may be a grandparent or a friend who doesn't watch much motorsport, X, Y, and Z, you're probably wondering why Harley Grayling unfortunately doesn't have a gap to the leader on the left-hand side of your screen. Well, it's because Harley ended up DNFing really early on, so if you see sort of a dash instead of a time gap, then that's because they've unfortunately not been able to either take the race start or they've DNF'd through the course of the race. And Harley Grayling's case, I think I've seen him pushing his kart down the middle of the circuit, so I don't think he really got going. Here comes the 91 of Nathan Walker.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, around the outside, gets that job done, or tried to get that job done, can't quite get it done. He stops back in behind, nose to tail, looking over the shoulder there, just being aware of who's alongside. There we go, that was nicely done. Goes defensive into the chicane, holding on to that one. A little bit of curb on the inside. Regular height curbs here as well. Again, hugging that inside line. Bringing it back round. Good defensive lines there from Ledbetter. Walker just trying to find anything he can to, trying to find a weakness in Ledbetter. Looking where he's going wrong. Looks to the inside here. Can't quite do it. Stays behind. Again, just showing the presence. Showing the presence. Putting a nose down the inside, saying, I'm still here.
Trying to off-put the number 90 car of Harry Ledbetter here. And of course, this is for a podium position. This will mean quite a lot to these drivers. So I'm sure Nathan will be definitely hoping. Look at that. David Otero has overtaken another driver. He's to 5th place. A fantastic drive by him. And we are on to, I believe, we're about to head on to the last lap of the race. Alfie Heaps is quite a long way ahead of the drivers that you've got on your screen at the moment. That's 17 seconds ahead of Harry Ledbetter in the number 90 car. So we will expect Alfie to start the last lap of the race in about 10 seconds' time, which means these guys will have about a lap and a half to try and sort this out between them. Now, I think Nathan Walker, he's hunkered up the back of a defending Harry Ledbetter, and then into the corners, he's not really using the track. He's not going for the racing lines anymore. He seemed to be just trying to put Harry off, and he was going for a very narrow gap there, and he's not happy about it, is he? Because he was going straight at the inside. It's always a difficult braking manoeuvre, and he's very upset because I think he's now slotted down. Is that the 17-7 car of Arthur Hangland, who's just about gone through? Maybe.
Yes,
it was.
Yeah.
So he's dropped down to about a 7th position.
Yep, disaster there for the man there, Nathan Walker, the 91. So he had a spin yesterday, trying to do the same sort of thing on Faith Hunting into the chicane and just had locking up under braking and losing that back end. Huge shame there for Nathan Walker. But back here with your race leader, Alfie Heaps. I suspect who's having heaps of fun out on circuit. There we go, well done. The first pun of the day.
Yeah.
Out of the final corner, and the checker flag is brandished, and Alfie Heaps takes another race win. It's 3 for 3, or 3 out of 4 for Alfie Heaps. Crosses the line. Also Faith Hunting, good drive there, up into P2. Crossing the line in the number 27. Now we wait for the third place, 90. Harry Ledbetter, who was having a tough old battle with the 91, but across the line, crosses in third place, and David Otero after fourth place. Nice drive there from the back of the grid in this class. Crosses the line in fourth place. Molly Heaps in fifth at the end. Then it's Arthur Hagland, Nathan Walker, Alex Fallart, Dougal Hamilton-Smith, Francesca Beretta, Evan Handley, Joshua Potts round out the grid of 12 drivers who finished the race. Unfortunately, we lost Harley Grayling due to a crash at turn 1 where she couldn't get out. Oh, well, they couldn't get out the tyre walls there. So huge shame for that driver. That concludes Class 12, and very swiftly we'll be heading on to the next grid of drivers for their Class 2. It's the grid with three different classes in it. It's Class 7, 8 and 13 coming up next. Jack, the next race, it's the busy class. It was a busy class. There's 3 different classes that we've got in this one, and this is how they're going to be lining up. Tyler Waddington, I should say, on the front row with Julian Sanders alongside. Then it's Samuel Forbes, Jack Festival. Then it's Alexander Arnold, Ben Johnson, rounding out row number 3. Molly Nicholas Biles, Samantha Stewart. Then it's Matthew Mather and Bethany Livesey in the 5th row of the grid. Talk to me, Jack. What are we expecting in this one? Talk to me.
I'd say Alexander Arnold, he's been a pretty dominant force, apart from that third heat. If you remember at the end of the second heat, he won the race, got to their second corner on the cool-down lap, and then ended up having to pull off for a mechanical issue that we weren't quite sure. Well, it looked like he got that sorted. He started the third race of the day, or third heat, shall I say, of the day, and he ended up having to come off just before they got around the green flag lap as well. So he actually DNF'd that. Well, he DNS'd it, actually. Didn't start it in the end. So Alexander Arnold will be hoping he's repaired that car fully. He looked like he's got fantastic pace. And they'll be hoping to secure the 3 race victories today. But it's going to be a bit of a worry that he's not going to quite have the kart under him. That
looks like an uncomfortable way to sit in a kart. I mean, to me, that looks uncomfortable.
I think that looks like you're going to lose a lot of blood to your feet, aren't you? You're going to need them in a couple of minutes.
You are going to need them in a moment. I'd get them on the pedals. I tell you what, I will be more impressed. I think that deserves a race win if they could do the entire race in that position.
Gaynor Heath just had a heart attack, I reckon, from you saying that, thinking that's a challenge by the sounds of it. But no. No, she wasn't even listening. No, it looks like a very uncomfortable position. Still I rise. That's Lewis Hamilton, isn't it? The still I rise sort of motto that he likes to go for. So
Bethany Livesey from St Michael's running that one. Snell approved helmet there.
Well, you got to be Snell approved.
Yeah, there you go. Green flag waves and flutters on the start-finish line. Oh goodness me! I hope we didn't get that on camera. There we go. There we go. But you can see the karts there, lining up ready. They're about to get their engines fired up, starting on that front row. You can see the 55 of Jack Festival there with the 93 of Alexander Arnold alongside. Alexander's had a pretty good weekend so far. Took a race win in Heat 1 and Heat 2 yesterday. Failed to get onto the podium in Heat 3. Where did the 55 go? There's 55, yeah. So 55 of Jack Festival. He had second place finish in Heat 3 and a third place finish in Heat 1. So had a good one on that one. Starting on the front row, I'm expecting good things. Yeah, from both of the drivers. As I said, it's Alexander Arnold's kart that I think will decide whether or not he wins this race. In my opinion, I'm sure Jake will probably counter that with saying that he thinks he's got a pretty decent start, pretty decent opportunity. But remember, we do have 3 classes. Now, we've only got one of them away at the moment. This is Class 7, Junior TKM, for those of you who maybe watch more sort of higher level karting. Now we've got the Class 8, they are underway, and the Class 13. There is only one Class 13, of course.
Tyler Wannerton, and we saw he actually had a mechanical injury. I think his chain snapped as he was in the carb warm-up just before we went live. Well, it looks like he's got a new one from somewhere because he's out there in for the lone Class 13 win.
Yes, exactly that. We saw the 93 of Alexander Arnold. Mechanical gremlins caused him to retire from the third heat, I do remember now. Hopefully they've disappeared and we can get this race underway. Green flags out and away they go in towards turn 1. Good start from the 55 of Jack Baseball as they go through the chicane. All nice and tidy there. Alexander Arnold slotting into second place. And I say slotting in, already going for the race lead because he dives down the inside of turn 1 and gets that job done very swiftly and quickly.
Well, again, Jake looking behind him as he hits the braking zone just means that he missed it slightly, went a little bit wide and opened the door for Alexander Arnold. A door that may well not have been open if he hadn't looked behind him. So, you know, it's just a commentator's comment, shall we say. We're not there actually doing the driving. It's always a little bit difficult. Oh, snap of oversteer there in the background. I'm not sure which car that was. Didn't get quite a good look. But at the moment, Jake is holding on to second place. But look at this, Molly Nichols-Biles, who's currently leading the weekend, actually, because of Alexander Arnold's, obviously, 8 points that he's had to take from race number 3, heat number 3. They may well end up being drop points. We're not entirely sure because we haven't had all 6 rounds yet. But Molly has had 2 second places and a race victory. Has clearly got good pace behind her.
Oh, yeah, definitely so, definitely so. So keep a very close eye on Molly as they go through into the braking zone. You can see there Molly diving to the inside, gets that job done, moves ahead of Jake and gets that job done for second place. Now comes the battle of trying to catch back up to Alexander Arnold, which hopefully, with the fact that we're only on lap number 2, has not had that much time to break away, but the gap that you're looking at there is quite substantial already.
It absolutely is, yeah. It's going to be well over a second by the time they come over the timing screen. And obviously it's also going to promote Molly into second place. And that's an off for the number 50 of Matthew Mather. That's absolutely going for Matthew there. They're going to be hoping to drag that kart into a safe position. I'm not entirely sure where specifically it is, but I think it's at the hairpin.
Exit the hairpin. Yeah, first hairpin, that is all the way down the other end of the circuit. Couldn't be further away from the pit lane if you tried.
No, exactly. Whoever's having to collect that cart will be cursing their name right about now, because that is really good and far away.
Yeah, so if you're going to crash, please do it at the pit exit, please.
Yeah.
Then we just pick you up, you're back in the pits.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's going to take a long time to recover that one. Huge shame then for Matthew as he now falls down the order in the number 50. Huge shame for them. And then back at the front here, because we'll keep an eye on that gap. Alexander Arnold at the end of this lap will cross the line. Last lap time was the fastest time of the race, and he extends that gap this time around. 48 seconds it was there, and the gap is now 1.46 seconds to Molly Nichols-Biles as they go through. Is slightly pulling away from Jake Westphal there. Where's Samantha Stewart? So Samantha Stewart is the number 2, just at the back of your shot there, and you see 4.5 seconds a little further down the road. A bit of a no man's land at the moment for Bethany, but moving up the order very slowly.
Yeah, and we're just keeping an eye on, because obviously it's Class 7 and there is Class 8 to be keeping an eye on as well. Julian Sanders is in the Class 8, but is not out there on the circuit, so not entirely sure what happened to Julian. He'd won 2 races yesterday, and in the third heat, both of the Class 8s had retired, so nobody obviously won that race. Julian not out there at the moment, hasn't even registered a lap, so I don't know whether there was a mechanical gremlin that they thought to come in at the pit lane and just finish it, try and get it fixed for race 4 and 5. So Samuel Forbes, currently overall 7th position, is the highest placed Class 8 machine.
There we go. So, yeah, because I do remember yesterday in Heat 3 that the 51 and the 53 both had mechanical issues and they both didn't finish the race, so I don't know what they get in terms of...
I imagine maximum amount of points, so I will have a quick look.
Yeah, have a quick find out.
Yes, they both got 2 points, which is the maximum they can gain because they both came second.
Right, okay, yeah, excellent. Well, there you go. So both came second place on this one, and, in the first 2 races, Julian Sanders, he won both of those heats in the Class 8 class, and now with this one, without mechanical failures, that's going to be losing another one. So, adding more points to the table on that one.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, actually, the Class 8 is potentially one of the closest battles that we're going to have for winning the weekend, actually, because that means that Samuel Forbes is going to take, as long as Samuel finishes, is going to take 0 points, which means they'll stay on 6. whereas Julian Sanders is going to have 2 extra points, which means they'll be put on 4. So it's going to come down to the last 2 races, actually, as long as Samuel Forbes really does finish this race. That's the important thing. And then obviously Tyler Wannerton is currently winning the Class 13. No prizes for guessing that one. Alexander Arnold, 1.5 second gap now, the race lead. As you can just see it visually on your screen, it's getting bigger every single time, as well as the gap between 2nd and 3rd place, it has to be said as well, Anthony. Molly Nichols-Biles is pulling away quite substantially, got about a 2-second gap now on Jake Baseable.
Yeah, they're currently running, Alexander Arnold and Molly, they're kind of running on the same pace. Again, they're not closing, they're not gaining on each other, but they are just pulling away from the main pack at a constant pace. So they're running around the same pace. The 55 here of Jake Baseable there, 48.48 for him at the moment is his, well, that was his last lap also, which is his best lap as well. That gap's extended now to just over 2 seconds. As we're watching here, again, just in a bit of a no man's land. It's hard to race in these sort of situations when you're like that. You have to, essentially, you have to go into qualifying mode, really, don't you?
Yeah, you get so hyped up for the race, and all of a sudden you find yourself in no man's land, and you're sort of tempted to bring everything back down a level, and almost your lap times start to go away because you become more relaxed and you become you have less concentration, shall we say. But actually, what you need to do is go the other way and really find some inner strength to put in qualifying laps to try and catch up, because every position counts. So you really do need to sort of dig deep and put in those qualifying pace. But it's very difficult to do, obviously, because you have to sort of hype yourself up, then you have a bit of a dip. It's very difficult whilst you're in the race. It's only a 9-minute plus a lap race to then build yourself back up that quickly. And that's what the sort of best recovery drivers do, is they get themselves back into the mindset of desperately trying to catch the person ahead rather than just settling for where they are.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. So as we go through, 2.5 minutes left on the timer, and Alexander Arnold leading the way comfortably at the moment. That gap now extended to over 2 seconds to Molly Nichols-Biles in 2nd place. Curb warning for Alexander Arnold, so you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful, yeah. Stewards keeping an eye on you. You may be in the lead, but trust me, we're watching you the most. Jake Baseable there in 3rd place, then it's Samantha Stewart in 4th place, Bethany Livesey in 5th place, then it's Ben Johnson in 6th, Tyler Wannington in 7th place, Samuel Forbes in 8th place overall out the track. And then it's we've had 2 retirements from this one, Matthew Meder and Julian Sanders, who have not been able to continue. And I say Samuel Forbes as well, who's also 5 laps down in the 53, is also actually not continued in this one. So I think he's come a cropper. So they both came a cropper in Heat 3 yesterday, and they've apparently I've had reports in my ear that he's in the pits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good, isn't it? I mean, I'll take responsibility a little bit with that, because I did call commentators. I did say, as long as Sam Forbes finishes the race, it's all good. And I think it was that lap that they decided to come into the pits. So that is really good. And another dagger in the heart of the Class 8 drivers, I have to say, which is obviously not what you want to see. But a good drive by the TKMs. And if anybody out there is wondering, maybe you obviously followed NatSKA a couple of years ago and you maybe just decided, oh, you've seen it live stream, let's have a watch of that. Remember good old classic TKM? Well, you might think it's a little bit light on the ground. However, if you look at Class 14, which used to be the racket class, now restricted TKM, there is quite a hefty amount of drivers in the Class 14 grid, and the idea is that they can blend nicely up into Class 7 when the engine becomes less restricted. And if you also look at a lot of the restricted TKMs, they come from Quinton House, which is now a team ran by Adam Cyrus, an old NatSKA TKM driver, and very new to the school, and therefore started the karting club not that many years ago, which means I think this is their first year in it, with Tyler Wannington getting overtaken there by the number 93 of Alexander Arnold, which means it's their first year in it. So next year, a lot of their drivers will be promoted to Class 7. So all of a sudden, Class 7 will get quite a substantial boost in numbers. And I'm guessing they're just going to try and keep working harder to get people into Class 14 and the 11s and the 12s as well. So expect a bit of a boost thanks to Quinton House.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, the timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time to Alexander Arnold, who is on lap 11 on your screen. We're looking here currently at the number 3 of Molly Nichols-Biles, 1.7 seconds further down the road. So actually, and that last lap has managed to close the gap slightly Looking at the times, it was 48.15 from Alexander Arnold, a 48.11, so only a schmickle of a bit of a time, but nonetheless it was a faster time and has managed to close that gap up very, very slightly. They exit out of the penultimate corner, through in towards the final corner. Last lap board goes out to Alexander Arnold, and checker flag will be out this time. Do you reckon Molly's got a little bit extra to close that 2-second gap?
I think it's just been extended to 2.5 seconds.
It has, yeah. So
I would probably argue not.
No, probably not. But still, incredible pace out there from Molly and Alexander Arnold themselves. There is your current race leader, Alexander, as he goes through the second chicane, clipping those curbs. Good speed through the exit, taking as much track as you can for that Litchfield chassis or kart. And through they go, round the hairpin. There you go, that just shows you the gap. Out of the chicane, there we go. That's Molly in the background there. That just shows you the gap as they go through into the boot section for the final time. Not running out too wide, through turn 9, through turn 10, and it's going to be another race win, a third race win for Class 7 for Alexander Arnold. Molly crosses the line in second place. The number 55 of Jake Westerwell there crosses in third place. That's the 13 of Tyler Wannington in his Class 13. Sporting the number 13 makes it nice and easy for us.
It does.
The number 2 crossing the line, Samantha Stewart. And again, a good old race from that one. Fairly spread out, not as close as what we've seen in previous races.
No, it wasn't actually, was it? But it's still a good performance, a good solid performance at the start of the day. It's probably exactly what every driver needed. Get back into the rhythm. They've still got 2 more races to be coming up with. But again, Alexander Arnold coming in with the good points. Now, Molly Nichols-Biles is still leading the weekend, but that's before you take into account drop points. And if you take into account drop points as it is at the moment, Alexander Arnold has scored a 0, so 3 race wins. Now, coming up is another, well, it's the biggest grid we've got here today. It's the Class 11 and Class 10.
Indeed, you are correct. A busy old grid that we've got about to come out onto the circuit in the form of Class 11 and Class 10. Here's how they're going to be lining up then for the 4th heat of their weekend, race 25. James Hunting starting on pole position with Abby Mills alongside. Then it's James Thompson, Nathan Tyler, Lachlan Bott and Oliver Livesey there on row number 3 of 6, I should say. No, it's row number 3. What am I talking about? Oliver Costello. Then it's Thomas Forbes on row number 4. Then it's Leah Rowland, Harry Hurst, Alex Favreau, and Alfie Atmore. They're on row number 6. Then Tom Ratcliffe, Joshua Bean, Matthew Pepe, and Noah Webb, Evan Bradley, and Peter Nuns-Randall round out that field there. And it's Tom Stretford, Warren Kiss, and Andrew Willman rounding out the 21 kart grid. I'll stop getting tongue-tied at some point today, won't I?
Oh, I hope so, yeah.
I feel like, I mean, I had breakfast, I had my drink, I felt I should be awake and ready to go for racing here. And they exit out onto the track and they'll start their warm-up lap. And again, for this one, no movement with the...
We're not talking anything about the aggressive steering inputs, shall we say?
No, I didn't spot anyone doing it.
No, absolutely no one.
No.
Can't see anyone doing it. Now, Class 11, junior 4-stroke, essentially, is what we got. Because Class 12 earlier was basically the senior 4-stroke. That we sort of affectionately name it. And Lachlan Bott, at the moment, is absolutely dominating it. He's had a 5th place. Apart from that, he's had 2 race victories. Thomas Forbes doing amazingly well as well, only 1 point behind. He's had a win and a 2nd and a 4th, which means Lachlan's on 5 points, Thomas Forbes is on 6. Alfie Atmore as well, another protagonist to be keeping an eye out on, scoring 9 points so far with 2 podiums, a 3rd and a 2nd, and then a 4th place in heat number 1 as well. So there are 3 drivers to keep an eye out on. Lachlan Bott even is currently starting on the 2nd row of the grid as well. So he's definitely going to be hunting forward. So is Thomas Forbes, starting in about 6th place.
Exactly that. Let's get this race underway. It's been a roller coaster all the way through this one. Like I say, the 66 Thomas Forbes, he had a race win, a 2nd place in race 1 and 2. And green flag goes out, and away we go. Good start from the front row. James Thompson down the inside, holds on to that race lead. Lachlan Bott, big contact there in the mid-pack. One of the carts going over, and it's, I think, the number 10. Lands on all 4s. And still in the karts, technically can get going again, but it took a ride over another kart there, but looking like he's okay and gets going again.
Yeah, we are. There is still a yellow flag, so I still think there is some clearing up to do. May go full course yellow if they have to repair any tyre barriers, but not quite yet. Lachlan Bott in the race lead. Then he's overtaken James Thompson in the 68 car. It's actually the number I used to race in when I was in NatSKA as well, so that's quite nice to see. Nathan Tyler, I believe, is a 45. Actually, no, Oliver Livesey is in 45. He's currently in 3rd place. So, but look at that. Lachlan Bott already pulling time out of James Thompson here, getting a good race lead. They haven't put a full course yellow out, which means, I think, yet the yellow flag has been pulled in. There is still a driver off the circuit. We'll give you an update as soon as we get it.
There we go. We'll check the timing tower, and I'm sure it will update. The 56th and the 7 are dropping down, so that's Nathan Tyler. But they have both crossed the line as well. The 18. Oh, and there's more contact there. There's more spins. And, and everyone else is getting collected in. Oh, my goodness me. I suspect then the full course yellow didn't come out on that one, but we'll have to see what happens on this one. And I already see Bambo flags getting themselves out. So, yes, a full course yellow is coming out onto the circuit, as there has been lots of coming together at the first chicane. But, again, it looks like everyone's okay. It was just the concertina effect.
Yeah, a little bit of that. It's yeah, as you said, we think everybody's okay. The full course safety, I think, will be good enough. Hopefully, they just need to get the carts out the way, check all the drivers are fine. But it is a fairly sort of slow area of the circuit, so we are hoping that everyone is good to sort of just pull to the side. I think that was lost. We've lost about 3 or 4 drivers. Can't quite see from our gantry position, but I think that is about 3 or 4.
Yeah, so quite a few carts we lost in that one. I can confirm that it was Matthew Pepe in the 18 who we lost on the first lap, who went around. You can see there how busy and congested it is, that they're actually avoiding the first chicane completely. As you can see, right, I can see the 45 there as well, I believe. So that's Oliver Livesey, who has had to retire from this one as well. You can see all the rest of the carts that are lined up there as well. I'm sure when we cross the line, it'll update. Right, okay, so it looks like the carts that we have lost in this one, because they've all dropped down the order and haven't, again, crossed the line. So we've lost the 45, Oliver Livesey, Leo Rowland in the 95, Oliver Costello in the 7, Nathan Tyler in the 56, Tom Stretford in the 93, Andrew Willman in the 77, and Matthew Pepe in the 18 and 21st place. We lost a lot of carts in that one there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. It's lucky it's a big grid, isn't it, that we've still got so many carts running, to be honest, because that was probably the biggest incident we've had all weekend, and hopefully, Touchwood will be the biggest incident we have for the entire weekend, because everybody's out, everybody's stood up, they've moved all their carts out the way efficiently, so I think they're just directing people still through the chicane just for this lap, and then hopefully we'll get racing once again. But yeah, full course yellow, swiftly put out by our fantastic volunteers as well. We didn't give them enough praise yesterday for the, I mean, marshalling all over the country is voluntary, but these guys are mums and dads and friends and grandparents and everything who jump out on the marshal post. They get volunteered to get trained up so they can get out there and provide the racing that their kids and grandkids really do enjoy. So a big thank you to all the Orange Army for NatSKA, indeed all over the country obviously, but especially for NatSKA in this context.
That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it, if you crashed and it was your mum that came up?
I mean,
pulled you out the tyre wall.
Yeah, exactly. Pulled you out the tyre wall and then gave you a big telling off.
Yeah, what'd you do that for?
Yeah, exactly. We taught you better than that. Come on, watch the footage back. Let's go learn what we've got.
There we go. So, looking like the incident is pretty much cleared up. The last couple of barriers just being sorted out. Full course yellow is still out on the circuit, but I don't know if we were expecting a green flag this time around. As someone, I think, went for a spin under the full course yellow condition flags there. I
think that was one of our Class 10s, we haven't mentioned that much. Either James Hunting or Abby Mills. I think it was Abby Mills, because they're right at the back.
Yeah. So, no green flag this time around. We are still under the full course yellow conditions. So, again, just sorting out the last of the incident, because there were quite a few karts off the track there, I will say.
There were indeed, yeah. It takes quite a lot of effort. Obviously, all the marshals repairing the sort of tyre barriers now. It looks like the majority of it has been repaired, but obviously they want to make sure that the kids are okay as well. And by the looks of it, they are absolutely fine. They're just stuck in the infield, which means they can't get back. But I imagine we will have a recovery session after this race, which means everybody who's got their karts and indeed themselves stranded on the infield will get the opportunity to go back to the pits and start looking at the damage.
Yeah, exactly that. They've got lots of spectators in the infield now for the rest of this race.
Try to get a Mexican wave going.
Oh, yeah, we'll see if they can't hear us, unfortunately. Right, so it looks like the last of the barriers has been cleared up, and it looks like the track is now cleared up at the first chicane. The 96 looking like it's got an issue. Oh, no, that's another retirement. Alex Favreau there, who was in 7th place, looking like another retirement from this race. Full course yellow goes in, green flag comes back out, 3.5 minutes left on this race, and again back in towards turn 1 through the chicane this time around. Again, don't forget that you have to take that chicane. They've had the last couple of laps of getting used to going through it there, and you can just see the car park of karts on the infield there. Huge disaster in this race, but with 3 minutes left to go, looking down the inside there into the first hairpin was the 83 that you could see on your screen, but again slots back into position. Back here at the front, the 66 under pressure from the 68, but Thomas Forbes managed to get past James Thompson for 2nd place, gets that one done. Lachlan Bott though at the front, pulling away, and is leading this one comfortably at the moment with that restart. You can see the number 5 there, Alfie Atmore in the background, trying to look around the outside, gets that job done, moves past the 68 of James Thompson, but James Thompson comes back. There you go, that just shows track position is vital through here, but he holds on to it, so Alfie Atmore moves up now into P3. James Thompson moves down to P4, then it's Joshua Bean there, you can see in the number 2 just behind. Harry Hurst as well, great drive from him so far, moving up into 6th place at the moment. You can just see there back in the shop looking to the inside, following the number 2 through, and gets down, and the 68 James Thompson moving down orders and goes slightly wide onto that rumble strip. 2 minutes left on the timer, and action-packed after this restart.
Yeah, it is indeed, and of course the timer keeps ticking away when the full course yellow goes ahead, so if you're wondering if this race is going to be extended, it isn't. Unfortunately, the drivers have just had to sort of put up with it, shall we say, and sort of get on with it. So they're trying to make the most of the amount of time left available to them, and that's exactly what the number 2 driver, Joshua Bean, has been doing there. Now, Joshua Bean, he came 11th in the 2nd race yesterday, but he got a penalty, which means he has to carry that finishing position. He has to carry those 11 points, which has really hurt his opportunity to get a good sort of placement for this weekend.
Lots of support out on the stream for the number 20 driver, Peter Nuns Randall, currently in 12th place at the moment, looking strong out on circuit. Of course, we lost quite a few on that one. He's just crossed the line now. His last time 1:04.27, so sterling effort from him out there at the moment. Time ticks over to 1 minute remaining, and we're watching the battle here for 3rd place between the number 5 and number 2, Alfie Atmore and Joshua Bean, as they go through in towards the left-hander, in towards now the hairpin of turn 6. Watch it through there, because again, got to watch out for that exit curve there. It's nice and flat but bumpy as well, so you've got to watch out for it. Then into the braking zone, looks like Atmore has managed to open up a slight gap now on Bean as they go through, and actually caught to the back of Thomas Forbes, and now this battle for 3rd place has become a battle for 2nd.
It has indeed, and as soon as these two start fighting each other, that'll invite Joshua Bean right back into the mix, so it'd probably be better to work together and maybe just accept that you're going to get 2nd and 3rd in case of losing out and dropping down to 4th potentially. One driver is probably not worried about any of that is Lachlan Bott, and we are about, I think this was the penultimate lap, the last lap board is currently in the gantry's hand, so we will be seeing that next time out, which means that Alfie Atmore, has a half-decent opportunity to take 2nd place, but all of a sudden back comes Josh Bean and trying to take that podium away. So maybe Alfie made a little bit of a mistake, maybe he was looking up the inside and just forgot about actually driving the quickest racing lines and putting too much pressure on the driver ahead. He almost looked defensive going into the boot section here, but wisely pulled out of it, takes the fastest line. I tell you what, he's very quick through there, isn't he? And I think that's where Josh Bean is struggling slightly, and I tell you what, I think Thomas Forbes is struggling slightly, that compared to Alfie Atmore, something that Alfie's doing is really working for him through that boot section. But as he looks up the inside there, he's just scrubbing off time. He's not going wide enough into the corner. He's gotten a good exit, so maybe I'm just talking out of something here, because Alfie Atmore moves his way into second place, and here goes Josh Behan to try and get into third. Thomas Forbes is having a bit of a trouble on the outside. They're saying, what on earth are you doing? Thomas Forbes not very happy about that. Maybe that will get taken to the stewards afterwards. A little bit of a appeal. The Lachlan bot is on the last lap of the race.
Yep. A mere bit of podding that was.
Yes.
Yeah, just a mere bit of podding. That's
exactly.
There we go. Last lap time though, and here is your race leader, the 85 of Lachlan Bott, in towards the boot section. The last couple of corners, turn 7s, 8 and 9. One more corner to go, turn number 10, and it's going to be another race win for the 85. It was a race win in Heat 2, a race win in Heat 3, and a hand up in the air. It's a race win for Heat number 4 for Lachlan Bott. Alfie Atmore crosses the line in second, and Joshua Behan crosses the line in third place. Thomas Forbes crosses in fourth place, then it's Harry Hurst. Great result. Fifth place for the 92, James Thompson, James Hunting, then it's Warren Kiss, Evan Bradley, Tom Ratcliffe, rounding out the top 10.
You know what the most gutting thing about that one is? Because obviously if we're looking at the Class 10, James Hunting won Class 10, he came 7th overall. Abby Mills couldn't get off the grid for 2 of the races yesterday, and then ended up in that crash at turn 1, so it's really not going well for Abby Mills today. But it has gone very well for James Hunting this weekend, and a good race there by Lachlan Bott, and a very entertaining race between Alfie Atmore, Josh Behan and Tom Forbes, obviously Tom Forbes being the driver who probably dropped down. So we do have another race coming up. It's Class 1 and Class 4.
Indeed, you are correct, Jack. It is the next grid out on circuit. And like I say, Class 1 and Class 4. Here's how they're going to be lining up. It's a fairly short grid in this one. Casey Warrington starting on the front row with Archie Robinson alongside. Casey was struggling to get that number 5 kart going yesterday in 2 of the heats, so let's hope that we can get a good result out on track for this one. Robbie Smith and Joseph Smith round out row number 2. Ethan Grundy and John Stewart round out row number 3. Rounding out the back of the field, Renato de Ruiz there as well, wanting a good result in this one. Had a crash earlier on as well. So we'll be heading down to the pit lane in just a moment to look at those live pictures once more. And I suspect there's going to be a slight delay to the start of this one, because I can see all the karts are now being pulled out of the tyre walls and are now being sorted out. There was quite a few down there.
Yeah, there was. And just a quick apology. I said Abby Mills had some mechanical issues getting off the line yesterday. I was absolutely wrong. I was getting Class 10 mixed up with Class 1. It was Casey Wannerton, which you mentioned, obviously, having those issues. So I did get that mixed up. Those are the pictures of the drivers who don't seem to be very happy with what's happened, obviously understandably as well, having to get in their karts. And what will happen is, I imagine they'll get started up, because they're 4 strokes, fairly easy to get started up, and they'll drive back, because I don't think there's too many mechanical issues. It looks like 1 or 2 of the drivers are waiting to be picked up. Maybe they've got a mechanical issue or 2. Not sure when that will happen, because nobody has been sent out to pick them up as far as we can see. But with any luck, these drivers will just calmly drive past round. They'll get back into the pits, and then we can start for the Class 1 and Class 4. The thing is, the Class 1 and Class 4, they're started in the pit lane, and they have no idea. They cannot see anywhere past the last corner, can they? They can only see the technical boot section, which means they have no idea why they're sat on the grid waiting. And I tell you what, for an inexperienced driver, that can be quite hard. You sat there with the engine running, you're building your nerves up, you're trying to concentrate, and you just sat there and you don't really know why. Having said that, though, Archie Robinson looks pretty relaxed, giving us a little bit of a thumbs up and a wave there in the Class 1. Class 1, black numbers, yellow plating. Class 4, red numbering, yellow plating. And you got the likes of John Seward, Robbie Smith, Joseph Smith, Ethan Grundy, and Cayetano de Ruiz. And I tell you what, Robbie Smith been very quick. Ethan Grundy been very aggressive in terms of the overtaking and defensive manoeuvres. John Seward, he was weaving all over the place trying to get past a few of the drivers yesterday. So, to be honest, it may be a small grid. It's an extremely entertaining grid, though, the Class 1 and 4.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, they keep us on our toes, don't they? As we see a cheeky little wave there from Dog Stewart there for Kingham Hill. There's a 22 as well of Caetano de Ruiz there at the back of the grid. He's had a good old weekend, but again, it's been a tough one for all these drivers, and just hoping we can get everyone off the grid this time. Of course, the 4-strokes are fired up, ready to go, because they can sit there idling. But then the 2-strokes have to wait, because of course if you fire up a 2-stroke and leave it standing, it will just stall.
Yes, it will. It won't exactly fire up at all, really. It will exactly install that. If we're looking at championship, well, if we're looking at the weekend results, sorry, shall I say, Archie Robinson's taken 3 race victories in Class 1, obviously, because we said Casey, unfortunately, did not start 2 of the races, and came second in the first one. And if you're looking at Class 4 results, well, Robbie Smith dominating the weekend at the moment, 2 firsts and a second. Joseph Smith currently in second place, a 2 thirds and a second. And Ethan Grundy a second and a race victory to go along with it, as well as a 7th place in third at the moment. Obviously, there's only 5 to be picking from, but they're also worth noting as well, Anthony, which is quite impressive. They're all very clean. They're all very good little races, because they haven't had any penalties on this grid in Class 1 or Class 4.
Oh, well, there you go, showing us how it's done. Oh, the last of the carts being out. Oh, God.
Bit of cardio.
Oh, I'd be knackered. Oh,
I'm knackered here, just sitting here in the comfy chair.
I'm knackered watching this. This is painful to watch. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Are they going to try going through this little side gate? I'd be amazed if they were trying to. I think they are, you know.
Go over the bumpy grass. In fact, yes, they are passing right underneath us as we speak, actually. We're just in the lovely grandstand. And there we go. Potentially the smarter thing to do. Yep.
Sideways. There we go.
Otherwise, it would have been a bit like a dog trying to carry a stick that's too big to fit through the door, wouldn't it? And you just end up just crashing everywhere. So, yeah, the smart thing to do. And now, the worst thing about it is they've got the bumpy gravel track to be pushing that car along with 0 suspension on that trolley.
It'd be fine. They'll get through it nice and cleanly. But that looks to me like, well, it wasn't the last cut to be recovered, but they can still see one there, but it looks like it's being stayed there. So I think with that now out of the way, it looks like we could potentially be getting this race underway. I am seeing green flags fluttering out on circuit, so expect these karts to fire up, and let's hope, fingers crossed touching wood, that both of these karts do fire up first time. Yes, look at that. That's what we want to see. And it's the number 5 is back out on circuit, and you can see a little hop there and be like, yeah, it's working.
Woo! Let's go! Racing!
Yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need. Perfect. So all the karts make their way out onto circuit for Class 1 and Class 4. And we can finally get their race underway for their Heat 4 section as they go through. And again, yeah, like I say, impressive driving that we've seen from these drivers. No penalties given out at all, showing the paddock how it's done.
Yeah, and some people maybe need to take note of this, don't they? And it's a good example of what needs to be done in Class 1 and Class 4. And natural progression from these 2 classes, maybe to go towards Class 12 with the sort of senior 4-strokes, I say, or indeed Class 14 with the restricted TKM engines as well. So they're a little bit slower than those 2, or less experienced than those 2 grids. So that's where then maybe natural progression for these drivers will go. In Class 4, fairly dominated by AMS drivers and Kingham Hill. They're the only 2 clubs represented in Class 4. Class 1, you got the Stoke driver of Archie Robinson and the Barclay driver of Casey Wannerton. And I believe we're racing already, actually. That became a lot quicker than I was expecting there. Apologies. And it's a good start by the number 5 of Casey Wannerton, so maybe hoping to take the race victory after finally getting out on the circuit. Archie Robinson maybe has been bogged down a little bit before with the Class 4 drivers, who have been extremely quick, it has to be said. But the number 11 going wide there, Joseph Smith, is certainly not going very quickly out of that corner.
There we go. But a good start nonetheless from the entirety of the field. And as you say, yeah, the number 5, Casey Wannington, is now under pressure. And actually, Archie Robinson goes round the outside, gets that job done. Now, Casey is under pressure from the drivers behind as well as they go through. You can see the number 3 of Robbie Smith trying to go around as well, gets that job done as well. So, all eyes on this mid-pack at the moment. A long race ahead of them for them out here on track as they go through. Little look again at Yesser, of course. It's been fairly dominated by the number 3 of Robbie Smith. He took a win in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, came second in heat number 3. And, you know, it's been a tough old grid between these drivers as they go through. But Archie Robinson, yesterday, you know, he took a win in his race class, of course. He actually won on track in Heat 1 as well. So, not just in class. So, you know, he's wanting to capitalise on that one because you saw how gutted he was when he came second on track yesterday. But first in class, and he still won the class, but he wanted to win the whole race. So that just shows how, even though he's not in that class, he still wanted to win.
Well, exactly. So, you know, you sort of get tunnel vision, don't you? You want to beat everyone that's out on the circuit. Sometimes it's not necessary, but other times, yeah, you just want to take that pride. And to be fair, over a lot of the race, he is very quick, and he is just about on par with the lap times that are being put in by the Class 1 drivers. So, you know, if you might as well try and beat him. If you know, might as well try and beat everyone that's out on circuit in front of you if you can. Yeah,
exactly that. Go hard or go home. That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's exactly
full-on commitment. Why else would you turn up?
Exactly. 6.5 minutes to go then, and we are watching the number 5 of Casey Wannington and John Stewart there on track. John's just trying to go down the inside there, failing to do so. Slots back into position in 5th place. You can see the number 11 as well of Joseph Smith just closing in as well, trying to get that job done down the inside. Ooh, there you go. Oh, there you go. They hooked it on that inside curve there, and it just spun him round slightly, so he's going to have to make all that move up again.
Oh, still fighting with the wheel there, Joseph Smith, as he was coming out the corner. Huge snap of oversteer, managed to catch it nicely, though. And has got back going again. Hasn't lost out any race positions, though, crucially, but is trying to put a show on for the cameras.
Exactly that. Again, he just kicked the back end out. Looks amazing. Not the quickest way around the corner, but
at least it looks cool.
It looks very cool, I will say that. There we go. Back at the front here, Archie Robinson leading the way comfortably at the moment. 3.1 seconds from Robbie Smith in that number 3 kart. You'll just see appear in the back of your shot there. Yeah, there you go. So there's about a straight between them as it stands. Looking at the pace, Archie Robinson last lap was a 55.8 compared to the 56.6 from Robbie Smith. So, well, the pace out of Archie Robinson there, incredibly quick.
Yeah, I wonder if they had a slight mechanical gremlin yesterday, because we did see off the line that he was getting bogged down. Obviously, he won his races in class, mainly because one, obviously, very quick, but Casey didn't even get started. But he was getting bogged down on the line, and in fact, I think by the second corner, he'd been overtaken by 3 or 4 of the other class. So clearly, maybe a mechanical gremlin, because he's really putting in some good pace now. And I think he's about a second quicker today than he was yesterday. Maybe he's a little bit more pumped. Maybe he wasn't happy that he was being beaten by some of the class 4s, sorry. But maybe there is obviously that they fine-tune the engine somewhat or change the settings somehow.
Yeah, exactly that. That is probably the main thing that they've done. But of course, the cart's been on the trolley, it's been in the garage all night, and of course, maybe a bit of tinkering, a bit of fiddling, maybe an engine rebuild. You never know.
Well, yeah, a rapid engine rebuild, that would be overnight at the Nationals. Can't get much more stressful than that.
Well, you say engine rebuilds again. Talking about different karting championships, KZ2. I remember one of the drivers, Joe Charlton in KZ2. He had an engine seizure in one of the heats, and then his next heat, it was all rebuilt, complete engine rebuild between his second heat and his third heat, and then he got back out on track and went from the back of the grid to the first. So there you go.
Wow, fair play. It can clearly work then, can't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. An engine rebuild can be sometimes the way forward.
Exactly. That's what maybe we'll put it down to. But you do have to be fairly confident that you can get it done first time round, and it can be done very quickly.
Confident, competently, and also, because if I try to, I missed the piston. How did you miss the piston?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be organised, haven't you? You've got to know exactly what's coming out of it and exactly where it went, because you don't want an amateur doing that. But I do know that there are plenty of experienced engine builders in the NatSKA pit lane that have been doing it for years and years and years, and they don't necessarily do it for, you know, I was going to say Super 1 then again, but the British Kart Championships or anything like that. But they have been doing it for years in NatSKA, so they know their way around a 4-stroke engine.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's what you need. You know, the knowledge in this paddock is tremendous. You can walk through and you can see all the mechanics working, tinkering away at the karts, and you know, working furiously just to try and get the most out of these engines as they possibly can for these drivers. You know, sorting out the chassis as well. And everything like that, and it gives these drivers a great day or weekend of racing, you know, that they want to see here at the Nationals. And, you know, it is great to see. And I suspect underneath each and every one of those helmets you can see out on track every heat, there's a big, humongous smile.
I imagine so as well. Maybe sometimes deep down, but there is always a smile out there. But it is quite impressive because we talk a lot about, including the novices that we got coming up as well, we talk a lot about how they're learning to drive and they're learning to be in the kart and everything like that. But unlike the higher echelons of karting and racing, this is all mechanicked by dads and sort of experienced people teaching those dads. So a lot of the time, the kids just turn up at high school one day, there's a kart club at this school, and they go, I want to join the kart club, and the dad has never even rewired a socket or something like that, or rewired a plug sort of thing. You go, how on earth am I going to tackle an entire kart and rebuild engines and figure all this out? And so they're learning on the job just as much as the drivers are as well, and obviously they feel a lot of pressure because their child, who they want to have enjoying the weekend, and they spent a lot of time, invest a lot of time into it, they want to have the best, you know, weekend possible, and have the best opportunity of getting a race victory as possible, as they all crave. And so the dads feel the pressure, and mums, you know, both of them. They both mechanic for the karts up and down and provide fantastic service for the child. And you know, that's really what they're learning just as much as the kids are.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. And that's the most important thing about it, isn't it? So, you know, as they go through, like I say, when I was their age, I mean. I say this every time I watch the young drivers racing out there. At their age, you know, what was I doing? I was, oh, dear me. Is that the number 5?
That is Casey Wannerton.
Oh, no.
2 did not start, and now a DNF to Casey's name, unfortunately. And, well, that is really good. We don't know if it's mechanical. We don't know if it's been in contact. There is no other drivers, I don't think, on the side, so we can probably put it down to mechanical.
Huge shame for Casey there. That kart is just not playing ball this weekend, is it?
No, absolutely not. I think they probably need to get a few eyes on that engine or whatever's gone wrong, just to make sure that they can try and get it out for maybe the last 2 rounds of the weekend.
Exactly that. Well, the last 30 seconds then are on the timing tower. Archie Robinson is leading the way at the moment comfortably. Then it's Robbie Smith, Ethan Grundley, John Seward, Joseph Smith, and then rounding out the field now is Cayetano de Ruiz. And, you know, it's a shame to see Casey Wannington having to retire from this one because, you know, it's been a tough old weekend. But here with your race leader at the moment with less than 10 seconds on the board, last lap will come out this time around. And the last few corners to go. You know, it's been a very calm, controlled race. The gap hasn't closed in. It's been good pace, despite the fact that Robbie Smith has now got the fastest lap of the race with a 55.36, which is a new fastest lap of this race. Has not managed to close in enough to try catch to Archie Robinson. So Archie is going to be, I think, very delighted with this one, despite the fact that he's winning his class, but he's winning overall as well. Yeah, exactly. Robbie Smith will have wanted to win overall, but he'll know full well that he's potentially in the slightly slower kart. And that he's going to win on class anyway as well. So he's still going to take home 0 points, as is Archie Robinson. Ethan Grundy will probably come home with a 2nd place to his name, because by the looks of it, he's got about a 7-second gap back to John Seward. Oh, is Archie Robinson still chucking that kart around? Oh,
no, he's still trying to get that fastest lap. Maybe he's seen that he hasn't quite got the fastest lap. He'll have his parents on the side just giving him the... I was about to say giving him the finger, but it's giving him the finger wag to hurry up sort of thing. Yeah, the mechanic or the engineer at the side of the track just saying, go, 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 as they go. Waving him along, giving him the encouragement. You see it a lot, don't you? But there we go. Out of the final corner, checker flag is brandished, and it's going to be another race win overall for Archie Robinson in the Class 1 and Class 4 Heat 4. Robbie Smith crosses the line 2.2 seconds down the road. Ethan Grundley, who's another 13 seconds down the road, is about to cross the line. There he is in the 19. Gets that job done. Then it's John Seward, who was another few seconds further down the road. He crosses the line now in the number 2. Then Joseph Smith, and Cayetano is around the corner somewhere. There is Joseph Smith in the number 11, and a little further back as well will be the 22, who will appear in your screen in just a hot second. or a few hot seconds. Caetano, just waiting for him to finish it off, because Casey Wannerton, obviously 5 laps down, ended up, we saw, retired on the side of the circuit. And I believe, is this Caetano?
It is indeed.
Yeah,
yes.
It is, the number 22.
And a thumbs up as well.
And a thumbs up, maybe listening to the stream, just waiting for you. So that concludes the race for Class 1 and Class 4. Now, we do only have one more actual race for this third heat of the weekend, and that is coming up on your screens as Class 15.
Indeed, Class 15 about to make their way to the circuit. 18, hopefully, karts are going to be heading out onto the track. It's race 27 of the weekend, and Andrew King will be starting on pole position with Max Humphrey-Cooper alongside, and Max is hopefully here as well because, of course, his quarantine will have ended and he's now allowed to be at the circuit, so he should be here, and he's starting on the front row for his first race. Josh Neve and Joe Webb on row number 2, Harry Parr and James Habersham, I don't believe is going to be racing out in this one. Then it is Joseph Wardle, Kate Hodgson, also a driver who was not here yesterday, has now shown up and is here, hopefully, in 8th place in the number 20. Dan Jones, Ewan Syme. Then it's Matthew Lewin and Daniel Andrews, I believe, also is not here. Cameron Bott, then it's Tom Raya, Caden Bott, Hayden Abrams, and then Henry Wardle and Alex Biles round out the grid of 18 cars. So there they are, lined up on the front. You can see Max Humphrey-Cooper there, who wasn't here yesterday, but was watching the stream and was very happy that he got a shout out that one. And he's back here racing, fresh out of quarantine in that lovely liveried kart. There's the 18 of Andrew King from Barnwell again, lined up ready. He's looking cool, calm and collected there. The 14 on your screen, Joe Webb for Barnwell as well. You know, he's having a good run from that one. He's had a good weekend so far. There is the number 3 of Josh Neve. Josh again had a good race, had a 3rd place finish in heat number 1. There's the number 10, again another interesting seating position, Joseph Wardle. There is the number 8, I believe there's the number 1, Dan Jones. He had a race win in yesterday and a 2nd place yesterday as well, so looking very quick this weekend. Number 20 on your screen, Kate Hodgson, again a driver who wasn't here yesterday but has made the appearance today. Very good to see. There we go, you can see there, the other drivers there lined up. 35 of Matthew Lewin. There is the number 5 of Ewan Syme, gives us a nice big thumbs up there. The 71, Tom Raya. Very bright blue suit, would be mistaken for a blue flag if he's not careful. Oh, he's got sunglasses under that helmet, I see. What a cool is that? There you go.
Cool cats there lining up the back of the grid.
Yeah, exactly that. The number 8 on your screen now, Hayden Abrams. Again, more sunglasses there. Again, they're like the sun is there out there. Okay, cheap pair of sunglasses. Cheaper than an advisor, isn't it? Nice little wave there from number 7, Henry Wardle. So, again, looking at the back of the grid and rounding out the field, Alex Biles, who is starting at the back for all of these because he is the only novice in this class, so he is starting at the back of all of these races. But, yeah, that kart looking absolutely tremendous for Sam Pollock Racing. And, you know, he's had a good weekend so far, I have to say. You know, he's had a 2nd place finish in Heat 1. It was a 3rd place finish in Heat 2. Didn't finish on the podium in Heat 3 because he had a collision at the chicane and unfortunately didn't finish heat number 3 and went through on that one. But they're all lining themselves up. I think the last couple of cuts are just getting themselves lined up. But this is always an exciting race for us, isn't it?
Yeah, the Rotax is the highest powered engine that we've got here. Is always quite fun. We do have a few absentees, but they've been replaced with fantastic drivers. Katie Hodgkinson as well, and Max Humphrey-Cooper, as you mentioned. I think his Barclay team leader came up to us yesterday and said he loved the fact that Max was getting a mention on the stream, even though he wasn't there. And, well, starting at the front, he's very much hoping to probably get even more mentions throughout the rest of the day as well. However, we have been reliably informed that although he starts on the front row in this particular race, he will be about 18th and 17th in the next 2 races.
Yeah,
so
he's got a lot of work later on.
He's got a lot of work to do. But to be fair, Alex Biles has been doing that kind of work all weekend, haven't we? And if you look at Alex Biles in the overall sort of weekend championship, he's currently sitting 7th. And the only reason for that is because he had that spin, so he's carrying the 18 points that he carried. If you took that away and counted that as a drop round, and let's say he finished in the top 5 for the last 3 races of the day, he's looking at starting from the back of the grid to be finishing in the top 3, which is quite incredible when you really break it down and think about it. So looking forward to seeing how that pans out. And then Josh Neve as well, he's currently leading the way in this weekend championship.
Exactly that. So the final heat of Heat 4 is about to get underway, and it's Class 15, the Rotax class, the 2-stroke. The mist is about to disappear as the revs rise and green flag goes out, and in towards turn 1 they go, side by side. And you can see defensive straight away goes the number 4 of Max Humphrey Cooper as they go through. No contact in the midfield or the back of the field as well. Everyone slots through. Good start from the entirety of the field as they go around in towards turn 2 there. You can see the 14 in 3rd place, I should say. Joe Webb has managed to move up 1 position. Already a contact warning going out to Tom Raya in the number 71 and 11th place.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we can quite see where that Tom Raya incident happened, but hopefully it didn't actually incur anybody to fall off the track. As a wide goes the front man, I think that was. Just trying to have a look at Matthew Lewin getting a warning as well. Number 4 is Max Humphrey Cooper trying to force his way back into the lead, obviously starting on that front row of the grid. And really, hustling his car around to try and take advantage as soon as he possibly can. He hasn't been able to do any testing, any of the heats. He's fresh to Fulbeck this weekend, but he's already slotted into the race lead around the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, it was very good there. You could see the 18 of Andrew King went defensive in towards that turn 1 chicane.
Oh.
That just allowed Max Humphrey Cooper to go round the outside. So good stuff from there. And like you say, a little bit of contact a little further back. Everyone on the straight and narrow gets through cleanly. So as they go through, the number 3, Josh Neve, has moved up into 3rd place now as well, but has had to concede another place there. And the 18 there in 2nd place, Andrew King, under no pressure from behind in, again, a very small no man's land at the moment. Oh, spin in the mid-pack there. The 20 went round, and that, of course, collected the 71 as well. So Kate Hodgson has gone round, and Tom Raya as well, gone round at the turn 6 hairpin.
Yeah, luckily they kept going, didn't they? None of them got bogged down or anything like that, so we still got all the runners that we started with. I believe Matthew Lewin got that contact warning, but he's actually slipped down all the way to last place. As I say that, yeah, there we go. Tom Raya, Katie Hodgkinson and Cameron Bott have actually slipped down after that incident. But the number 3 car going through, Josh Neve, obviously took he's leading the weekend championship without actually winning a race. He's only got 1 podium, amazingly. So very consistent there. It's down to the penalties, which we'll discuss in a couple of minutes. Dan Jones looking to try and take advantage up the inside there. It's going to be a difficult move to carry the momentum on the outside, which he doesn't manage to do.
Right, there we go. So after a couple of laps of racing, they nearly have calmed down. They've calmed down at the front, but they haven't calmed down here, because who's that coming through? Is that Mr. Biles, Alex Biles, and that 73 car? It is indeed. He's managed to get a good run already from the back of the field up in towards P7 across the line now with 6.5 minutes to go out of the first chicane. Great running from him so far, because he's got Dan Jones just in front as well, next on his list. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, because those two are incredibly quick drivers. As they go through then, with 6 minutes to go, let's have a look at the order. Max Humphrey Cooper, who wasn't here yesterday, leading the way at the moment in the number 4. Andrew King in the 18th, 2nd place. Then it's Josh Neve, Ewan Syme, Dan Jones, Joe Webb, Alex Biles, Harry Parr, Caden Bott, and Henry Wardle. They're the top 10. Then it's Hayden Abrams, Joseph Wardle, Matthew Lewin, Tom Raya, Kate Hodgson, and Cameron Bott. That rounds out the 16 carts out there at the moment. 6 minutes to go. Eyes still at the front here.
Yeah, Max, he was loving the fact he was getting a shout-out. He's getting more than a shout-out here. He's getting some good camera time as well on the live stream, because he is in the lead of this race. But Andrew King has not gone down without a fight. Lost out the race lead around the outside. A great move, it has to be said by Max. But Andrew's not having any of it. And as we shoot back here towards Alex Biles and who is it? Ewan Syme. So that must mean Dan Jones has gotten past you at some point on this lap already, and I think Alex Biles is going through potentially. No, you can't quite see it there. So top 5 slightly. There we go. There, Alex Biles going up the inside of that hairpin. Yep,
good little move there. So moving up those orders. Did have the fastest lap as he last crossed the line. 46.9 from Alex Biles. But still there in 5th place, I believe, at the moment. Now they head down the start-finish straight. Under 5 minutes to go. Eyes on that front pack as well, as Max Humphrey Cooper still leading the way. But has got the pressure a little bit further behind. As you can see there, the 73 now released and has now got the clean air to try and catch up to the back of this lead group. And when that lead group starts battling, you can definitely say that they're going to start getting a bit nose to tail very swiftly in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, you can imagine, can't you? Just look at the attitude of that 73 kart. He just flicks it in, plants the power, and it's on rails, isn't it? As soon as he plants the power and he's got the nose pointed into the corner, just plant the power and it's just going dead straight, straightening up the kart really nicely. It's all how these top drivers are driving it, and you'll know better than I do, Anthony, about how to drive these cars quickly. But there's a little nudge there by Dan Jones on the number 3, Josh Neve. Maybe that's just suggesting that Josh Neve move out of the way. I'm coming through.
Yeah, there we go. A little hand gesture as well, just saying, come on, let's work together now. Let's catch up to that group in front of us. Let's not battle too hard. Just kind of follow through there and see what we can do. So, back here at the front, Dan Jones, good pace at the moment and good pressure as he closes in on those two up at the front. Like I say, Andrew King lost the lead, but he's definitely not lost momentum because he's still right there behind Max Humphrey Cooper as they go through. The number 4, who wasn't here yesterday, he was isolating. His isolation ended at midnight last night and he was straight in the car and on his way here. And he's putting in a stellar performance so far in his first heat. Of course, started on the first row, did Max Humphrey Cooper, all under pressure here. Down the inside goes the number 1, Dan Jones on Andrew King. Gets that job done, thank you very much, I'll take that one. Closes that gap now up to Max Humphrey Cooper. This race is definitely not over, and what a late lunge that was, Dan Jones. I wasn't expecting it to happen so soon, but Dan Jones straight away to the lead, and I think that caught out Max Humphrey Cooper as well.
Yeah, I think he was on 5 now, wasn't it? Next day delivery on that set, straight up the inside into turn number 2. And a great move accomplished there by Dan Jones. Tell you what, it's important as well because he had some quick drivers chasing him down, and now he's got some quick drivers still chasing him down, but he's got track position, which is crucial. About 3 minutes left. We just saw the timing go from about 2 minutes 30 to 3 minutes. Not sure what happened there, but I do think it is 3 minutes. So Dan Jones promoted 2 places on that lap into first. Max Humphrey Cooper into second. Andrew King still in third. Alex Biles in fourth. You can just see him there, just about able to see over his steering wheel and nose cone, and absolutely flicking the car through. And I think Andrew King probably is, if he looks behind him, he'll probably have a little bit of a fright that Alex has managed to get that far up with still 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, exactly that. So, with 2 minutes to go, Dan Jones is your new race leader, and that's a retirement there. It's the number 10 who's been pushed off. It's Joseph Wardle. That's a disaster for Joseph. Yellow flags, of course, will be out in that sector, so no overtaking, which is a shame for the rest of the field. But as they go through, and like we say, Dan Jones leading the way from Max Humphrey Cooper. A change potentially for third place as Alex Biles moves now up into P3. Andrew King slowly moving down the order now in towards P4. Then it's Josh Neve in 5th place. Even Simon 6th. Harry Parr, Henry Wardle, Joe Webb in 9th. And Hayden Abrams in 10th place. They top 10. So as they go through, 90 seconds left on the timer. Eyes on the 73 novice driver Alex Biles because he's slowly moving through this grid.
He is indeed. He's already got into the podium positions, into third place, because he managed to get past Andrew King, and it's just a pace off the last corner that is really hurting Andrew King. I don't know if his engine's got a little bit of a problem with low ends, or Alex Biles is just absolutely flying. There's a little bit of touch and rubbing. Rubbing is waiting at the end of the day, and I think the number 4, Max Humphrey Cooper, was quite all right with the amount of contact that was made there, because he was just forcing Alex Biles to think twice about maybe coming for the move as he goes a little bit deep. Does the number 4 of Max. He's already going defensive into the hairpin to make sure to cover off that attack by Alex. But Alex is looking very racy here. 1.7 second gap between Dan Jones and Max, and that's only going to be extended because Max has done nothing but defensive driving on this lap so far. Alex looking up the inside to the left-hander there again. It's very difficult to overtake through the left because you're instantly on the outside for the right, but that doesn't stop Alex Biles lunging up the inside. A great send there into the hairpin, and I think that means that Max Humphrey Cooper, who is dreaming of a race victory, is maybe going to lose out even on second place here, and he's going to have a problem with third if Andrew King's got anything to say about it.
Well, potentially so. 15 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board will be out this time, so for any moves that want to be happening, it wants to be happening very swiftly, I will say. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough time for Alex Biles to close that gap up potentially to Dan Jones, as that's opened up now to 3.48 seconds, so it's all going to be down to what can happen now here for third place. Max Humphrey Cooper under increasing pressure from the 18 of Andrew King. He got past him earlier on today for the race lead. Now he needs to get back past him for potentially a third place spot on the podium. As they go through now turns 6 and 7. As they exit through, no positions gained or lost. Bit of a look over the shoulder there from Biles. Biles then slots back into position, carries on, and look at that. Humphrey Cooper looking very racy there as he's wanting to take maybe this position back swiftly. Last lap board goes out to Dan Jones. Ring the dinner bell because it's about to kick off.
It is indeed. Dan Jones leading by about 4.3 seconds over the line then from Alex Biles, who is holding off rather substantially, I would say, Max Humphrey Cooper. In fact, he's not holding off. He doesn't even have to worry about him at the moment. It did look like Max had an opportunity around the boot section to maybe put Alex into a little bit of pressure, but I think he went a little bit too deep, got a bit keen on the inside of the right-hand, maybe ruined his run out of the corners, which didn't quite help him. But it's been a sensational drive from last on the field to second. However, the driver we've got to really focus on, to be fair as well, and give credit to the name, is Dan Jones, who has been absolutely sensational in this race. Hasn't really been touched. As soon as he got into the race lead, he's been putting in quick times, and it's going to be the checkered flag taken by Dan Jones in the number 1 car. Alex Biles comes across the line to take second place. Josh Neve got a curb warning in the end there, but only a warning, I think. Max Humphrey Cooper, well, it's a podium. It's not quite the dream start Max was potentially hoping for to the weekend, but it is still a fantastic podium as he has only turned up about 8 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly that. A good race nonetheless, and good results all the way through the field as well as the rest of the grid slots through. So it was Dan Jones, Alex Biles, Max Humphrey Cooper, Andrew King, Josh Neve, Henry Wardle, Ewan Syme, Harry Parr, Hayden Abrams, Joe Webb, Matthew Lewin, Caden Bott, Kate Hodgson, Cameron Bott, Tom Rayner, and Joseph Wardle crossing the line. Or Joseph Wardle, obviously, was retirement as well earlier on in this race. So there we go. The end of Class 15 and the end of the proceedings for Heat number 4. Heat number 5 will be up a little bit earlier on today, but of course now we head to a calmer session of Class 14, 11 and 10 novice practice. And here is the novice practice. They'll be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment. And to explain a little bit more to the folks about what you're about to witness here on track, I'll hand you over to Mr. Jack Oliphant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. It's a very official introduction there, considering we've been commentating for the entire day together.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I'd give you a little bit of a spruce up for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. So we've mentioned already that this isn't an actual race. They're on the grid. They look like they're gridding up and everything like that. However, this is a Class 14, 11 and 10 novice. These are the pure novices. Now we see, we mentioned Alex Biles in the back of the order. He is a novice to the high-powered classes. But if he went back down to the lower powered, he wouldn't be a novice anymore because he's a bit experienced in that playground, shall we say. These are the guys that have started this year. You have to have a certain amount of signatures from the clerk of the course to be able to move up into actual racing and on the grid. I think you have to do about 6 rounds and get 6 signatures. So I'm not entirely sure. That may have changed. I think that was around about the rules when I was racing. So you have to have a certain amount of signatures, and then you can move up. And to get those signatures, it's not just a case of turn up, go around the circuit, and then you'll automatically get your signatures. You need to show that you're improving. You need to show that you are getting slightly faster, more consistent, safer, show a good knowledge of the rules as well. They did a fantastic, they extended the novice practice yesterday because they did a sneak attack on the Class 15 scrutineering, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Which meant they extended the novice practice by about 5 minutes, and that gave them the opportunity to throw out a full course caution period, even though there was nothing to throw it out for, overdone to see how these novices will react. And they also did a red flag at the end as well, which they all responded very well to, it has to be said.
I know, exactly that, exactly that. Times will come out, of course. Just times. There is the 35 of Adrian Nigua there, who's out on track. Had a very rush day yesterday. Was really pushing that kart to its limits. Had a broken side pod at one point. And, he's pushing the limit still today. There we go. Pushing that kart to the limit. But there you go. The only way you learn the limits is by pushing it over the limits, and then you figure it out, and then you ease off again, don't you? So
yeah, exactly. It's all about how much steering input and you can put in with the amount of throttle that you can apply as well. So it's all very important stuff to learn. And as I said before, in a couple of, I think it was the Class 10 and 11 race, you know, the dads and the parents as a whole, dads and mums and guardians and everything, are actually learning just as much as these drivers. So it's a really key sort of stage of learning, not only for the drivers, but for the parents and potential mechanics, as they'll turn into, to learn the cars. When there isn't such a pressure of getting out there for an actual race, they can sort of, if anything does come up, they can have a play with it in the kart, and they can learn about sprockets and pistons and spark plugs and gearing and all those sorts of fun things that you really do have to learn if you're taking care of a go-kart.
Oh, yes, yeah, definitely so, you have to. Now, in this time, we like to discuss things about the points. And,
yes.
You know, I'm going to look to you again, because I still, my simple mind, my simple basic mind has not got my noggin around these point systems. Could you, again, Mr. Jack Oliphant, explain to the folks and to myself at home what they mean?
Yeah, I'm going to wing it off my head here, because every time I sort of read off the official rules, I feel like I get it mixed up slightly in my head. So basically, for the day, you get a set amount of points. So, well, for the weekend, shall we say, not just for the day, because it includes yesterday as well. So
what, you start with a set of points?
So you start with 0.
Okay, you start with 0.
You start with 0 points, and you go into Heat 1.
Right.
If you win Heat 1, you score 0 points, so you're still on 0.
Yep,
so 0 is the perfect score. It's a bit like golf. The less points you have, the better.
The better, right.
If you come second in a race, you get 2 points. Third race, 3 points. Fourth, you get 4 points, and so on. Very easy to follow. Now, that equates to, so you score over the 6 heats that we've got for this weekend, you count 5 of them, which means you get a drop round, is what's commonly known as you know, Anthony. And which means if you come first 5 times, and then you come 10th in the 6th time, you can drop the 10th place, it doesn't matter, and you score 0 points overall. Yeah, so you carry 0 points. Now, how does that impact into the overall championship? Okay, so you may win the weekend with 0 points. You may get the nice S plate for your class, which signifies you won the National Sprint Championships with the least amount of points in your class. But that does equate to, you know, you have to translate that into the championship points as well. This is where it gets slightly confusing in my perspective, because if you score 0 points, you win, say, the National Sprint Championships, you gain 100 points for the championship, the overall championship points of the last 12 months. So if you win the round, you gain 100 points. If you come second in the round, you get 98 points. If you come third, you get 96 points added to the overall championship. Now, I can see I'm already losing you here, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, you lost me at the word pretzel.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. So in the overall championship, it used to be in NatSKA, if you win the Nationals, you get the number 1 plate. If you come second in the Nationals, you get the number 2.
Yeah.
If you come third in the Nationals, you get the number 3.
And so on.
And so on.
I'm guessing that's only for the top 10.
That is only for the top 10. Yes, that is only for the top 10. Yes, Gainer's coming. Gainer's just heard my last 10 seconds and was like, no, that's not how it's done anymore. It is how it used to be how it's done.
Yes.
But now it's based on the championship, which is why we have to explain how the points from today carry over to the championship.
Yes.
Now, if you win the overall championship, which is the last 12 months, or the last 9 rounds in the case of the 2020-21 season, then you can earn the number 1 plate, and you earn the number 2 plate if you came second in the championship. So it is quite important. It's very hard for us to keep an eye out on all of this throughout the entire weekend, but we're going to try our best to keep up to date with the results, and we'll explain, you know, who's winning the weekend. Probably that's what we're going to focus on. Who's going to be the national champion, the Nationals champion, the sprint race champion, and that's what we'll probably announce hopefully towards the end after the 6th grid, because Gaynor in her glorious laptop over there is got the system working well for her, so we'll be trying to keep up to date. And after Heat 5, she'll send us all the information. I'm hoping she's nodding along, so I'm hoping she's keeping up with this because it's brand new information for her. And she'll send us the championship, and then we'll be able to try and predict who is going to be the champion of the sprint championship, i.e. of the weekend.
Also, while making delicious cake and providing it for us.
The cake has been absolutely delicious, and I can't wait because she's pointing at more for lunch as well, which I'm very much excited.
I may have said something blasphemous yesterday, which is where I said that Nikki made the cake. I know. I got told off this morning. I said, how dare you?
You see, I can understand your misconception there, because Nikki was the one offering the cake.
Yes.
She was the one offering the cake. Even though Gaynor made it, and it's delicious, Gaynor wasn't the one offering it out. So,
Nikki makes the sandwiches.
Nikki does make the sandwiches.
There you go. Teamwork makes the dream
Exactly.
work.
And we just so happen to be in the same room as them, so we get to take advantage of that as well.
We do indeed.
Which is quite nice. And we took advantage of the lovely hog roast.
Yeah.
There was rumours of a hog roast yesterday, and we stuck around long enough, and we got it, which was very nice as well. So, yeah, very nice all round.
Won't be sticking around late tonight, though, I will say.
I have to say, something on its way home, I heard, and I had to get back for the delivery. So, you know, hopefully everybody out there is looking forward to the game tonight, and hopefully you've been prepping for it for a lovely day of motorsport.
Exactly that. Well, we can talk about football a little bit later on, because at the moment they've got karts out on track.
They have, yes.
We do, yeah. Looking at the times, new fastest times just going in for Adriel Nigua there. Millie Howard was at the top of the timing tower for quite a while, so she put in a good time. Connor Young's got some good pace out there as well. Artsy Jackson, Henry Morris, Freddie Conliffe, George Spence, Robert Davey, Sophia DeRuz, and Lana Arnold, Finley McDowell, and Finley Roberts. Only the 12 karts out there, all showing good pace. Now, yesterday in one of their sessions, they extended it, of course, and they were practicing full course yellows. They were practicing red flags as well, just showing what the stewards expect from these drivers and what the drivers to expect when a situation like that happens as well. So, a really good teaching point for these guys.
Yeah, exactly. You may think, oh, it's just a practice. You know, you're not supposed to overtake in practice. Well, they're encouraged to overtake. They need to learn how to do such a thing, so they're encouraged to do that as well. What's important is they don't start racing each other so hard they come off the road, a bit like that with the number 35 of Adriel Ngua. And I tell you what, that's showing, again, pushing it slightly. If you're wondering what engines they're running in, well, you can see by the side there that looks very much like a TKM engine. And that's because it is, Anthony. It's a Class 14 engine, giving a little giggle there. Restricted TKM engine there as well. They do have a Class 11, so the 4 strokes out there at the moment, and the natural progression will be to carry on in the karts that they're currently in and go into the actual grid as soon as they're available. And I think that's Adriel going off yet again.
It is indeed. So he's trying to push himself back off the track. Not sure where on circuit that is.
But we do have the checkered flag about to come out, so I imagine they'll just drag it back.
So again, he's pushing that kart to the ragged edge.
Yes.
But as the rest of them are, so we're seeing more Swinson out there. But again, it's just good practice, good for the drivers.
They're throwing the red.
Oh, they are going to throw a red flag out there for us.
Not because of any big
Not because of
incident,
injuries. No. Albeit, actually, I have just seen where the 35 is, and he has gone spectacularly through a barrier. He is okay because he's out the cut. He's just jumped over another barrier, so he's absolutely fine. Oh dear, and the 33 has come to a stop.
Oh, that's because it's on a red flag condition.
Of course it is, yes. I knew that.
Yeah, how long have you been commentating karting for? Yeah, for full clarification on, I know I bored everybody on the championship points earlier on, but basically we're going to do our best to try and keep up with it, but obviously we've just come in for the last round, so it can be a bit complicated. If you want to find out how the championship's finished up and everything like that, then please do make sure you're following the NatSKA social media feed.
Yes,
Whether it's the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I'm sure it'll be posted amongst all of those areas over the coming days. So the fantastic team at NatSKA, they'll be pushing that out as soon as they have the graphics and have the confirmation. Because, of course, everything we say today is provisional, Anthony, because there may well be penalties to be put into place. The Class 15s know all about the penalties.
I'm going to have to interject here. That Marshall was a spitting image of Kimi Räikkönen. It's a spitting image of Kimi Räikkönen. I was expecting, yeah. Has he got an ice cream on him?
he looks about as bored as Kimi Räikkönen, it has to be said as well. Perplexed, shall we say. Why am I holding this red flag out? There's no incident around the circuit.
There you go. No, I just for a brief moment there, I just got a glimpse of it. So, yeah, there you go. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
I'm not sure who that is out there. I'm sure someone can...
No, I'm sure he'll probably watch it back and then think, why on earth are they commenting on my appearance? Yeah. No, he's doing a sterling job, though, has to be said. Another big thank you to the Orange Army out there today.
Yeah, of course, yeah. yeah.
And probably worth noting the sponsors yet again, because we mentioned them once today, and they need a bit more notice than that, I would say.
Well, yeah, of course, because without these sponsors, you, the viewers at home, yes, you, not you, but you, the viewers at home.
You looked at me when you said that.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't be here, though, either, would I?
Well, no, exactly. But yes, you, the viewers at home, wouldn't be able to watch this karting, of course, without those sponsors. We do say a huge thank you to Next Level Motorsport, Next Karting, and, of course, the Signage Media UK as well. But that is the end of practice. That is the end of Heat 4. It's time to start now Heat number 5, and we're back to Class 14. Indeed. Heat 5 is underway now for Class 14, and this is how they're going to line up on the grid. Will Wood, Ben Hurrell on row number 1, Harrison Hine and Jack Welch, Cyril Smith and Oliver Kirk Rowe on row number 3. Scott Hayward, Jamie Ledbetter, Charlie Phillips and Harry Wilch rounding out the top 10 grid. Back to the live pictures there in the pit lane. You can see the drivers there eyeing themselves up, eager, ready to get this race underway. It was quite a good race that we saw from these drivers earlier on, and I hope, fingers crossed for good things, that we see some more excellent racing in this one. There is the 24 of Will Wood, Quinton House. Quite a few Quinton House in this one, so if you're watching and you're a Quinton House fan, let us know who you're supporting in this race, because we'd like to know.
Absolutely, and if you are curious, obviously we're starting Heat number 5 here, but if you're curious and feeling sorry for the lovely commentators thinking, my goodness, they're working them hard, they're starting Heat 5, do they not get a lunch break? Well, we do, everyone gets a lunch break, and it's after Class 7, 8 and 13, so we have Class 14, Class 12, Class 7, 8 and 13.
I cannot stress more that there is absolutely zero sympathy towards two people who are sitting down in a warm commentary box with drinks and food and everything at their disposal. Trust me, no one has sympathy for the commentators.
Yeah, true. We've just been bragging about how Gainer's got cake about 5 feet away from us, so I don't think anybody actually cares what we think.
Exactly that. Nice thumbs up there from 54. To line themselves up on the grid, Harry Wilch. And there you can see the 29 of Charlie Phillips from Quinton House as well, getting themselves lined up. Oh, careful, cameraman almost tripped over there.
Expensive bit of equipment.
Well, yeah, there you go. Cameraman's disposable, but not the camera. There we go. You can just see there through the grid. Nice look at some legs. There we go.
Bit of leg, you never say no, but that's the front end of the order, isn't it? 67 and 24 right at the front. Now, who is the 67? You did just read it out. It's Ben Hurrell, of course, right in the thick of it in that first race, wasn't it? As we said, it was a cracking race earlier on. And Will Wood, who has had a penalty in Heat number 2, we mentioned it before, he's the only driver in Class 14 to have a penalty so far. Having said that, we haven't got the penalties through for Heat number 4 yet, as the race that we actually opened the show with today. But as we know, it's so far Will Wood, the only driver who has received one, and it was in Heat number 2.
We have another note that's been pulled up towards us. What does it say?
So apparently, I think Cyril Smith, who is in this race, had a jump start, so actually got given a 5-second penalty. Oh. I'm not entirely sure where that ended,
Okay, so we got a 5-second penalty, but it didn't change position. So it's a... Yeah, no, it can affect that though, can't it? So they have to carry over those points. So yeah, like you say.
Yes, exactly. So wherever Cyril Smith ended up,
if it was his worst round,
then they'll have to carry those.
They'll have to carry those points, so he can't lose those points. So there you go. So it still affects him.
It does still affect, and unfortunately, we don't quite have the results for Heat number 4, but we'll get them over lunch, and we'll be able to present them along with the rest of Heat 5 as well afterwards.
Yeah, we will get better, we promise. There we go. So you can see the drivers there lining up at the front. If you can hear us, give us a wave. Can they hear us? No, they can't hear us, can they?
It's a shame we're not over the PA system, isn't it? Because we could have had some real fun then.
But you got to remember that the PA system, they've got to use that for announcements, and they don't.
Boring things.
Yeah, they don't. Well, no, important things, not boring, important. Exactly. So you can't have us commentators jabbering on constantly about racing over the PA, because people can watch the live stream for that, can't they? You can get it up on your phone if you're not watching this race. Then it's hard to tell me to tell you to put the race on because you're not watching the race. But if you are watching the race, tell everyone who isn't watching the race who's nearby to stop watching the races. Get on the Alpha Live live stream. If you are enjoying what you're watching, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any future content, and make sure you like, comment, and subscribe as well. There we go. A nice zoomed-in shot there of the 67 Ben Hurrell. The concentration look through that iridium visor. A good word, that. Iridium.
I was going to say, it was always a very, like, that was the thing you wanted. I wanted an iridium visor for Christmas or birthday or whatever else. Didn't really matter anything else. Oh, bit of a slow start there, or a little bit of acceleration there, handed out by the mechanic. Just got him going there, a little bit of two-stroke cloud.
Yeah, you need to basically what he said there, he didn't touch the engine, he said you need to press the throttle.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, yeah, I forgot I had to
That's
do that.
how you go forward. Press the throttle.
The go pedal. There we go. Oh, dear me. Oh, the football chat's come back now, hasn't it? Oh, it's coming home, is it? Later. We'll talk about that later. Stop bringing up football. We're racing. That's what we want to talk about right now. And racing's about to get back underway for Class 14 as they start heat number 5 as they go through. Support out there for Charlie on track. Charlie Phillips in the 29. Starting on this grid in a position somewhere where it's 9th place is Charlie Phillips. Andrew Brown goes, good luck, Scott. New Zealand is cheering for you. There we go. So international support here for Fulbeck as green flag goes down. Already 3 wide into the braking zone of turn 1. The 07 of Harrison Hine down the inside, moves into the lead in towards turn 1. Excellent start from Harrison Hine. What a start from him.
Yeah, and the 58, Jack Welch getting a little bit sideways into Ben Hurrell there as well, but absolutely sensational stuff by Harrison Hine. And you saw it, he wanted the race move, he wanted the race victory would have been in the end, obviously, in race number 3. But, of course, Ben Hurrell received that one because Scott Hayward actually ended up with the technical flag being shown to him on the last lap of the race, which means he had to come into the pits on the last lap. In fact, there the 31 kart is starting all the way down in 8th position at the moment, but trust me, he won't be there for very long. That can be assured.
Grace Hurrell joins the chat as well, rooting for you, Ben. So good support out there for Ben Hurrell as well. So a lot of viewers watching on the live stream here for Fulbeck for the NatSKA Championship as they go through. And if you say NatSKA too quickly, everyone might confuse you that you're saying NASCAR, couldn't they? Don't worry, there are actually right-hand turns in this racing, and it's complicated. So there we go. There's a bit more skill involved in this one. 8 minutes to go out of turn number 1.
Yeah, Scott Hayward looking up the inside of the number 5 there of Oliver Kirk-Rowe. Good move into turn number 2 by the looks of it, and as I said, he won't be there for very long when he's already not hanging around. That is the move up to 6th position, and I think he's just gone through on 24 Will Wood as well, so that's the move up to 5th position already for Scott Hayward. Now Harrison Hine really has to get his nose down, doesn't he, get his head down and try and build out as big a gap as he possibly can, because Scott is going to be on the chart as soon as he gets some clear air, which he's about to do as he overtakes Cyril Smith around the outside into the corner, cuts off the nose there very nicely, meets the apex, runs not too wide but just wide enough, and is now with clean air into, I believe that is 4th place. Harrison Hine, Ben Hurrell and Jack Welch all nicely close together as we currently look at Oliver Kirk-Rowe, and I thought he was chopping the back end there of the 24 Cyril Smith, but not quite.
Tell you what, that picked me up, that did.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, there we go. But 7 minutes left on the timer. Contact warning for Charlie Phillips in the 29. So keeping an eye on that one as the number 5 dives back down the inside. Great stuff from Oliver Kirk-Rowe there. Goes through. Back another position. More support out there. Julie Brown joins us. Good luck to Scott. That'll be Scott Hayward, currently in 4th place, in the number 31. There we go. That's good racing from that one there. 6.5 minutes then on the timer. Harrison Hine leading the way. Ben Hurrell in 2nd place in the 67. Jack Welch. Oh, and there's been some contact there. The 29, Charlie Phillips, has been involved. Yellow flags are out, yellow flags clear. Another contact warning for Charlie Phillips. They've got to watch out there because a couple more of those and it could end up with a black flag. So got to be very, very careful with any more messages from the stewards from that one. You were just chatting to Gainer just there. What can you report?
Well, what I can report is, if I'm just looking, because she just sent me the updated results since Heat 4 very quickly.
Oh,
that's
excellent.
might be added as well.
Excellent.
So obviously that's included Ben Hurrell's race victory and Scott Hayward's 10th position. Because obviously he had to retire the car, which means he gained the maximum amount of points, which is 10. So, very useful thing they've done is they've also highlighted the drop points. So we're not going to include any of the drop points until we get into Heat 6, because there's no point, because they might end up changing completely.
They could get more different drop points.
It could be very, very complicated. But what I can tell you is that Scott Hayward has 0, Harrison Hine has 6, and Ben Hurrell has 8. So that's what the current situation is at the moment. Harrison Hine obviously leading the way, and Ben Hurrell will be scoring good points on Scott Hayward as it stands.
Back here with the race lead with 5 minutes to go, and we're looking at Harrison Hine and Ben Hurrell, who are line astern as they go through turns number 6 and 7. On your screen, you can just see there a big look over the shoulder for Harrison Hine, just seeing where is Ben Hurrell. He's about half a second behind you, so you've got a good breathing space. Runs a little wide though out of turn number 8 through 9 and 10 now. And down the start-finish straight, that gap is less than 0.4 of a second now as they go through, 3.5 tenths. So they're going to have to quickly watch out for this one as they head down the start-finish straight. You see the 58, Jack Welch, in the background there as well. 1.6 seconds further down the road. I suspect if these two start scrapping away, which I am indeed hoping for, you would think Jack Welch is also hoping for that one, and he'll close up very swiftly, I suspect, on that. So into they go, and that's very closed up now, isn't it? I think Ben Hurrell's eyeing up for a potential lunge. He's in lunge distance, I would say. Yeah, I tend to avoid lunges like the plague, but he seems to be looking for one as closely as possible. And there we go. There's an opportunity up the inside, and in fact, there we go. You called it, Anthony. He was lining it up, and he just saw half an opportunity, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to put my nose cone there. I'm going to make Anthony proud. Exactly, and he did. There we go, as it goes through. And again, just shows about. Now, we're looking, of course, at Harrison Hine through his racing line through that boot section. Harrison Hine's racing line through there was very tight, and also tried to go down the inside there of Ben Hurrell. Couldn't quite do it, stays behind. But yeah, his racing line out of the sort of boot section, you saw it goes in very deep, comes out quite wide, and that opened up a huge gap for Hurrell to get that car in the inside and just poke a nose in, and that, of course, forced Hine to have to force him out wide. So, you know, that just shows that line. Watch it again into the chicane here. You'll see Hurrell will be much tighter on exit. I say he'll be much tighter on exit. He got a little bit of a love tap, I have to say, from Hine as they go through. But Jack Welch capitalised on that one, slots through. And who's that? The 31, Scott Hayward. Oh, yes, please, says Scott Hayward, because he's been mighty all weekend and he wants to get another race win under his belt, I suspect, especially after that retirement he had in the previous race, as you said. Of course, receiving that technical flag for his rear bumper coming off. I suspect they've done that bolt up a lot tighter this time, and it looks much sturdier this time around, doesn't it? Yes, it does, but he'll still be hoping that he doesn't get a little tap from the rear end, just like Ben Hurrell did from Harrison Hine. But crucially, it didn't hurt Ben Hurrell. In fact, it probably helped him rather substantially, because he gained a 9/10 gap over Harrison Hine, where actually turned into Jack Welch in second place, doesn't it, of course? So, if anything, obviously, Harrison's probably come off the worst. Well, he has come off the worst for that. There's no doubt about it. Ben Hurrell got a little bit of a gap now then. Might come down. With 2 minutes left, he'll be hoping that he can keep that race victory and earn it without someone having to get disqualified as well, because obviously he'll very much enjoy the race victory, but it'll taste all the sweeter if he earns it the hard way. Yeah, exactly that. So, with just under 2 minutes to go, like Noah's Ark, it's 2 by 2, and down the inside goes the number 7 of Harrison Hine on Ben Hurrell to take the race lead through the turn 2 hairpin. Gets that job done nicely with the good switchback move there. Again, positioning the car vital. If you go do defensive too early, you can leave yourself vulnerable on exit because you just haven't got the momentum at the exit of the corner. Hayward. Oh, dear me, that's a spin for Scott Hayward. He had a disaster earlier on. He's now beached on the grass. He's going to try and push himself, but that looks very much beached. And if he takes assistance, he will have to retire. If he steps out of the car, he has to retire. And right now, that two-stroke car is starting to smoke away on the grass, and it looks like it's going to be a retirement for the 31, Scott Hayward, and that is an absolute disaster. 2 DNFs in the second day of racing. That is, yeah, couldn't go much worse for Scott Hayward, who was absolutely dominant in the last round. So he will score 10
points. Crucial. That's huge news, really, because that will potentially, because Ben Hurrell is in second place at the moment. That's promoted Harrison Hine into the race lead all of a sudden, because Jack Welch is dropped down to third, so I think we missed something somewhere there. But that means Harrison Hine will score 0 points. He'll jump into the lead for the weekend championship. Ben Hurrell will go into second place in the weekend championship. Yes, he will, Ben Hurrell, if it stays like this. In fact, he'll be drawing with Scott Hayward. But crucially, Harrison Hine will be very much enjoying this one now. Oh, yeah, I suspect so. So now, here is your top three. Line astern, 13 seconds left on the timer. And the last lap board will go out this time. But to who? Because Harrison Hine is leading the way. Ben Hurrell still there in second place, closing that gap. And Jack Welch, the 58, also closing up. Cyril Smith has now moved up into P4 from Oliver Kirk Road. Jamie Ledbetter, Harry Welch, Will Wood, and Charlie Phillips are your top nine who are still racing out on the circuit. Of course, we've just lost Scott Hayward a couple of laps ago after a spin at turn number 6. Back here at the front, though, last lap board about to come out. It is indeed, yeah. The gantry primed and ready for it to present it to Harrison Hine. Ben Hurrell, it's amazing, isn't it? As soon as Ben's in the lead, he slightly struggles with pace. As soon as he's chasing someone, it's like a different driver. He turns the pace on. It's like a flick of a switch. Harrison Hine was absolutely rapid compared to Ben when he was, in second place and he was trying to overtake Ben. But now it's roles reversed. All of a sudden, Ben has found the pace. I don't know if he's just a driver that doesn't necessarily have the experience in leading the race, can't quite put the qualifying times down, but it's crucial that he sort of gets rid of those open lines as well, isn't it? Those open doors that he keeps leaving. There's qualifying lines and there's racing lines, in my opinion, in some corners and some tracks. And the qualifying lines are the sort of when you go in really wide and you're trying to get as most speed out as possible. Racing lines is when you sort of close the door a little bit and you're a little bit more conservative. Sacrifice half a tenth here and there, but crucially keep the track position. Yeah, exactly that. Final corner to go then. Checker flag is getting ready, and it's going to go out to Harrison Hine, the number 7, as he crosses the line. Ben Hurrell can't do anything, has to concede and go for second place. Jack Welch crosses in P number 3 with a new personal best time of 51.17 as he crosses the line. The 28 of Cyril Smith, all on his own, crosses the line in 4th place. Then we wait for another 8 seconds for Oliver Kirk Rowe in the number 5. He comes out of the corner, takes that 5th place spot. Then it's Jamie Ledbetter, and close behind is the 54 of Harry Welch. Of course, a tough old race for those two. Charlie Phillips, again, another 10 seconds down the road, will appear in the number 29 plate in 8th place. There he is on cue. Thank you very much. And Will Wood on the 24, just further behind, finishing in 9th. And, of course, the 31, not finishing the race, Scott Hayward. Excellent race, though, once more. It was indeed. And just before we shoot to the next race, fun fact about Cyril Smith, actually. We just got a notification, obviously, that it's a bit of a jump start, given a 5-second penalty. It didn't affect it. But that meant they had to carry the points over. Ironically, though, it was the joint best points that they've received all weekend. So I'm sure they won't be too disappointed by it. They've had 3 fourth places now. Anyway, jumping into the next race is Class 12. Exactly that indeed. Class 12 about to make to the track now. 13 karts, and this is how they're going to line up. Alex Fallart, Francesca Beretta starting on the front row with David Otero and Faith Hunting. Good top 4 there, very quick drivers at the front. That will be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Molly Heaps and Joshua Potts rounding out the top 3 rows. Evan Handley and Harry Ledbetter on row number 4. Then it's Arthur Hagland, Nathan Walker, Harry Grayling and Alfie Heaps on row number 6. Rounding out row number 7 is Dougal, Hamilton, Smith, the number 19 kart. Again, I'm going to look to you here, Jack, and just say, have you got some more intel for me? Well, not quite. In fact, okay, actually, never mind then. No, talk about this. I'll have a quick look at what Gator sent me. Okay, fine. I'll let you talk about it. Here, then, on the W grid, you've got the 13 lined up there at the front. Alex Fallart there. He's had a good day so far. Came second in his first heat. There's the 17 as well, alongside Francesca Beretta starting on the front row. David Otero there, he had a race win in the first heat. 27 as well. Faith Hunting, Phoenix still there, running 84 there alongside.
Molly Heaps had a good race earlier on, was leading earlier on in the race as our cameraman, don't get run over, as he slides through the middle there. Good shot as they exit out of the dummy grid area onto the track. Now, you had some wild hand gestures at me there.
I've got intel.
Intel, excellent. What
and just before the racing gets underway, I'll share it with you. Alfie Heaps still leading the way with 4 points. He has to carry those 4 points as well because he got a penalty in the first race. Faith Hunting and David Otero are now drawing for second place. Crucially, Faith is ahead on tie-break scores, which don't ask me to explain. I can't do it quick enough because I haven't figured it out myself. Then Harry Ledbetter is in fourth, quite a long way back. So really, you're talking about Alfie, Faith, and David.
Okay. And
talking about
David and Faith are third and fourth.
Exactly. So
it's incredibly tight.
It is. And Alfie Heaps, dead last.
Exactly.
So keep an eye on Alfie in the number 3 kart. But realistically, David Otero, 38, and 27, Faith Hunting.
Yeah. Who needs to come out on top?
Well, realistically, there's not much between them. David and Faith need to score as many points against Alfie as humanly possible. It's obviously the drop points we were thinking about.
Okay, well, there we go. We'll keep a close eye on this. David Otero did get a race win earlier on today with starting nearer the front end. Can he repeat that in this heat here? Green flag goes out and away we go in towards turn number 1. The 13 of Alex Fallart dives to the inside. You see there David Otero straight away into second place. There is contact. A green helmet was spinning round there. Who was that's gone round? I'm not quite sure, but someone has dropped out of the order. It was the 84. Oh no, it was Molly Heaps. So Molly, with a great start previous, has now gone to the back of the grid this time around. Huge shame for Molly Hart, but back here at the front because crucially David Otero second place. And who's that just behind? It's the 27 of Faith Hunting. So that now makes it very interesting with those two right at the sharp end of the spectrum. That's bad news for Alfie Heaps, who is still only 12th place.
I don't have the processing power to explain how it's all going to work out, but Alex Fallart, who's leading the race, is actually second in the overall 12-month championship. I'm not going to mention it anymore, but just I thought it was a fun fact.
There we go, perfect. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. 8.5 minutes to go. We're nearing the end of lap 1. And how do they line up as they cross the line? Curve warning out to Arthur Hagland there, the number 7. But they cross the line. Our top 3 on your screen is as you see it. Alex Fallart, David Otero, Faith Hunting. And no position changes there. They all in different racing lines, but they all slot back into single file as they go through. But Faith Hunting, good run there. Tries to go around the outside, switch to the inside, all side by side here. Faith Hunting moves up into P2, runs slightly wide. Is she going to compromise her exit? Yes, she is, because now David Otero can fight back, but he can't hold on to it. And now diving to the inside of Alex Fallart as well. We'll have the outside line into the chicane. Gets the job done. Look at that. 2 positions in 2 corners.
That could be an absolutely huge move for Faith. Because 1, crucially, she's ahead of David Otero, and 2, she's a long way ahead of Alfie Heaps, who is making progress up to 7th place at the moment. And you never know when they come across the line, it could be even more because we haven't seen them on our screens. But crucially, the gaps are starting to eke out now. It's probably a good, not entirely sure, 4 or 5 seconds between Alfie and the race lead. And we do know Faith has got good pace in her. It's unlikely Alfie carving through the field will be able to put a significant amount of lap time on to try and overtake Faith. Here goes David Otero on Alex Fallart, and Otero goes through this contact through the 3rd part of that first chicane. And I tell you what, this is inviting for Harry Ledbetter to come in and have a little bit of a go. So Otero concedes the place, but tries to get that lovely cutback, or the Movo switcheroo, I think you called it yesterday, and they on, and it's worked on Alex Fallart.
It has indeed, yeah. It was a huge oversteer moment for David Otero out of the chicane. You just saw him going full opposite lock with that steering over the tyre wall. So you've got to be very careful if you hit those curbs. Despite the fact that they are the correct height, they are still fairly hard.
Well, you've measured them.
Yeah, I measured them. Yeah, I went out there with my ruler. Oh, that's the 84. That is Molly Heaps, who is now, after a spin earlier on, looking like a retirement on the start-finish line. That is a huge shame. That's just into the first chicane, just off track. But again, huge shame for Molly Heaps there. Important one to know is where is Alfie Heaps, and crossing the line, Alfie Heaps is in 7th place at the moment, so he's got good pace. He's there on your screen in the number 3. He's just got past the 17 of Francesca Beretta as well in towards turn number 1, so now he's moved up into P6 as he goes through. The 13 there in shot as well. That is Alex Fallart. That was the driver who was at the front, the sharp end of the spectrum. Nathan Walker just behind. He's had an up and down weekend. He's had a couple of spins. He also forgot to do his helmet strap up in one of the heats as well and got black flagged. So, that's a very important one as well.
Yeah, it's a shake your head moment, isn't it? To not do up your helmet. I have to say, I've accidentally done it once or twice before now. Not being caught for it.
No,
but yeah, it's certainly something. I was in car racing as well, and all of a sudden I can feel something flapping around and hitting my chin, and all of a sudden I realise it's my strap and I haven't done it up, and it's disastrous because, of course, you can't take your wheels off to do it up then, can you? Alfie Heaps up to 5th position, and I tell you what, Faith Hunting will be very much hoping that this just finishes as it is now, because if that is the case, then Faith will take the weekend lead. However, Alfie Heaps isn't hanging about, is he? He's got Nathan Walker in his sights and already tucked up behind the steering wheel, going for gold.
Yeah, exactly that. Support out for Nathan Walker on the stream. Steve Walker joins us on the chat. Also support out for Fallart as well. Alex Fallart's got some support out there as well. So do keep your comments coming in. We would love to see who you are supporting. With 4.5 minutes to go. Currently watching the battle here for around 5th place or 4th place on screen. We just saw the number 3 of Alfie Heaps get past Nathan Walker, moving up into 4th place. Faith Hunting crosses the line right now. What's the gap? 3.8 seconds to David Otero. What a lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? But I tell you what, if people are happy commenting in the chat, you know what I reckon? They might be happy sharing it as well.
It might be happy
and if they were happy to share it, then they could just do that right now.
They could, yeah. All you have
as the people they're supporting.
Yeah,
about that.
Exactly. It's just like, oh, did you know that I'm watching so and so in this race? You share it, you send it in a message. More people watch it, they share it, and then more people watch it, and there we go. You get more people supporting the drivers that you love.
Exactly, and the series that we love in NatSKA as well. Nathan Walker has been overtaken by Alfie Heaps, by the way. So Alfie Heaps from the back of the grid, already into podium positions. And look at that, who's ahead. That's David Otero, just about zooming through the shot there. Not that far away anymore. It was at one point 6.19 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if that's down to just under 5.
Well, let's see. Crossing the line, Faith Hunting, new fastest lap of the race, 56.9.
Well, I was very wrong with that.
And Alfie Heaps responds with that this time around with a 56.8, so he's closing that gap up as well, but the gap is 6 seconds to Faith Hunting from Alfie Heaps, and only 2 seconds from David Otero. There is the recovering 84 of Molly Heaps. They've managed to get that back nearer towards the pit entry area of the circuit. Back out on track here, that's the number 90 of Harry Ledbetter. Got the company of the 13 as well alongside. That's Alex Fallart that we were talking about a moment ago. He's managed to get past as they go through in towards turn 6 and 7. Back here, there is David Otero on your screen. Alfie Heaps just behind as well. Nathan Walker, who's got a bit of clear air now as well, and is latched onto the back of Alfie Heaps. So good driving there from Nathan Walker. Oh, dear me. Yeah, a bit of contact there between these two. Again, that's just going out wide, bringing it back to the inside, but not knowing that someone's just sent one down the inside as well.
A bit keen to defend there, I fear, for Mr. Ledbetter there. Alex Fallart looking to respond to being overtaken. Alfie Heaps has responded yet again to the claims that he's not the fastest man out on there on circuit. He's just put in a 56.76. Now, crucially, that was a full second quicker than Faith Hunting, and for nearly a full second, to be fair, quicker than Faith Hunting, and David Otero. So that gap is going to come down, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as we've only got about 96 seconds left.
Well, it's easy now to just say 90 seconds when it's 90 seconds.
Yeah, but that was 6 seconds ago. I'm not going to be silent for 6 seconds.
You can be optimistic. You don't have to get it spot on. That's something I learned very quickly. It's just like, it's 90 seconds. So, roughly 90 seconds left to go. Yeah, don't need to worry about it. Look at this, side by side though, for second place. David Otero, Alfie Heaps has come out of nowhere, and Heaps has gone to the outside. Can't quite do anything there, slots back into position, but the battle for second place is just about to heat up. Ring that dinner bell because there's not much time left to go. Down the inside again, Heaps does the move and gets the job done. Has he compromised his exit? No, of course he hasn't. He's got great pace there through there. Nothing that David Otero can do to respond to it. Slots now into third place. The next target is Faith Hunting, but who is 5.3 seconds further down the road, and with only 40 seconds to go, that is going to be a very tall order to accomplish.
Yep, and the reason why that's come as such a surprise to me is because I was looking at the gap to the leader and not the gap to the next cars, which is why I was quite surprised that Alfie Heaps had managed to pull up a 6-second gap on David Otero. It wasn't the case, it was only a second gap at the point I was looking, so do apologise about that. top commentary work here. David Otero then slipped down to 3rd place, which isn't going to really hinder him too much in his quest to finish in the top 3 for the day. However, Faith Hunting will be very pleased with the fact that she's going to be taking 0 points away from this race. However, this is the penultimate lap because they crossed the line with about 10 seconds to go, which means we've got one more lap for Faith to keep going. Alfie Heaps can try and take some time. But look at this, David Otero, all of a sudden Alfie's got past, caught him very quickly, got past. David's not letting him drop as quite so easily.
He is not indeed. Hayden Davis says on the chat, has Alex had a good weekend? Well, I can confirm that Alex has had a fairly decent weekend. He had a 2nd place in his first heat. He was a little further back in some of the others, but yeah, he's had a fairly bog-standard weekend with some good results, I would say. So yeah, you can be proud of Alex out there. He's had a storming weekend. But with that time of striking 0, the last lap board comes out now to Faith Hunting, who crosses the line and takes that last lap board. So it will be down now to who can take 2nd place. Defensive goes Alfie Heaps. It was unnecessarily defensive because that gap is quite large. That will now have hindered his exit going out of this straight, and now that gap is a lot smaller, now you can see. Yeah,
overthinking, I think, there, Alfie Heaps, and potentially overdriving. A bit too scared of the... I mean, it's a big gap. It's a good half a second, and if David Otero wanted to lunge up the inside from half a second back, he'd be looking at a Stewart's penalty, I imagine, because it wouldn't end well for either of them. So hopefully he's a bit smarter than that. I think he's proved that he's a bit smarter than that. So, yeah, a good race all round. Fantastic from Alfie Heaps going through the order. David Otero and Faith Hunting did pretty much exactly what they needed to do. They got in from the 2nd row of the grid up to the front row of the grid. And I don't think David quite had the pace. Faith has clearly got the pace because she's ultimate lap time is only a 10th or 2 slower than Alfie. But she's going to take the checkered flag. She's very confused about it.
Did I win that? What's going on? Where's everyone else?
Well, she's been so used to finishing 2nd this weekend. I think maybe she's surprised that she ended up winning, but she shouldn't be surprised because she did a fantastic job. And that win joins her 3 seconds that she's had this weekend. So very familiar to the podium, it's Faith. David Otero coming home in 3rd place. Obviously, Alfie was 2nd. Nathan Walker in 4th. Harry Ledbetter in 5th. Now, apparently, Harry did receive a 5-second penalty from heat number 4, but that hasn't updated in the results so far, so that'll be updated for heat 6 later on. Alex Fallart ended up in 6th place. Dougal Hamilton-Smith, who was leading the overall championship that I mentioned a bit earlier on, he came home in 7th, not having the fantastic weekend. Evan Hanley in 8th place, Arthur Hagland in 9th, Harley Grayling in 10th place, Francesca Beretta in 11th, with Joshua Potts, I believe, just about to come across the line. There we go. And obviously Molly Heaps retired very early on.
There we go. Excellent race for that one. Mr. Corker also joins the chat and just says, I used to race in NASCAR, have good memories, good luck to everyone racing today. Now, I'm unsure about who Mr. Corker is. I'm not sure that's your real name. If it is your real name, I do apologise. Mr. Corker, you know,
it's a corker of a name.
It is a corker of the name, but yeah, that's the problem with YouTube chat names. You don't really know who it is. Who's
no, it's why it's always a bit useful to keep an eye on the Facebook one because people are harder. Yeah. But yeah, we'll have a look. Anyway, forward towards Class 7, 8, and 13.
Yes, indeed. Classes 7, 8 and 13 will be coming back out onto the track. And again, a look at the brief grid of what you will see out on this one. Tyler Wallington and Samuel Forbes, Julian Sanders, Molly, Nicholas Biles, Jack Westfall and Bethany Livesey in row number 3. Alexander Arnold, Ben Johnson, Samantha Stewart and Matthew Mather on the final row. Right, there we go. The carts line up on the grid. Mr. Corker returns. So yes, that's very true. It's not my name. And no, it isn't. Can confirm that Mr. Corker is not their name.
Oh, what a disappointment. At least he's engaging on the chat, though.
Exactly.
Lovely to chat to the people in the chat.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. Again, oh, another interesting seating position for 19, who was sitting back with his legs up above the steering wheel last time. He's now sitting on the top. Clocked in as the engine starts, and we're about to get this race underway. Again, cameraman, please don't get run over. Get out of the way. Don't forget there's more cuts behind you as well.
Yes, there's the Class 8s, aren't they, to join them. A bit awkward as he turns around and doesn't realise they're coming.
Yes, indeed. Oh, there's the old bump start. Again, much easier to do when you've got a helping hand. Again, when you're trying to do it yourself, you You lift it up, you drop it down, you push it. You go, you run.
A bit difficult social distancing bump starts, though, isn't it? I suppose you have to do it on your own. And nice to see that they're all obeying the social distancing rules, of course, as well.
I like to obey the social distancing rules while I'm racing. If I'm in first, no, 2 metres behind, you're not allowed any closer. Get away.
It's a shame it happens more often than last.
Anyway. Exactly.
Alexander Arnold, Molly Nichols-Biles, and Jake Bastable are the drivers to probably be keeping an eye out on. They got 0, 4, and 8 points between them.
Yeah, exactly that. Support out on the stream as well. Chris Biles joins us, supporting Molly Nichols-Biles. So support out there. Please do get your comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you as this race through the smoke of the restricted TKMs. Green flags out, away we go, and there 93 diving to the inside as well, takes second place over those curbs and into the braking zone. Out they go, and it's a good start then from Molly Nichols-Biles, holding on to the lead, but has got the pressure of the 93 of Alexander Arnold once more. Out of the hairpin they go and in towards the braking zone. Molly holding that defensive line. Good driving there from Molly, holding on to that one. And a good start, but these two breaking away, defensive all the way through this first lap.
Yeah, I can already feel the heart rate of the person who is supporting Molly in the chat already starting to rise. She's doing a fantastic job of holding off what has been probably the driver of the field, and Alexander Arnold. And she was a little bit wide going through the exit there, but managed to tuck it back up in towards the next two apexes and got a good exit as well compared to Alexander Arnold, who did start in 4th place. A huge little slide there on the rear end as they hit the brakes going into the first corner. And I think Alexander Arnold's going to have a good exit coming out, but no, actually Molly has. So you can tell I don't really know what I'm on about, because Molly's absolutely smashing it, running a little bit wide onto the rumble strip on the exit, but again carrying the momentum and speed, and that's crucial.
Yeah, the positioning of your car in a situation like this is vital as well, because if you give a slight inkling of space, an inkling that you're weak at one point of the circuit, and it's going to be all over very quickly. But as they go through turns number 7, we are not seeing such a thing. Again, holding that inside line, forcing Alexander Arnold to the outside line, not giving him any opportunity to get that job done. This is excellent racing that we're seeing from these two at the front. The rest of the field as well, sodding through. Bethany Livesey in the 19 is also there in 3rd place. Jake Bastable has just moved up now into 3rd place. Bethany crossing the line in 4th. Samantha Seward in 5th place. Julian Sanders, Ben Johnson in 6th place. But down the inside there goes the 93. That's the job done. Can Molly respond though quickly?
Yeah, well, it was always going to be the case, and Molly had left a little bit of a gap up the inside. Not quite happening, though, as Alexander Arnold fitted his swollen NASA panel up the inside and managed to take the place away from Molly. After a fantastic defensive drive, Alexander Arnold has shown that he's got a great pace. But I tell you what, the gap these guys have already created is about 4 seconds. Molly's done a brilliant job at securing potential 2nd place at least.
Oh yeah, no, fantastic. The fact that they were battling, scrappling, defensive driving, and still have opened a gap up 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Yeah, no, it is great to see. But they cross the line. Alexander Arnold now leading the way from Molly Nichols-Biles, and then it's Jack Bastable there, still 3rd place. Samantha Stewart, Julian Sanders, the 51, who's back out on track. Hopefully it stays going. Keep it going. Like you said, they were temperamental karts. They've been very temperamental in these last couple of heats, haven't they?
Yeah, the Class 8s haven't really gone to plan. We've had 2 DNFs. Because in the last 2 races, and considering there are only 2 drivers, it's not been ideal for the class, shall we say. And there's probably a reason why people don't run them as much as they do road taxis and TKMs and 4-strokes, put it that way. But it's nice to see almost a passion project out there again. And Tyler Wannerton winning Class 13.
Well, I mean, he's had a fantastic weekend. I mean, his performance has been tremendous. His positioning has been tremendous. He's not lost a position so far this weekend, and he's been smashing it in his Class 13. Yeah,
it says a lot when you don't have to drive defensively once.
It does.
I mean, that's how the gap he has had. So, brilliant drive by Tyler Wannerton.
No, exactly that. There we go. 5.5 minutes then left on the timer, and Alexander Arnold is holding on to that one. There's a look a little further back. There's the 51. Julian Sanders got the company of the number 2, Samantha Stewart. Has just got past as they go through into the 2nd of the 2 chicanes. And you would think at this point now, Samantha locking onto the back of Julian just to try and follow the line as much as possible. Of course, Julian is technically in the faster kart and is now closing in on Jake Bastable there as they go into the boot section. Well, it's a different class, so this doesn't mean anything if he does overtake. He's leading in his class. But Alexander Arnold, fastest lap of the race at the moment, 47. There we go.
Yeah, well, Julian and Sanders obviously wanting to earn their lunch as they go in towards lunch break straight after this race, which is, obviously everybody at home, keep in mind as well, we'll be back within the hour. A mechanical flag for Bethany Livesey, which is really good, so she'll have to come in. Not entirely sure why that is. I'm sure Gaynor will probably whisper in my ear. Anthony, you take away.
Yeah, I'm sure, Gaynor will. Mr. Corker, John Stout, wasn't NatSKA meant to be racing at GYG? Yet you are correct, NatSKA was supposed to be racing this time at GYG, but because of the restrictions in Wales, it wasn't deemed
but you
suitable.
Couldn't camp overnight, that was the problem.
Couldn't camp overnight, so it was a bit of a challenge. Obviously, now all those restrictions have gone, so technically it could have happened, but of course, with everything, with the case, it was just safer and better to just come to a track. It was in,
and Fulbeck gave them a way out, shall we say, and offered the track up because it was free, so brilliant that they did such a thing, very friendly of them. I can say as well, Bethany Livesey, the reason why she got the mechanical flag is something to do with the exhaust. That's about as the intel goes, apparently. Yeah, apparently as technical as Gaynor gets. So
I'd be like, something wrong with exhaust.
Yeah.
I don't know what that accent was. I do
almost verging on Yorkshire, which is definitely not Gaynor. I don't know where that came from. Exhaust. Falling off.
There we go. I have to say, it's devastating for a driver when an exhaust comes off. For the commentary team, it's quite funny because you just hear it as it goes by. You just hear the exhaust come. That was my impression of an exhaust coming off.
No, I thought it was a sheep actually. But
thank you.
No, you're absolutely right. It's almost like a chain coming off as well. You just hear ring, ding, 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 as it revs highly. Oh, Molly at the inside of Alexander Arnold. Oh. That was a huge move. Tell you what, sent from way far back, side sealed and delivered. Well done to Molly, catching Alexander up for the last couple of laps, but we didn't think the move was on. We were absolutely wrong.
I know, exactly that. We were miles away there. Were you doing impressions of gearboxes as well? But as they go through, 2.5 minutes to go. Molly a little bit wide on the exit, holds onto it though. Great driving from Molly once more. It seemed to have caught Alexander Arnold sleeping there into the chicane.
Yeah, again, Molly, though, she's taking that wider line through the boot, which is offering up a good exit onto the start-finish straight, but it's another one of those qualifying lines, I would say, where we saw earlier on. It opens the door up too much. And again, qualifying line, she wants to go really wide. And oh, no, that's absolutely gutting for Molly. And as Alexander Arnold, he just took so much speed and he actually corrected it. Didn't make contact. That was only because Molly had such great reactions and scooted out of the way. Now, she needs to get that kart out of the way because that is a pretty dangerous position. But that is really good because that was a fantastic, probably the best race we've had in Class 7 over the weekend.
Yeah, that is a huge shame then for Molly Nicholas-Biles, looking so strong out there. And that was an absolute disaster. Again, it was a good move from Alexander Arnold, put the kart down the inside, but Molly just refused to give the place up easily, held it round there. A contact warning has been given out. There was a little bit of side-to-side contact.
I missed that.
But it was nothing malicious. There was nothing untoward about it. But yeah, it was just Molly was really determined to keep that position, tried to hang it round the outside, and unfortunately, it just ran out of track. A big shame for Molly Nicholas-Biles there, and there it is, the kart stripping.
Oh, it's in the Class 8, stripping down
Samuel Forbes.
And I'm not sure where the other Class 8 actually is. We're looking for Julian Sanders.
He's P2 at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Because he's recovered through the order so much, and obviously we lost Molly, didn't we? So, yeah, I mean, Alexander is going to take the checkered flag, I imagine, unless he gets some kind of black flag, which I don't think he will get a black flag. I think it'll be discussed in the steward's office afterwards if anything else comes of it. Obviously, he's got the warning. But it's going to be one of those where you're right, I don't think he meant it. It was just, the opportunity was there. Again, Molly was taking almost those qualifying lines that I mentioned just prior to the incident. Leaving the door open, obviously trying to carry as much speed as you possibly can, but in a race, you got to be a little bit more conservative. You got to think about the driver behind and just not give him the option at all. And yeah, unfortunately, it ended sourly for Molly.
Not good at all. But here, Alexander Arnold leading the way. 20 seconds left on the timer and has got the track all to himself. Julian Sanders there in second place. Jake Lastable there in third place, second in class. Overall in third. Samantha Stewart in the number 2 kart is in fourth place. Ben Johnson in fifth. Matthew Mather, again, great running from him. Up into sixth place. Tyler Wannington in seventh place. We've just lost Molly Nicholas-Biles. We lost Samuel Forbes a moment ago. And Bethany Livesey with of course, meatball flag. No one likes meatball. I love meatballs, but I don't like the meatball flag. There we go. So, There is the 51 on your screen. Julian Sanders, second overall, first in class. As he goes through, they're very quick out there when that car stays running. Of course, we were slightly concerned about what the potential issues could have been, but yeah, they've been topsy-turvy, these karts, haven't they?
They have been indeed, yeah, a little bit temperamental, but with all rotary engines, they can be temperamental. Just ask any Mazda RX-7 driver out there, or RX-8, I can't actually remember which one it is now. The last lap board has been held out, and at the moment, obviously we did the rundown of the order before, but if you want to know how that's dictated by class, you're just seeing one leader overtaking another leader. In Alexander Arnold, leader of Class 7, Julian Sanders, leader of Class 8, and then, of course, Tyler Waterton, leading Class 13.
Indeed, you are correct. So we're watching now your race leader. It was a tough old race at the beginning for this driver, Alexander Arnold. You know, he's had a pretty flawless weekend so far. He had a retirement in Heat 3 due to a mechanical issue. He won his Heat 4, and he's about to win now Heat number 5 for Alexander Arnold. Julian Sanders crosses the line. Finally takes another, finishes a race at the end of this one. No mechanical gremlins for this one. The 13 crosses the line. Another race win for Tyler Waddington in his class. And again, crossing the line is the 55 Jack Pastival there. 14 seconds down the road from Alexander Arnold. So sheer pace there on that driver. Samantha Stewart crosses the line, 4th on track, 3rd in class, and the number 2. And we wait for the rest of the field to follow through.
Yeah, Ben Johnson and Matthew Mather are just still waiting.
Is it Mather or Mather?
Matthew Mather, probably Matthew Mather, I imagine.
Mather,
I don't know, maybe someone will come in at lunchtime and tell us.
Let us know if we are getting that wrong.
But that is the checkered flag, and that's not only rounding out this race, it's rounding out the morning session as well. It's been an absolute cracking start to the Sunday of the NatSKA Nationals, and Anthony's just started a little jig, which I thought meant he needed the toilet, but I think it means he gets to go and have food.
Is it lunchtime?
It is lunchtime.
Yay, food.
Big thank you to everybody who's tuned in to watch. We will be back as soon as possible, obviously, hopefully within the hour, but just a couple of reminders. Big thank you to our sponsors for allowing the live stream to be going ahead. Big thank you to the marshals and everybody viewing. But also, if you've enjoyed the live stream, then you can go and donate to the NatSKA GoFundMe page. It's still active. You can find it on the NatSKA Facebook page and all their social media streams as well. And that's a big thank you to everyone who has donated so far, but we're continuing to raise money, and all the funds will be going from now on, basically, will be going towards NatSKA. So if you're enjoying what's going on circuit, then please, by all means, go and have a look.
Exactly that, indeed. Well, again, huge thank you to the marshals. They'll be coming in as well. They'll be having their lunch break also once more. So that I will do. It's a 45-minute lunch break, which is unheard of in karting. Usually, you got 10 minutes. There you go. Back out we go.
We've got to give the marshals something to share about when we get the off the break.
No, exactly that. Exactly that. Well, it's been absolutely fantastic. And, yeah, a huge thank you to everyone watching. Stay tuned, though, because, of course, we'll be finishing off Heat number 5 a little bit later on. We'll be starting after lunch with the Class 11 and 10 at roughly what time?
45 minutes from now.
45 minutes from now, yeah. So I'm guessing 1:45. And then it'll be Class 1 and 4, Class 15, and that'll be the end of Heat number 5. Then we go into Heat number 6 and round out the day. So thank you for everyone watching on the stream. Stay tuned, and we'll see you a little bit later on.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back after the lunch break here at Fulbeck for the Nationals round for the National Schools Karting Association. We've had an absolutely fantastic first Saturday. We've had a fantastic first half of the Sunday, and we've got the next half coming up in just a moment. But before we do that, we're going to have a quick chat with one of our former drivers in the NatSKA Championship, and that's Joseph Loke. So, Joseph, please come in. Joseph, now you've raced in this previously. You've raced on to do better things, such as Formula 4. The Fiesta Kart Championship, you actually won that as well, the Fiesta Championship as well. And talk us through your experiences in the NatSKA Championship as well.
Yeah, well, this is exactly where it started for me. Yeah, it started when I was 10 and I was karting for 4 years, I think, just learning my craft. And yeah, that was basically where it all started. And obviously I've progressed quite a bit from then, all the way to F4 now, which is quite weird to think. Just coming back here, it really reminds me of how it all started.
No, exactly that, and the fact that you're here, you're helping out as well, it just shows that the sort of family vibe that we've got here in the NatSKA paddock as well, which is a huge fundamental part of it.
Yeah, 100%. I think everyone's just friends around here, really. You know, we're out there racing, but at the same time, we're all working together. If you walk around the paddock, you'll see people lending parts to each other, even if they're in a close rivalry. So I think it's really amazing to see such a close bond between every single person in the paddock, and it's a really good way to get started in motorsport.
No, exactly that. And sort of talking through some of your experiences in the NatSKA paddock, is there any backstories that you can tell? Any funny moments that you've relived in the past in this paddock?
Yeah, I think all of the good moments have all come from friendships on and off track. You know, when I raced, I would always have a group of friends, and we'd all be at the front. We've all moved on to different things, but yeah, we were all just such good friends, and the fact that we could take that friendly rivalry and, you know, put it onto a track against each other, racing around, it's a really good way to kind of get used to racing, but as well as make friends and a family almost.
Excellent stuff, and like you say, it's a great experience to start off in this one, and it just shows the steps forward you can take. And of course, looking at Tom Oliphant, you know, when he used to race in this, you know, he won the championships here in this one, now racing the British touring cars, it just shows that there is still potential for these drivers to move forward in previous years.
100%. There's some really good drivers that come from NatSKA. Obviously, I've come from here. Tom, like you said, has come from here, and we're both in the BTCC paddock, so which is, you know, fairly high up in UK motorsport. So I think it does show that there's a lot of potential, that this is a great breeding ground for a lot of young drivers to put their stamp in motorsport.
Oh, excellent. Proper grassroots racing, isn't it? Yeah. Well, again, thank you very much, Joseph, and we can't leave you long because you've got to head off to your Marshall Point now because you're helping us out here, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm track observing all afternoon, so it's a really good insight into what goes on behind the scenes, not just the on-track action, but you also get to see what happens behind the scenes with all of the marshals, track observers, all of the key people within the paddock and within the championship. So it's a really good insight.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. We'll let you crack on for this one now. Perfect stuff. Well, great to chat to Joseph there. And, of course, we can catch up the rest of the action because the next race coming up now is Class 10 and Class 11. Well, great to chat to Joseph Loke there, former NatSKA driver, and of course now racing in the TOCA touring car package at the British Touring Car Paddock now. But of course we've got race 32, Class 11 and Class 10 for their Heat 5 is about to make their way to the circuit, and this is how they're going to be lining up. Abby Mills on the front row with James Hunting, Alfie Atmore and Harry Hurst on row number 2. Thomas Forbes and Joshua Behan on row number 3. The next couple of rows are Peter Nuns-Randall, then it's Leah Rowand and Evan Bradley, Matthew Pepe and Oliver Costello. Alex Favreau rounding out row number 6. Oliver Livesey and James Thompson round out the row 7. Then it's Lachlan Bott and Nathan Tyler. Tom Ratcliffe and Noah Webb round out the 17th and 18th spot on the grid. Andrew Willman, Warren Kiss and Tom Stretford round out the field of 21 karts. Well, here we go then. Karts are making their way round the circuit. They've all been fed. They're all happy. I suspect that some of these drivers could have had their lunch break ages ago because they weren't actually in some of the other heats. But never mind. The queue for the cafe here at Fulbeck was mighty and long, so luckily I brought in my own provisions. Oh, I've just turned around and noticed some pork pie next to me. I'm very happy now. I didn't know that was there. Well, thank you very much, whoever delivered that one. Was it? Oh, it was yourself, Jack. Jack can't talk at the moment because he's currently got his mouth full with said pork pie. But anyway, the race is about to get underway because it's all about to get nice and busy here around the final couple of corners now. Here we go then. Heat number 5. For this class, race 32 of the weekend. Green lights are out and away they go in towards turn number 1. Good start from the number 5 at the front of the row. Alfie Atmore there taking the lead straight away as they go in towards the first chicane. Bit of jostling in the back of the field, but everyone looks like they've managed to get through as there was a flutter of the yellow flag, but it clears very quickly out of turn number 2, and they come screaming down the back straight here. Contact warning there for Oliver Livesey, but in the number 45, so he's got to hold on to that one. And yeah, this live stream is 50% karting, 50% food. Yes, I will take full credit for the 50% food part of that one, but never mind. Never mind. 8.5 minutes then to go in towards the next couple of corners. Nice and clean, everyone keeping it tidy. Jack, have you swallowed your pork pie yet?
Yeah, it's because of the queue that was that formed that I had to rush back without getting my lunch. So very kindly, Gaynor and the NatSKA team have fed me snacks, which is delightful, which I will be continuing to eat throughout the course of the afternoon, I'm sure. A good start by Alfie Atmore, though, against Thomas Forbes. Two protagonists, you could argue, in amongst all this action that we've got for the class 11 and 10 field. And then you've got Joshua Bean, who's had an unfortunate weekend, I would say, mainly due to a little bit of penalties forcing him down the order.
Yes, I will probably agree with you on that one. It has been a tough old day for some of these drivers, but here at the sharp end of the stick, the number 5, the 66, and the 2 fighting away fearlessly. Of course, the 66, Thomas Forbes, he's had a pretty good day so far. Took a win in race number 1, second in race number 2. And has been off the podium in both heats 3 and 4, so he's wanting to capitalise on this one as they go through. Number 5, second place previous for Alfie Atmore. He had another second place earlier on today in heat 3 and a third place earlier on as well, so he's had a fairly good day as well. Can he make it a race win this time, though? Well,
that's the question on everyone's lips, isn't it, for Lackland Bots? I mean, it's a long way down. 12th position for Lackland. Well, it was 12th position. It's just moved up to 9th, actually. But obviously, we're focusing on the top 3 at the moment because they're providing us with some very equal and very fair racing, it has to be said. Josh Bean looking over his shoulder to see that he's got blissful isolation behind him. Thomas Forbes not looking over his shoulder at all because he's slotting his way through. Alfie Atmore got caught out a little bit then. I think he just got a little bit of a bump at the backside by the number 2 kart as well, and Joshua Bean. Nothing untoward, but just a reminder that you were in the race lead. You could slip down to 3rd if you're not careful, and if you're running a little bit wide, I think there was a little bit more contact there. An apologetic finger from the number 2 of Josh Bean there. It's allowed Thomas Forbes to pull away slightly.
Has indeed. Support coming in for many of the drivers on the chat. We've got support out for Peter out there, for Alfie, as well, and for Warren, so keep your support coming in. We would love to hear from you. Just under 6 minutes to go, 5 minutes 50 seconds, and again, big look over the shot and a shake of the head from Alfie Atmore.
Someone's not impressed.
Yeah, so he's not impressed with who's there or maybe how he's positioning. He's not impressed with the lead is breaking away, and I've got someone right up behind me. What is going on?
Well, if you leave the door that far open, one thing will happen. It's Josh Bean will take the opportunity, and thank you very much for it. Thomas Forbes pulling away then. It was a 7/10 gap at one point at the beginning of the last lap. I fear it may be increasing, and actually look at the gap that Josh Bean has actually gained on Alfie Atmore already. Evan Bradley, who's had a up and down sort of, even in fact, well, it's been a pretty torrid sort of weekend actually for him. He's had 2 penalty points. He's had to carry both of them, which means his 8th place that he achieved in the last heat is actually going to be, he's going to have to drop it. So he's going to have to carry a lot of extra points. The number 92. Now what we're looking at here is Harry Hurst and the 20 of Peter Nunn's Randall. Harry just going through on Peter there, and by the looks of it, we've got the number 95 just chasing them down, of Leah Rowland and Lackland Botts just in the background.
Yep, you can see there the red suit, black helmet with the silver sort of bodywork on the car. Well, silver and black bodywork, so nice colour mismatch that they've got going on there with that
Whatever
car.
fits the car will do.
Yeah, exactly. If it fits, sits, as a cat would say.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, like to sit anywhere they like, don't they? 4.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look down at the rundown of what we've had after 4 laps of racing. Thomas Forbes leads the way at the moment in that 66 plate. Then it's Joshua Behan in the number 2. Alfie Atmore in 3rd place. Evan Bradley in 4th. Peter Randall. And then it's Harry Hurst, Leah Rowland, Lachlan Bott that we are looking at on your screen as we now move to 2nd place. Then it goes Oliver Livesey, then it's James Thompson, Thomas Radcliffe, Matthew Pepe. Good running so far for him because he had a retirement earlier on as well. James Hunting in 13th place, Oliver Costello in 14th, Andrew Willman in 15th, Tom Stretford in 16th place. Warren Kiss, the number 1 plate, doing a sterling job up into P17, so doing very well for him out there. Noah Webb in 18th place, Nathan Tyler, Alex Favreau and Abby Mills rounding out the grid. 21 karts started this race, 21 karts still running, which is excellent to see. Yeah,
Lachlan Bott just making up 2 positions while you were doing that rundown as well. He's now up to 6th place and he's hunting down. He's not finished. He wants, in fact, he's already had the number 5, who obviously was Alfie Atmore, running so well earlier on in this race. Slipping down the order a little bit, and by the looks of it, Lachlan has been released, as they say. Lachlan, I keep saying Lachlan, don't I? That's who we had a gentleman come up saying it's Lachlan.
He's very nice about it. He's loving the commentary, loving it. Lachlan.
And it was to you as well, and you've been pronouncing it right all this time, and it's me who's been the one upsetting him, unfortunately. But yes, Lachlan Bott. And now we're currently looking at the number 20 of Peter Noonan's rear. I mean, Lachlan actually overtook these guys not but half a lap ago, and look at the gap as the number 95 Leah Rowland goes up ahead.
Yep, good little overtake there. Here is a little look further up. So you got the 25 just in short. That's Evan Bradley. Harry Hurst as well, the 92. Great running from him so far up into P4, but has got that increasing pressure from Lachlan Bott, as you say, just behind, who's managed to get past the 2 further behind of Peter Randall and Alfie Atmore, and has closed in on this group of cars as they go for the lead. There you go, diving down the inside, not making a move there, but suffering on the exit here because, of course, taking that much tighter line on the way in, so it has to slot back into place. But I suspect Lachlan here is in a good position because the 2 in front, I don't think have actually noticed these here and are actually fighting for position, which is good because, you know, they're going to be losing time with taking defensive lines and all of that. And then Lachlan Bott, again, fastest lap of the race, 56.78. They approach the 73, who gets out of the way. That is Abby Mills.
In the Class 10 car.
In the Class 10, yeah. And moves out of the way for these front runners. Around 90 seconds. Oh, and there's a coming together in the... Was that the number 2? Was that Joshua Behan that I saw there? I think it could have been. It was the leaders. Now the 2 has slowed right down. It's Joshua Behan. Where is Thomas Forbes? Is he a little further up the road? But I think he was also involved in it. Oh, right, okay, here we go. Ring the dinner bell because it's about to kick off once more because it's for 2nd place on the grid here because Joshua Behan now under immense pressure from Evan Bradley. Tries to go down the inside. Now has to concede a spot here potentially to Harry Hurst, who switches around the outside now. Oh, this is very close. Marshall. There we go as they go through. 1 minute left on the timer here. It's all kicking off.
Yeah, and crucially, Josh Behan actually got a contact warning before he then cut across the other drivers as well. So Josh Behan being a little bit of a naughty boy at the moment, and I fear that he may get a little bit of a chat to. And Evan Bradley with the warning, actually, the number 25, so maybe he was the one actually to blame for that little incident. I only just saw it as I looked away from the timing tower, so maybe he is. Was looking up an avenue that wasn't really there. Lachlan is certainly going to hope to prise the door open, shall we say, because he is now in 4th position.
Ah, yes, it's very well spotted. 30 seconds to go.
No, he's in 3rd position. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, there you go. No, it's absolutely fine. 30 seconds to go then, and Thomas Forbes leading still at the moment. Lachlan Bott, though, down the inside of the number 2. Can't quite do it on the exit and loses the position for good measure because down the inside. Oh, Evan Bradley, thank you very much. I'll take those 2, says him.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got 2 laps to hold off the attacks of Josh Behan, who's coming back strong, as is Lachlan, not wanting to lose out to number 92 of Harry Hurst. There we go. Joshua goes back through. Fantastic little battle here for second place, isn't it? Evan Bradley is the number 25 who's in amongst it. Lachlan looking to go to the inside, but just thinks better of it, or was too far away. It's hard to tell sometimes with those racing perspective. But Thomas Forbes is a good 3.2 seconds up the road, not really worrying about this, even if there was contact between him and Joshua Bean earlier on.
Indeed, so the timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be coming out this time to Thomas Forbes, but all eyes are here on this second place battle. This has been absolutely nose to tail all the way throughout. The 56 just getting out of the way. I believe that was Nathan Tyler, currently in 20th place in Class 11 as it goes through. So good driving from him. Last lap board goes out to Thomas Forbes, but like I say, yeah, eyes on this one at the moment, because in second place is Joshua Bean at the moment. Lachlan again to the inside, defensive little weave there from Evan Bradley, but it can't do anything about it because Lachlan Bot now moves up into P2. Good move there, but was it a move too late? Because Joshua Bean, I should say, sorry, has started to open up that gap. I think he may have got second in the bag. What can Lachlan do in this short amount of time?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Lachlan, actually. He's got fantastic pace through the chicane here. There's a couple of technical sections to come as well, and a lot of sort of coming out of the corner. And in fact, here he goes on the left-hand side. It's going to be a good move for Josh Bean to keep that away from him, but Lachlan just showing that he was ambitious enough to even try it. Thomas Forbes is about to take the checkered flag, by the way. In fact, there he is on your screen, just going through the final boot section. Coming out turn 9, about to go through turn 10 in blissful isolation. Yep,
on his own, 66, Thomas Forbes, another race win, but who's going to get second place? It's Bean who comes out the number 2 on top, and Lachlan Bot has to settle for third place. Evan Bradley crosses in 4th, and Harry Hurst, great result, 5th place. Then comes Peter Nuns-Randall in 6th place. Good support on the stream for him as well. Leah Rowland as well in 7th place. Tom Ratcliffe is appearing in your shot now, the 88, 21 seconds further down the road. Then it's Oliver Livesey who's going to rear run to the line. Who's going to get it? James Hunting moves up 2 positions, goes to 9th place. Then it's Oliver Livesey, then James Thompson, Matthew Pepe, then it's Andrew Willman, and Warren Kiss up into P14. Great result for Warren. Tom Strefford, I should say, in P15. Alfie Atmore, disaster, starting at the front, all the way down now in 16th place. Oliver Cosetto in 17th. Then it's Alex Favreau, Noah Webb, Nathan Tyler, and Abby Mills rounding out the 21 strong grid. 21 cuts started it, 21 cuts finished it.
Yeah, which is always nice to say, isn't it? And crucially, I believe that means Thomas Forbes will have halved the gap to Lachlan Bot, because Thomas Forbes would have scored 0, keeping him on 6 points. Lachlan Bot was on 0, but now have 3. Speaking of, well, moving forward, actually, we'll see how that develops as we go through into Heat 6 and the last race of them further in the day. But we're still on Heat 5, and we're going to shoot away to Class 1 and 4.
Indeed, Class 1 and 4 about to make their way to the second for their Heat 5, and this is how they line up. Archie Robinson and Casey Wannerton again on that front row. Can Casey finish a race this time around? We want to see it. Casey, hopefully your mechanic, dad, whoever it is who was doing it for you, has fixed that car and has done a sterling job. John Seward and Ethan Grundy on the second row of the grid. Joseph Smith and Robbie Smith. Hopefully could be a relation on row number 3. Rounding out the grid, of course, is Cayetano De Ruiz on that 7th spot on the grid, and the number 22. Live pictures now back in the pit lane, and we have again the number 1 and the number 5 on that front row, which is excellent to see. Thumbs up there from Archie Robinson. Yeah, there we go, and a nice wave as well. I love the googly eye that's on the GoPro on the nose cone there. I do like that one. There is Casey Wannerton. Again, had a really tough weekend. Needs to get a race finish under their belt for this race. Thumbs up there from the number 2 plate, John Seward. Kingham Hill there for that driver as he goes through, and again got those sponsors on the front. Very important to get those out there. There's the 19. Ethan Grundy, AMS, looking strong this weekend. The number 11, Joseph Smith, also AMS. Nice wave there from Joseph's clear visor. The sun has gone away now, so you can probably get away with the clear visor. That's what you want. Out there, the number 3 on your screen, that's Robbie Smith, another driver for the AMS school team. Smithy, as he's known.
Smithy indeed.
Smithy, I know many Smithies I do in the past. Another wave of the hand there, and a thumbs up from the 22 as well of Cayetano De Ruiz there as well. So good, happy, young grid of drivers that they've got out here, and it's excellent to see. And like we say, no penalties that we've had out in this one. They've been a sterling group of drivers, haven't they?
I think they've been the cleanest grid that we've had on all day, which absolutely credits to them, I would say, considering they're such young drivers. We have the green flag flying away now, so as the 2 strokes just boot themselves up, obviously the 4 strokes are running nicely. Before I can take you through a little bit of the information before we go, I think Archie Robinson has pretty much guaranteed the victory of the day. He'll be running the S-Plate next year if he carries on in Class 1. If we have a look at Class 4, Robbie Smith, if he finishes within the top 3 in this race, he has pretty much won the Nationals for the weekend. So a great opportunity for Robbie Smith to seal out what has been a good weekend, and by far and away got the most least amount of points, I should say, considering that's how you win this championship. So it's a good sealing start. 3 race wins to his name so far, and only 1 second place, which of course he drops.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
You make a very valid point there.
I tend to do that. People are always surprised.
No, I know. I would have been paying a little bit more attention if I wasn't eyeing up the pork pie. But yeah, there we go. No, I've still not touched it yet. I'm going to be a good boy. I'm not going to touch it.
You see, that's why I let you go through the grid.
Exactly, because half of yours is gone already. But anyway, racing, green flag, here we go for Class 1 and 4 over the start-finish line, and away they go. Casey Wallington crosses the line first and dives to the inside. Good start from Casey there. Can they hold on to it? That's going to be the important one. Out the corner they go, tucking in there. Come on, kart, yes. Keep it going under pressure, though. The number 2 of John Stewart dives down the inside of Archie Robinson, gets that second place spot, but of course first in class doesn't really matter. Of course, anyway, as they dive through the kink in towards the chicane, and good running. No one running wide, no one going it in too fast. Good running from these drivers so far.
Yeah, and importantly for Casey, that'll mean 1 drive in between themselves and then, of course, Archie Robinson, which, of course, is 4th class position, isn't it? So, hopefully, Casey not had all the luck, I think it's safe to say, over the weekend. I think it's more than safe to say that, actually. They'll just be hoping, fingers crossed, praying that the kart carries on. They're in the lead of the race. They want the points, or the lack of points, I should say, and they just want the kart to work. Let's just pray that they get through.
Yes, exactly that. The timing appears at the end of lap 1, and there it is. Casey Wallington on front with John Stewart behind. And John looking quite racy there. Of course, John, we know he's the one that likes the weave. Oh, look how close. Oh, super
close racer.
That is nose to tail, like butter.
I've seen Ash Sutton-esque, filling the mirrors, getting right up close.
This is what a voice in my head goes, butter, what are you talking about? Gary, concentrate, sort it out. There you go. Yeah, I wonder what I say sometimes. The jargon that comes out of my head sometimes. Under 8 minutes to go.
Archie Robinson goes through.
Yeah, he does indeed. Yeah, moves back up into P2, gets past John Stewart there. It was a good little dive down the inside. Good control into the braking zone of the boots. And again, no positions gained there. The 2-stroke cadets working well in this race for their penultimate heat of the weekend. Their final one later up today. But under 7 minutes on the timer through that first chicane. Ooh, slightly wide out the exit is Archie Robinson. Fastest up of the race as well. He was going so fast, he forgot to break into the chicane and loses the point at the hairpin. Also running slightly wide though, again goes John Stewart, and that allows Archie Robinson to get back alongside. Oh, now they're nearly 3 wide as well. Steady, steady, steady through the kink into the braking zone. Watch your track positioning. Oh no, contact spin. The number 1 and the number 2 go round. It's John Stewart and Archie Robinson. It was a bit of contact. It was 2 into 1, didn't go, and it looked like Joseph Smith, the number 11, was also caught up in that also. So that is a huge shame. We lose our 2 of our most competitive drivers in this class, or classes, and they go to the back. That now opens it wide open at the front. Casey Wallington leading the way now comfortably by 0.2 of a second from the number 19 of Ethan Grunley, who moves up in towards P2. And they go across the line, the number 3 as well, right there, Robbie Smith. Great little race between these 3 drivers. 6 minutes to go on the timer, and it's still anyone's race. It
is indeed, yeah. It's, by the looks of it, Robbie Smith has caught up quite a long way, hasn't he? Archie Robinson obviously dropping down a little bit, but Casey doing a fantastic job, still leading the entire field. And we've actually had a bit of a visitor in for it's actually Justin from Signage Media UK actually. So that was a show I was dropping off to say hello to before. But look at this, Casey holding off. Even though this isn't for class position, it's for track position, and that's a bit of pride in there for you as well, isn't there?
Oh,
of course,
yeah.
Ethan Grundy, he knows exactly who he's got behind him. He doesn't want to be held up at all by the number 5 of Casey Wannerton. He needs to get his head down and try and hold off the force that has been Robbie Smith in this race.
Yes, exactly that. But Robbie Smith looking to the inside. No, can't quite do it. Slots back into 3rd place. They go through. Archie Robinson, though, responding after his spin earlier on with the fastest lap of the race, 56.82, as they dive in towards turn number 2. And again, all line astern, no lunges thus far. In towards the kink they go. And again, the tricky braking zone. This is where we saw John Stewart and Archie Robinson come together earlier on, but no such happenings now. Into the braking zone they go. Off the left-hander of turn 6 in towards turn 7. The hairpin nicely handled, and again, just cool, calm, collected, good racing we're seeing here from these young drivers.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see, isn't it? And actually, we can hear very faintly through the cameras a couple of supporters saying, come on, giving their best support for the drivers. And you know they'll be on the sideline as well, waving and giving encouragement to their drivers to keep pushing, keep going, try and concentrate for as long as possible, because it's 4 minutes is an awfully long time when you're in one of these karts, and you haven't necessarily had the experience. I mean, Casey will be sat there not only thinking about holding off 2 very quick drivers behind, and one very sort of quite aggressive in the manoeuvres and the filling the sight in Ethan Grundy, but also praying that the kart finishes. And I think this is the longest we've seen the kart run, touch wood, with Anthony and both of me and Anthony touching the wood, that we've seen it run basically all weekend since the start of Heat 1, so fingers crossed it can carry on.
Exactly that. Down the inside, though, goes Archie Robinson, gets that position back past John Stewart. Of course, they collided earlier on, and now they're back right up with this leading group. So we've got a 5-car battle for the overall race lead out here. Of course, 2 different karts. Yeah, I'm very exuberant with my hand gestures. I know the people at home can't see it, but trust me, they know what hand gestures I'm doing.
It does tend to help, though, doesn't it?
It does. Exuberance. The
Robbie
voice.
Smith.
There we go. There we go, 3 minutes to go, and now let's have a quick rundown as they go through. We'll watch this one, no little lunges there, but Casey Wannerton leading the way from Robbie Smith, who's now just moved up, as you said, Jack, into 2nd place. Ethan Grundy is now into 3rd place, Archie Robinson in 4th, John Stewart in 5th place. Joseph Smith set his personal best lap earlier on with a 57.69 in 6th place, and that number 11, and running out the field 7th place, and the number 22, Cayetano de Ruiz in 7th place. His best time 1 minute 0.52, so sterling effort from him out there at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go. I thought we were going to see a move there.
So 2.5 minutes to go, and it's anyone's guess who could come out with the overall race lead here, isn't it? Robbie Smith now in the race lead ahead of Ethan Grundy. Looks like he's just pulled a little bit of a gap, got the overall pace potentially. Casey Wannerton, no. Casey will be more conscious, not only of Robbie Smith, but the driver behind. Whether or not they know that it is Archie Robinson in 3rd place overall or not is something, we're not entirely sure of, but they'll be very hopeful to keep a kart in between themselves and Archie.
Yes, very good point, I think, you make on that one. And of course, this is a very tough situation for all of it because it's so busy, and there's drivers in positions where they weren't in previous heats, and they've got to work kind of through this. I mean, the number 5, of course, there's obviously there's not been a sharp end for most of it, obviously with mechanical issues. So you've got to be working really hard, as we see again. Archie Robinson dive down the inside, gets that job done, but is under pressure. The number 3 comes straight back and moves him back into 3rd place. So lots of chopping and changing here, which is keeping this group up close. This is excellent racing we're seeing from these young drivers.
It absolutely is. I think it's one of the closest races we've seen in the Class 1/4 heats as well, which is nice that they're saving the best till last, shall we say. Well, second last anyway, because it's obviously Heat 5. And Casey, again, absorbing this pressure really rather nicely. Maybe opening the door a little bit. No, just calm, cool, collected. Doesn't need to defend. No, just go through a normal racing line.
What are you talking about pressure? Casey's not under any pressure. Casey is cool, calm, collected, has got this fully under control, and is leading this race with confidence.
Absolutely, and style as well, I have to say. It's a fantastic drive. Here goes Robbie Smith at the inside. No, not having it just yet. Now, Robbie Smith's in a pretty good position here. or you could argue it's a pretty terrible position, because if he gets held up like here, Archie Robinson, he's going to get hung out to dry, and that may lead Ethan Grundy to come and have a low. I was going to say he's in a pretty good position because he's got 2 different classes either side of him, so he's protected. But he needs to really watch out for being hung out to dry, because obviously Archie Robinson is very keen to try and get through. It looks like we've got 2 laps to go. Casey opening the door wide open, inviting just a sniff of an opportunity to Robbie Smith. But it's been closed rather dramatically there as they hit the brakes late. Here goes Robbie Smith yet again into the hairpin. It's a good drive off the first chicane, and it's through into the overall lead goes Robbie Smith, and here comes Archie Robinson.
Yep, it's a good move there from Robbie Smith on the last lap as well. Saw that timer running out and thought, right, now's the best opportunity to do it because the last lap board will be out this time. And also Archie Robinson go through. So it's been a fantastic running from Casey Warrington so far, but has now been pushed down into 3rd place, but still fighting strong on that podium spot. Is under immense pressure now from Ethan Grundy and John Stewart. I say pressure, not pressure. Cool, calm, collected, remember. But now your new race leader, Robbie Smith, in towards the final bend as the last lap board will be out this time.
Absolutely. Well, look at this, Ethan Grundy, not necessarily for racing position. The last lap board has now been held out. Robbie Smith into the overall lead, as we mentioned before. Archie Robinson into class lead, 2nd place on the road. Casey Warrington still holding on to that overall 3rd position, but crucially 2nd in class as well, with Ethan Grundy hunting him down. Ethan has been trying to get past Casey for a rather long time at the beginning of this race. Well, it's take number 2 for him now, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes. And look at the advantage that Robbie Smith has got now. Nearly over a second as they head into the 2nd chicane on this last lap. There's not much Archie Robinson can do in that time because the gap is quite immense as they head round the left-hander. The last lap board comes in as it's received by Cayetano. For the last time, in towards the boot section they go, and it's clear skies, clear sailing for Robbie Smith. Smithy, as he's known, he took a win in Heat 1, he took a win in Heat 2, he took 2nd in Heat 3, he took a win in Heat 4, and he's going to take a win in Heat number 5 for the number 3. What a result for Robbie Smith. Archie Robinson crosses in 2nd place, and guess what? Casey Warrington has finished the race. Woo! The kart lasted. There we go. That's what we needed for Casey, and that will be a huge smile under that helmet, I
imagine so, yeah. I mean, did fantastically well to hold the race lead for such a long time as well. In the end, it was maybe a lap or 2 too many, but still a brilliant result from I mean, can't have had much confidence in the kart, but luckily it looks like they've fixed those gremlins towards the end. So, yeah, brilliant by all the drivers there. Now, next up, we got probably the most exciting grid. We've got the Class 15, I believe.
Your prediction was correct.
I thought it was going to be novices all of a sudden.
No, it wasn't novices. No. It is indeed Class 15. They're going to be taking to the track now. It's the Rotax class, it's the fastest group, it's the biggest group, and this is how they're going to line up. Ewan Shime on the front row with Katie Hodgkinson alongside James Habersham and Daniel Andrews. Of course, James Habersham, don't believe, is here. So the 33, there'll be a clear spot on that 3rd place spot. Hayden Abrams and Joseph Wardle round out the top 3 rows. Caden Bott, Cameron Bott, Henry Wardle and Harry Parr on the next 2 rows. Then it's Dan Jones and Joe Webb on the next row. Then Andrew King, Josh Neve, Max Humphrey Cooper. Great running in his first show earlier on, but now he's got a bit of work to do to try and close that gap up here. Matthew Lewin as well, been really quick today. He's got a lot of work. Tom Rea in the 71 and Alex Biles as well in the 18. As well, Daniel Andrews, the 34, also not here at the moment as well. I did call him out on the grid. There's the number 5. Ewan Syme from Tarporley had a great running so far today. Yeah, cameraman very swiftly decides to. Yeah, no, I'm not. No, not going to stand there. No, yeah, a good decision.
Yeah, the highest powered grid will probably stand out the way of it.
Yeah, exactly that. The Rotax scream into life, make their way out onto the circuit, and we're going to get this race underway. So again, for the folks at home, if you are supporting anyone in this class, get your comments in. We'd like to know who you're supporting as they head through. Who's it going to be on this one? Of course, the number 5 on the front row on this one has not had a podium so far as I can recall, as the rest of the field go through. It's been a tough old running for everyone out here. But we'll see what we can do. What can Mr. Jones do in that number 1? He won the previous race. Can he copy that in this one? He's got a bit of work to do in that mid-pack. He's got the company of Henry Wardle just in front of him as well, and that Gillard chassis as they exit turn number 1. The dark clouds loom in the distance. Green flag's out. Away we go in towards turn 1 and into the braking zone. Everyone gets through cleanly, do they? Ooh, bit of a jostling and jumping around, but no major contact, and lovely stuff. Well done.
Yeah, indeed. I thought you said that a little bit prematurely there, but you're absolutely bang on the money. Everybody got through. Dan Jones, one to keep an eye out for. He started in 9th position, and he's currently leading the weekend, so got to keep an eye out for him. Alex Biles, second of the weekend. We mentioned him a lot. He's starting from the back of the grid as per usual, but right now we're going to focus slightly further forward because there are some fantastic drivers doing some brilliant things right at the front as well, gaining a little bit of a gap as all the drivers come through, and in fact a flash of intrepid looking colours, to be honest, going through as a squeeze wide there by the number 8 of Hayden Abrams, is in second place at the moment. But look at that, the number 5 absolutely screaming away with it for the moment, Ewan Syme.
Yep, great start there. Someone falling down the order, Joseph Wardle, the number 10, has dropped down into 15th place, so I'm not sure what's happened there. But down the inside goes the number 1 on the 20. Ooh, a little bit of contact in the background there. We saw the 20 and the 7 get a little bit squirrely on the exit, but they all get through. No one in the barriers to report, and everyone's still hunky-dory and racing away. 7.5 minutes to go. And all is well. The number 5, Ewan Syme, leading the way from Hayden Average and Katie Hodgkinson. Again, missed yesterday. Isolating, midnight struck, the bell rang, and into the car and off they came.
I love the fact that I reckon they were in there waiting, counting down till midnight, in their car, waiting to be like, right, we're free, we can go. We can go and get set up. Oh, huge slide there into the corner by Ewan Syme. I mean, I know you're supposed to get the back end a touch out maybe under braking to try and point the car in, but that looked like a bit of an over-dramatic there. Is the number 1 of Dan Jones is trying to make his way forward. Now, crucially, the only 2 drivers realistically in with a shout of winning this weekend is Dan Jones and Alex Biles. And Jones just, all he needs to do is get to the front before Biles does. Biles starts right at the back at every single race, and Jones knows that. Just carve through the order as quickly as possible and try and pick up some good points.
No, exactly that. 7 minutes left on the timer. Furiously looking over the shoulder is Ewan Syme. He's got the immense pressure now. Building and building. The elastic band is about to be betwanged, and I reckon we're going to see some great battles in just a moment. Defensive now goes Ewan Syme. Look at that. Dan Jones follows as well. He's going to try go for a move down the inside there. Can't quite do it. Slams the door, does Hayden Abrams. And that allows Henry Wardle as well and that number 7 to come closer as well. But pulling out of the slipstream and diving to the inside. Good move there. Dan Jones gets the job done in turn 2.
Yeah, that was a very late lunge as well, wasn't it? He didn't exactly telegraph that in the slightest, but it's a great, still an awesome move. The top 4 really have pulled away slightly. Henry Wardle is the back of this little pack. Katie Hodgkinson, as we said, not turned up for the entirety of the weekend until today. Currently leading the rest of the field, so we say, in 5th place with Caden Bott, Josh Neve, Max Humphrey Cooper, again, just turning up today.
Indeed. Dan Jones now taking the lead out of the final corner across the line. 6 minutes to go, but it's all heating up a little bit further behind this top 4 for the top 5 spot. Katie Hodgkinson has got a train forming behind her with Josh Neve, Alex Biles and Caden Bott, with of course Alex Biles starting at the back of the grid in 18th spot, already up to 7th place in that number 73 as well. Max Humphrey Cooper as well, 9th place in that number 4. Great running from him. He's right behind, and here is that battle. The number 3 leading the spot on that one, so it's Josh Neve who's got to the front there, and Alex Biles who's slotted in behind as well. What happened to Kate Hodgkinson? She's fallen back slightly there. The number 20 you can see a little bit further behind, but there again the number 4 of Max Humphrey Cooper has moved up several positions once more as well, and they need to get to the front of this pack, work together and try to get to the front, because if they keep battling away they're not going to get anywhere near the front 4, only with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think Mr. Biles will probably be putting his hand up saying that I am probably best equipped to try and get to the front based on the previous finishing positions and the pace that he's been shown. And in fact, there we go, he's straight through before he even really gets into the first corner. Now, free air, 5 minutes to go. What can he do?
Exactly that. Well, with 4.5 minutes to go, 5 laps completed. Let's have a quick rundown of the order then. Dan Jones leading the way from Ewan Syme, Henry Wardle, Hayden Abrams, Josh Neve, Alex Biles, Max Humphrey, Cooper, Caden Bott in the 8th place, and it's Katie Hodgkinson and Andrew King. That's the top 10. Joe Webb, Harry Parr, Matthew Lewin, Cameron Bott, Tom Rea and Joseph Wardle round out the next group of karts. Only 16 out on circuit at the moment. You can see all the drivers bobbing up and down to try and get momentum. Tyre smoke coming off the two of them as they close the door into the hairpin. Who was that? It was the number 20. That's Kate Hodgkinson there slamming the door, and Andrew King saying, oh, you're not having that position yet, sunshine.
Yeah, exactly. Like a cold caller turning up to your house, just slam the door straight in their face.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely no need for any of that kind of distraction and nonsense. As the number 9 kart even goes at the inside. It's Harry Parr, obviously. His father is Signage Media UK, one of our fantastic sponsors that has enabled us to live stream this brilliant event. So if you are thoroughly enjoying it, go and check out Signage Media UK for all your sign and media needs.
Well, there you go. Good plug there.
I know.
Well done.
Nice little sway in.
Put you in my bathtub any time for a good plug. There you go.
No, please don't do that.
3.5 minutes then on the timer, and yeah, on your screens there, the number 20 and the number 9 of Harry Parr and Kate Hodgkinson having a fearsome battle through the boot. They go out of the final corner. Harry Parr having a excellent sort of weekend. Has been good, consistent sort of positions all the way throughout. It's had a tough weekend. Oh, under braking there. You just saw, I think that was Joe Webb or Matthew Lewin in the 35, I think it was, in the green helmet. Yes, it was. Getting very sideways. You can see the 14 of Joe Webb trying to go to the inside here. Bit of contact with Kate Hodgkinson, but Harry Parr gets through, gets that job done. And the very optimistic Joe Webb thought he was going to squeeze through as well.
Oh, I tell you what, they are getting a little bit tasty here, aren't they? It's worth noting Harry Wardle has overtaken Ewan Simon to 2nd place as well, so there's a little bit of change in the front of the order. But you can understand why our camera people are trying their best to capture what's in front of us here, because this battle for what is in essence the top 10 sort of thing is absolutely heating up.
Yes, it is indeed. An update at the front, of course, as well. Dan Jones is still leading the way. He's opened that gap up to 4.8 seconds from Henry Wardle. Ewan Syme has been pushed down into 3rd place. Hayden Abrams. Oh! Contact at the chicane. One of the karts straight off. Was that Kate Hodgkinson, the 20? I think it was. Yes, Katie Hodgkinson is in the wall after contact at turn 1. Barriers need some repair. Marshals are attending to the driver. At the moment, I'm not sure whether or not the full course yellow flag will come out, but local yellows at the moment to slow everyone down. But yeah, there it is on your screen. Looking like a little bit of discomfort there for Katie, but the marshalling team swiftly on the scene. 1.5 minutes left to go, and I am seeing a red flag. So a red flag has been called to an injured driver at the first chicane, turn 1. It is Kate Hodgkinson, so we'll obviously give you an update as and when we know anything. But yeah, there we go. It's been a good weekend so far. We've not had a red flag. It is the first red flag of the weekend. So, you know, up until now it's been incredibly close but clean racing so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a bit difficult to get through an entire weekend without a red flag. I think we've done fantastically well. I think the marshals were over nice and quickly as well. The red flag were chucked out nice and quickly as well. So the drivers, I think, I'm not sure how long is left, to be honest, but I would imagine the drivers will probably stop just before the pit lane. In fact, that's where they're being signalled to be stopping, just before the pit lane, in case they do need to be brought in and the race needs to be concluded there, and then hopefully it won't come to such things. But those are the sort of precautions we've got to take. Obviously, the driver's safety is paramount.
Oh, it is indeed. So, medical team obviously on site and dealing with that almost straight away. But Katie in the kart still, but we'll keep a very close eye on that one. So, of course, let's just reflect on what happened in the race so far. For that one, of course, it was a very interesting start, very busy at the start of well. We saw lots of overtakes. Of course, the number 5 was starting at the front, Ewan Syme. Great start from him. He managed to pull away quite a big gap at the start, and you see that a lot in karting, where they try and get. They use these tyres up because they only got the one set of tyres, haven't they?
They have, yeah. One of the, I don't know if it's unusual because I'm not entirely well versed in higher karting echelons, shall we say, at the moment. But it certainly would be unusual in past times. But NatSKA, you are only allowed one set of tyres per meeting. Yeah. So that is why the likes of Max Humphrey, Cooper and Hodgkinson was actually quite keen to get here today, and because they still had their fresh tyres, whereas everybody else had used them for 3 races and a practice.
Yeah. So they have the fresh set of tyres on there. But yeah, it's all good. So I've had the word in my ear. The driver is out of the car and walking under her own steam to the ambulance, where, of course, the medical crew will check her over. But yeah, I'm sure that's always a good sign when the driver can get out and walk to the
yeah,
ambulance,
it's always nice to see. It's reassuring for the folks at home as well, because we may be able to see out of our commentary box, but those guys can't see. But we can assure you that they're walking into towards the medical team, which is always nice, as Anthony said to hear. And like we said before, it's paramount that the driver's safety is put above all else. So the rest of the drivers will sit there until they're told to do something else, but we won't worry about what to do with them until we know that Katie is A-OK.
Yeah, exactly that. And this is a good spectator for the novices, who will be, of course, lined up on the dummy grid area. They'll be out in the next one and seeing what you want to do in a real-life red flag situation. They had a test red flag situation yesterday in their session, didn't they? And this just shows what we'd expect from them.
Well, absolutely. And the road taxis have, served impeccably, I'd say, in the red flag situation. They haven't lined up 2x2 in some kind of phony grid order. Some people like to try and be cheeky and think, oh, I'm in second place, I'll line up alongside the first, because that's how the rolling starts work. But no, they've lined up single file to the side of the track as well, just in case we need to manoeuvre them around, or things need to get past, shall we say. There's a little bit of a bump on the camera. I think our cameraman maybe fell asleep a little bit there. No, I'm kidding, obviously. But yeah, fantastically well done by the Class 15s. And as I said, we'll give you any updates as soon as we're aware of them. Obviously, the tyre barrier's going to need to be repaired and everything like that. So, yeah, as soon as a red flag comes out, it is a little bit of a lengthy delay, but we're very much hoping here that it's can be cleaned up as soon as possible.
I say, yeah, won't someone please think of the tyre wall? That tyre wall got such a hard hit.
That tyre wall's been in the wars.
I know. It's had such a hard weekend, that tyre wall, hasn't it? So there's been many a incident at that first game. Of course, it is quite a tight one. They're going so fast into the section. Okay, it's nice and wide. They could go 2-3 wide into that one, and it all closes up into a single file. And it's always, when you see someone trying to go side by side into there, send a cheeky one down the inside, and it always ends up going P-tong. But yeah, it is a tough corner to get right. But once you do get it right, oh yeah, you feel great when you do it.
Well, exactly. It's like any corner, isn't it? And the curbs as well. If you hit a curb wrong, it can really hurt. It really jolts you. But if you hit a curb right, it feels like you're just gliding over it. It's fantastic. And yeah, a lot of kart circuits, obviously, these are, even though they're FIA approved height-wise, they are still quite large for curbs, I would say. They're not flat.
They're the perfect height.
They're the perfect height, but they're not flat, is my point. So at other kart circuits, you might see some curbs and some painted lines where they're pretty much flat on. But here they are. You do feel it, shall we say.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, of course, the red flag came out with just about a minute to go. I believe that has called the checkered flag out, so I believe the results are going to be as they were the lap previously. I think that's usually how it works. Dan Jones then, in that case, will have taken the race win on that one, with Henry Wardle finishing in second place, Ewan Syme finishing in third, Hayden Abrams finishing in fourth place, Alex Biles finishing in fifth, Max Humphrey Cooper finishing in sixth place, Josh Neve in seventh, Andrew King in eighth place, Caden Bott in ninth, and Harry Parr rounding out the top 10. There was Matthew Lewin, Joe Webb, Cameron Bott, Tom Rea, Joseph Wardle, and of course Kate Hodgkinson, who is at the moment being seen to in the back of the ambulance that you can see in shot there. But like I say, she did walk out of the cart. She got up of her own steam, and yeah, she walked into the ambulance, where she will be getting checked over by the crew, and the cart now is just being wheeled back on the track to the pit lane.
Well, the fact it can be wheeled means that it's hopeful that it's not too bad, sort of thing. And obviously, a lot of people might see that the ambulance has come out and everything like that, and may think that it's potentially worse than it is. It's not as scary as it looks all the time, is it? I mean, I've been involved in plenty of crashes in karting, and won't even get into my car racing career, but I can tell you that it's a precaution. It's the first thing that happens is, if a red flag is needed, but because a lot of the time when you do crash, the wind just gets knocked out of you, and that's sort of the biggest shock. It's almost the shock is sort of bigger than anything else, and you sort of have to take a minute, and you sort of you just sort of feel like you have to take a minute, basically. And obviously the red flag gets pulled out, and the ambulance comes along, and then as over time you sort of hopefully nothing is sort of majorly unhappy, shall we say. And but all the precautions need to be taken place. ambulance needs to give it a good check over. The door's open by the looks of it. So at the moment, the cart's being wheeled back. But yeah, it's not always... it looks scarier than it is, shall we say.
Yeah, it does. You know, car crashes always look fierce. They're kind of like dogfights, aren't they? Like
yes.
when you see, well, hopefully you don't, but when you see them playing it, it looks really violent and everything, but they're actually only playing and it's actually just cuteness.
Yes, exactly. People at home probably thinking this doesn't look cute, but
no.
but yes, I understand it looks worse than it is, and hopefully that's just what we're seeing now. And obviously, as soon as we hear back, we'll be able to give you the information about Katie. And as I said, fingers crossed, it's all positive.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. So excellent. Well, the ambulance just coming off circuit with still Katie on board. The medical team will be keeping a very close eye on her throughout the rest of the proceedings. Hopefully, we do get to see her racing later on in heat number 6. Rest of the carts have come in. Of course, checker flag did go out at the end of that because the red flag came out with about a minute to go. So Dan Jones did take the win for that one. Henry Wardle and Ewan Syme were the top 3 in class, of course. The next race will be coming up in just a moment. Well, it's not a race, is it? It's a practice.
Yes, so exactly. It's novices coming out soon. Yeah,
it is the novices coming out soon, and that's where we get to go over all of our stuff. And, you know, we've not had a history lesson from you yet today, have we? So I tell you what, why don't we let the folks at home see what's coming up next? Yes, indeed. So the next practice session out for the novices. They'll be making their way to the circuit in just a moment. And yes, we've not had a history lesson yet. You've got your book open. Hasn't got his book open. It's all in his mind. He's very clever, is Jack.
Oh, yeah, I've memorised. I haven't at all printed off the entire magazine that was made completely by Gaynor and the team. No, it is quite interesting. If you want to go and download the magazine, it's not just exclusive to me and Anthony. It is available to all who want to go and download it. Then I thoroughly advise it because it is pretty fascinating. We spoke yesterday about the different types of karts that were designed because there were prizes at the Nationals for experimentation is the word that gets put here. Experimentation in kart design was heavily encouraged. I can't imagine that would be the same way these days. I think Health and Safety probably put a little bit of a foot down for that one. We mentioned the ply kart, which is a plywood flat chassis. Putting a flammable liquid like petrol and oil and an engine that literally ignites it on top of plywood and flying around a circuit doesn't always... I mean, you're looking at me like, oh, health and safety, boring.
No. Have you not ridden a motorbike?
It's not made of plywood.
A motorcycle? No. What you do on a motorbike is you put a flammable liquid in a tank on top of a hot engine, and then on top of that, you then sit on it.
You know what I haven't done, though? Is sit on it and ride it, because I would never get on a motorbike because I'm absolutely terrified of them.
I love motorbikes. I love riding them.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you do, but I'm absolutely terrified of them, I'll be honest. I would be also terrified in getting into a plywood go-kart as well, I have to say.
That'd be fun too.
Well, maybe you can go and design one. There's also had a few other ones as well, the mono kart, which is basically plywood as well, and a tri-kart, which was a 3-wheeled square tube chassis with a 50cc aerial engine as well. And so we mentioned a couple of that. We mentioned Jackie Stewart was involved, and they had fantastic sponsorship. And in fact, talking about the sort of creativity and experimentation in the go-karts back in those days, sponsorship interest, we mentioned it from ESSO. The NatSKA Nationals were sponsored by ESSO for a long time, for about 10 years. Well, they also had a sponsor in Castrol. And Castrol Creator Kart Scheme was actually introduced as well into schools to try and encourage kids who didn't necessarily thrive or interested in the old academia, but wanted the extracurricular activities and go into more sort of construction-based things and design technology sort of based things. So Castrol got involved, and unfortunately that's been dropped now, obviously, but it shows how much influence the NatSKA world had at that point.
Yeah, nice little bit of support there for Finlay Roberts and Tarpaulin, the number 15 there. Getting the nice fist bump going, yeah, off you go. So nice waves from the drivers as well. Finlay McDowell as well, St Michael's. There you see the 68 of Henry Morris from Kingham Hill. Let's go out. Very bright yellow helmet. A couple of bright yellow helmets out there. But, yeah, good little stuff there. But, yeah, amazing history, isn't it, for the NatSKA Championship, of course. You know, there's been great support over the previous years, and still we get that support nowadays, don't we?
We do, and I was just speaking to Adam Syrett, who came in to say hello into the Commons box earlier on, and he's obviously running his own kart team now, QKT, and you know, he's saying that he's received fantastic backing from the likes of the headmaster and everything like that in the school, and if anything, it's going to hopefully grow and grow and grow. And they're based in Northamptonshire, not far up the road from Wilton Mills, so they've always got that opportunity to go and test them, potentially build a relationship and everything like that. And obviously with the Silverstone sort of BTEC school apprenticeship program that they've got at the Silverstone sort of facilities now, so hopefully, yeah, they get some good relationships and they can keep building, and maybe we see a bit of a resurgence for the school karting team, because I think hands-on learning it should be encouraged, isn't it? It's quite a break for a lot of students.
Yeah, and you got to imagine in the good old days.
Oh yes.
Back then.
Back before we were born, basically.
But yeah, basically, yeah, we ruined everything.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, of course, you've got to remember, karts were predominantly, as you said, designed. They built them themselves. They designed the chassis themselves, and they put them to the test. Nowadays, you can't do things like that. You've got governing bodies, such as Motorsport UK and all of that. And, you know, they say, no, you're only allowed to use these types of chassis, which is, of course, you know, you see them like Tony Kart, Gillard, Birrell, Talco. You know,
all of them, basically.
All of them, yeah. All of them. And they all come out of a factory now, not out of someone's garage that they've welded together themselves.
However, having said that, a lot of the cars probably you see today, obviously we've seen a lot of very high-end cars, but we'll also see quite a few, shall we say, lower-end cars, where they're sort of hand-me-down. They've been hand-me-downs for about 25 years now, and I remember when we joined, when I was 5, and Tom got given his first kart. It was one of the school-owned karts. And that kart had been around for the last 15 years as it was. It probably still is, to be honest. It's probably in a workshop somewhere, waiting to be used if called upon, sort of thing. But, I mean, there's a lot of obviously nice karts here out today as well, the Nationals, and that sort of started about 20 years ago. It used to be all school-based karts, and that was sort of the rules almost, that was the norm. And then all of a sudden people started to buy their own private sort of karts and bring the CRGs and the Tony karts and the Gillards of the world, and all of a sudden people started to like the look of that, and they got a little bit more money in, and all of a sudden it's sort of, I think the bubble burst a little bit again, and we've gone back to how it used to be, which is quite refreshing in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. It is. Mr. Corker on the stream goes, where are the times? There they are. They're on the screen now for your viewing delectation. So they're on the screen now for you to view. Then we can see now Millie Howard again early on into the session, goes fastest at the moment. Connor Young. 1.9 seconds off at the moment, the 48, but this man, the 35. Adrian Negro there has been fairly quick in terms of an outright lap, and has been pushing that kart to the ragged edge. That bumper, though, on that kart, again, looking nice and how it should be.
They did a good job on that, haven't they?
Manufacturer's specifications.
Yeah, I think that'll be a case of probably the old boil the kettle and pour it over, try and pop it all back into shape.
Oh, yeah.
Manipulate the plastic a little bit there. And I have to say, you know, we don't tend to comment too much on all the novices driving, I mean, because obviously they're learning. Yeah. They need that, you know, they need to have this space and this time just to get out there and learn the karts. But Adriel, he has been very quick, like you said. Yep. And I don't see that much wrong with the driving for the majority, to be honest. It's just, I suppose, the consistency. Maybe there's a little bit of a snap here and there. And as you say, sometimes finding the limit is the only way where you can sort of try and adapt yourself and push past it.
Yeah, exactly that. And pushing past it he is, because he's looking mighty strong in this session so far. Doing an absolutely sterling job, albeit he just received a curb warning. So, yeah, stay off those curbs.
Yeah, exactly, and you stay off the curb, the happier the karts will be as well, in terms of it will be a little bit more planted, because curbs is what upsets karts for the most part. They can be slightly quicker, but they can also be the devil.
Well, that's circuit knowledge, isn't it?
It is.
You learn what curbs are going to be the good ones. You learn what curbs are the ones to avoid, and that's the purpose of a track walk. Every time you come to a track, you know, it's a new track for you. You do your track walk and you look at the curbs and you go, if I hit that, is it going to be good? If I hit that, is it going to be bad? You know, and you learn those things. There's the number 15 out on track, Finley Roberts. Again, looking strong out there at the moment. 6th place, 6.5 seconds off the pace, but you've got to remember there are different karts out in this one. You know, there are much faster karts, there are much slower karts out in this one. They're all slightly different.
Yeah, which is why they sound very different, isn't it? 'Cause one is a 4-stroke and one is a 2-stroke TKM, and actually quite important you mentioned track walks actually for these guys, because obviously every track they go to is pretty much going to be a brand new experience for them, and even if they have been to Fulbeck before, it would have been quite a long time. It could have been a couple of months ago now. They might not remember every single curve and the sort of the way the track goes and everything like that, having ever seen it once before. But, you know, people these days, they might think, oh, track walks aren't that important. It's just a way of stretching your legs. Max Verstappen doesn't even bother with track walks anymore, he says. He's come out in the press and said, well, that's because he's Max Verstappen and he's a potential F1 world champion. And he's raced the same tracks for 7 years in a row, you know, and, well, probably longer. He's obviously in the lower formulas. So it's still very important to learn all about it, and they may have resurfaced it. I remember when we went to Wilton Mill, and they resurfaced Wilton Mill 2 or 3 times when I was racing it, and every single time you get to it, and it would be a different track surface, and you have to remind yourself sort of where maybe the grip is, the braking points have moved, and the curves have changed slightly. So it's always very important.
It is indeed. It is indeed. We're now following the number 4, Archie Jackson. 6th place at the moment, 6.7 seconds down from the fastest lap at the moment, but of course matching the pace of Finley Roberts, who is in exactly the same kart, so again probably on pace at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah. Just having a look as well, last history lesson, because this is potentially one of the last history lessons we're going to get for the weekend. Well, so I might as well bring it up. Apparently, Hearts Karting Association, which is basically one of the associations that started NatSKA, they had held race meetings at Rye House. Before this, they weren't allowed to hold race meetings. They had to have group practice sessions where they got together and they raced. Because why would you tell the government otherwise if you're not allowed to do it for the insurance? However, what they did do as well, they had offshoots projects as well. So they didn't just have karting, they had hovercraft building. They had off-road motorbike building, bicycle design innovation, and the testing of motorised scooters building as well. So, yeah, they were clearly very hands-on with this whole extracurricular design and technology gambit, which is why they probably pushed them karting so hard.
Yeah, of course.
It's a shame that hovercraft building didn't really catch on as much.
No.
We could have been flying by now.
Good. Well, hovercrafts.
Well, hovering.
Hover. Yeah.
Not quite flying.
Clues in the name.
Yeah, well, yeah. You've had me off there, too. You've absolutely had me.
Hit the nail on the head right there.
Yeah, exactly. How's the chat looking today, anyway? We've had plenty of interactions, haven't we?
Yeah, we've had lots of... There's no one talking now.
It's a shame. The one session where we probably could have had some more interaction with the chat.
Get your questions. If you're at home and you've got any questions that you'd like to ask us about maybe the championship or anything like that, get them in. You know, we'd love to hear from you again. And of course, if you are enjoying what you're seeing here, make sure you like the stream, make sure you share the stream to any folks that you think might enjoy watching it as well, then consider subscribing to the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well so you don't miss out on any future action at all. If you enjoy karting, we're live again next weekend for the British Kart Championships, of course, and you know, that's from Lark Hall. But we've got lots of action, of course, to bring you, and if you're a fan of karting, it's the perfect channel to be on to watch said karting, and if you hit that little notification bell as well, you'll get notified every time we go live or post a video. So yeah, get that on there. So 35 seconds left of the session, and the 2 fluorescent yellow helmets go head to head out on circuit as they come round. The 68 Henry Morris and the 33 of Sophia De Ruiz. Now 3 wide as they go into the kink. That's brave. They go through. Again, this is another learning aspect for them, of course, is learning track positioning, overtaking abilities, and everything like that. So that is always a key thing for that. Timer strike 0. Nikki remembers that she's the start-finish marshal and gets the checker flag ready, albeit a few seconds late. But she gets it out now, and there we go. Checker flag comes out and ends the session. She's got distracted by Liz.
I was going to say, they've been chatting, haven't they, on that gantry?
They have, yes. Like I was saying on Friday, you could just see it from a mile away. You could see them in school back in the days when Nikki and Liv were in the same class. They had to be separated at either end of the classroom. And just be like, right, you sit there, because you can't be trusted to sit next to each other.
And then they start throwing things at each other when the teacher's back is
and they do. They were in here earlier throwing cake around.
I bet Gainer's back was turned as well. I bet Gainer tried to separate them.
Yeah, probably.
Before we get going into the last heat, shall we say, as well, which obviously is going to be Class 14 as the next race, but the last heat, the last round of races, a big shout out to our sponsors as well, because that's probably one of the things we should be plugging more whilst the novices are going around. But if you want signage and media, Signage Media UK have been a fantastic sponsor of the stream and the Nationals as a whole, so please by all means go and give them a Google and have a look what they can do for you and your businesses. Next Karting, fantastic sort of online shop for karting bits and bobs, shall we say, engines and anything else that you might find on a car, basically. It's fantastic to have them sponsoring the session as well, and also Next Level Motorsport. And Next Level Motorsport is for PR and sort of brand representation of drivers and teams and championships now, actually, as well. So if you're looking to take that next step into the motorsport world and maybe go into car racing or anything, Next Level Motorsport are a group of people to probably go and have a chat to, and they'll help you with the branding, get in front of the right sponsors, and know where to go next in the championships as well for your ultimate goals. So yeah, thank you to those three sponsors and everybody who has also donated on the GoFundMe page.
Exactly that. Well, it's time now to start the final round of heats. Heat 6 of the weekend, and we kickstart it with Class 14. As soon as I started talking, Jack Oliphant, you just stuffed a huge amount of chocolate brownie in your mouth.
And I looked good doing it.
You look tremendous doing it. There we go. Oliver Kirk-Rose starting on the front row with Scott Hayward alongside Jamie Ledbetter and Charlie Phillips round out row number 2. Will Wood and Ben Hurrell round out row number 3. Harrison Hine, Jack Wilch, Cyril Smith and Harry Wilch round out the rest of the 10-kart grid. There we go. So, you see the next grid lining up on the stream. So Ash Bartlett comes to the side. Not a question, but just to say, thoroughly enjoying the live stream. There you go. Thank you very much, Ash. Majestic Orca has now got to leave us. Said, I've got to go watch my friend down at Hooton. So there we go.
That's not a good enough excuse. Can't they watch it on the mobile?
You can watch it on your mobile. Get YouTube out. Watch it on your mobile. No excuses. We'll see you in a minute, Majestic Orca. There we go. Excellent. So as you can see, the rest of the field lining up there. There is the 67 on your screen of Ben Hurley. He's had a fantastic weekend so far. The 24 of Will Wood. Also from Quinton House. Again, look there, close up of his eyes there. You just see the concentration, the look of pure skill in his eyes. The 58 there as well, Jack Wilch from Quinton House as well there. You can just see on your screen there the driver concentrated, looking directly into the camera lens there, isn't he? So, there's 54, Harry Wilch. I'm guessing Harry Wilch, Jack Wilch of relation.
I'm going to go ahead and guess. I don't know them, unfortunately, but I'm going to go ahead and guess. I imagine they're siblings.
I can imagine they're siblings too. There we go. There is the 28 of Cyril Smith, just on your screen. And it's Harrison Hine there in the 7 in that green helmet, who we were looking at a little bit earlier on. Right, they line themselves up. Of course, the restricted sort of TKM, junior TKMs, aren't they?
They are indeed, yeah. They replaced the old Racket 85, I believe it was called. And, yeah, instead of having so many engines, basically, to take care of and keep swapping them out, they just decided, you know what, we'll restrict the TKM even further, because the TKM is a very versatile little engine. It can be restricted, and it could be sort of quite heavily restricted, can't it, to create various classes, and it slows it down right to the point where it's pretty much the same pace as the old Racket engine. In fact, there we go. You can actually see one of the clutched TKMs with a man with a starter there for the number 8 car. Now that's a hefty bit of kit. I don't know if you guys have them in the sort of British kart championships.
No, they've got kind of like
some
do, but yeah, it's basically a kart battery in a frame. Because I have used one before, and it's it's just basically they put a battery that you would usually use in a Rotax car, and put it into a frame, and then it powers the little motor and
Oh, right.
That's my impression of starting a case.
You see, this is a hefty bit of kit. Like, you have to be very careful to actually initiate one of these, the starter motors. And I think they're all, probably by the sounds of your description, that these ones are a little bit more old-fashioned, but they're still doing.
No, it's a proper piece of kit.
It's a proper beastly thing. I mean, that'll rip your arm right off. That's why you have to be slightly careful with it.
That's why I used it once.
Exactly.
Didn't use one again.
But it is slightly easier than obviously doing the standard direct drive.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, you have to remember, this is their last race of the day. This is Heat 6 for this class, and, you know, this is their last opportunity to not score points.
Yes.
Essentially is what they're doing.
Exactly. The least amount of points, the better. Now,
I have trouble there for the 24.
Oh, no. Hopefully they get going. A couple of people around it. There's one holding the start motor. Again, trying to get another car around it. Not a lack of throttle. No, I think we saw this a bit before, didn't we? It's just giving it a bit of a throttle. Maybe it's the same car.
So what you do at the TKM is you cover the air intake, and that just allows it.
Exactly.
Again,
you have such a way with words.
I have a way with words, I do. Yeah, but he gets it going, gets it fired up, heads back out into the circuit now, and again the blue mist of TKM smoke fills the air once more.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have up-to-date results as well and points as well, but they have slightly confused me. So throughout the event, I'm going to be asking Gaynor to just clarify what the drop point situation is whilst you're commentating on the action for the opening lap. If that's okay with you, DJ.
Gaynor's face there dropped when you asked that. So
yeah, I realised that. It's probably not the most enjoyable thing that you'll have to do, but I'm going to let you take the first lap.
Oh, excellent, tremendous, thank you. You're so kind.
That's as if you're a professional commentator, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well, I try to be. Yeah, no, not at all. Anyway, here we go then. Final race for Class 14. It's the first of Heat 6, and out the final corner they go. It's been a tough old weekend, but it's final time here. Out they go, and in towards turn 1. You can see they all span out across the width of the track in towards the first corner. They're all going to come out nice and cleanly. They do indeed, but leading the way is the 31 of Scott Hayward. Out of the first corner and in towards turn number 2, hairpin. And it's a good start from there. The 67 of Ben Hurrell had an excellent start. He started in 6th place. He's already up into P2.
Yeah, great start by him. And for what it's worth, I did spot something that is fundamentally incorrect. So Gaynor is actually sorting it right now.
Oh, there you go.
Wasn't being an idiot, well, which is quite refreshing to me, to be honest.
It's quite a rare thing. That,
I know,
it
is. I'm quite proud of myself.
Yeah.
Scott Hayward then, leader of the race, and I have to say, it takes a lot to take it away from him, doesn't he, once he gets into the lead?
Yeah, it does indeed. Yeah, when he gets in front, it's kind of clear air, and it can open that junior TKM away, and away they go. The 58 pulling out of the slipstream and gets tucked in towards third place, gets past Oliver Kirkrow, pushes him down into P4, but 2 clear battles opening up here. The top 4 breaking away from the bottom 6. Quick maths, because there's 10 carts.
Yeah, that's 2 plus 2 equals 6. Yeah, that's the way we do it here. Scott Hayward, but Ben Hurrell, I tell you what, mentioned Ben Hurrell last time, not necessarily got the pace when he's actually out in clear air, but when he's following, he can turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
And he has.
He has.
Yeah, that's why he's in second and chasing him down.
Good. I'm glad. There you go. Under 8 minutes to go. Out of the final corner. Scott Hayward leading the way, but under some pressure now from Ben Hurrell, who actually pulls out of the slipstream, goes side by side, but Jack Wilch with the fastest lap of the race. With a 52.03, and that number 58 in third place. You can see on the Birrell ART chassis. Tony Kart there, chassis in second place as they slide through turn number 2. Quick look over the shoulder from Hurrell as he hurries back into the slipstream. To play on words, it was terrible, and I'll forget it happened. So there we go. Scott Hayward then still leading the way as they go through, but like we say, yeah, that gap is closing in very quickly. Lunge distance is acquired. Are we going to see a lunge into the final corner?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I imagine it'll be a lunge or it'll be a hurl up into the final corner potentially as well. Or, I don't know. Rate whose was better in the YouTube comments. And I have actually got the updated score sheet for Class 14. That's how quickly Gaynor Heath gets things done around here, and that's good. It's a fantastic organisation.
Tremendous.
So, Harrison Hine is actually now leading the way. And Scott Hayward is actually down in 3rd place for the weekend now, which is very unfortunate for him. But it's obviously because of that DNF in the previous round, so he has to carry the 10 points at the moment. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. But Ben Hurl won't be caring about that. Neither will Scott Hayward just yet, because they're focusing on this particular race. And Ben is absolutely sending this car around the circuit in any which way possible, trying to find a way past Scott at the moment. And as I said at the beginning, it's a difficult task. Once Scott gets into the lead, fairly hard to take the lead away from him. He's fairly possessive over it, I would say. It's like a dog with its favourite toy. It just doesn't want to give it up. And we'll see if Ben actually is able to maybe trick him and sneak attack on him.
I know a dog like that, yeah. Very irritating, won't give up their toy. But never mind, here we go, into the turn 2. 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And in towards turn 2 then, nice and calm, cool, collected. These three breaking away, or these two breaking away. Jack Welch, despite the fact that he got the fastest lap earlier on, it has been taken over again by Scott Hayward in the lead. And these two now breaking away. So after 4 laps of racing, under 5 minutes to go, Scott Hayward is leading from Ben Hurrell, Jack Welch, then it's Harrison Hine, Oliver Kirk-Rowe in 5th place, then it's Cyril Smith, Jamie Ledbetter and Charlie Phillips. Harry Welch and Will Wood rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Through the final corner they go. Crossing the line, another new fastest lap of the race, 50.99 from Scott Hayward. But Ben Hurrell is right there. He is not allowing him to break away. He's staying right there, nose to tail. Then Phillips joins, supporting Ben. Saying great drive at the moment. So good support out there for the drivers. Again, please do keep getting your support in. We would love to hear from you. And I'm sure these drivers would love to hear from you, because, of course, when these drivers are done racing, the first thing they want to do is watch back in the stream and say, oh, did they talk about me? Well, and, of course, if you comment on the stream and say who you're supporting, we will do our very best to give that person a shout-out. So there we go. That is how they're guaranteed to get their name said.
Exactly, yeah. And I always used to do it whenever I was car racing or anything like that. The first thing, you get back into the pits, you enjoy your win or last place or anywhere in between sort of thing. Probably not enjoy your last place, and then see if you actually get all the action on camera as well and try and relive it a little bit. It's always quite good fun. But at the moment, I would say Scott Hayward just got a little bit more of a gap than he used to on Ben Hurrell. Jack Welch dropping back. Maybe he doesn't have the ultimate pace, the number 58 kart here. It's a little bit struggling in the Birrell Art. Having a look at who else. Cyril Smith been performing well throughout the day. Currently stuck in 6th position though. Not maybe with the results that they've been showing in previous rounds. Harrison Hine in 4th, but crucially about 5 seconds away from Scott Hayward. So maybe not really going to trouble any of these drivers. Still 3 minutes left though. You never know. You never know. Jane Phillips comes in again and just saying, Charlie Phillips, shout out please. There we go. Charlie Phillips in the 29, 8th place, 14 seconds down at the moment, but slowly catching, I believe, on Jamie Ledbetter as they go through. I say Charlie Phillips was in 8th place, now in 9th place, so Harry Welch just managed to get past. But still, sterling performance out there, only 7/10 down from that position. Yeah, and crucially, now this is all slightly provisional, because 1, I'm doing it with the pen and paper, and 2, obviously,
it's very provisional then.
Exactly.
I'm going to fact check.
Yeah, it's not even a calculator, it's just my own mental arithmetic.
Okay, so basically don't listen to any of it.
It's false. I think Harrison Hine has gone into this race with 8 points. Hayward has gone into it with 10 points, and Welch has gone into it with 11. So obviously from there we can assume that Hayward at the moment, let's say he stays on 10 points, Welch can't beat him, but Hine is currently going to be scoring 4 points as Oliver Kirk-Rowe and Cyril Smith swap positions. Harrison Hine is going to be scoring 4 points, which means Hayward will still take the overall victory into this. Just having a look as well. Ben Hurrell I need to put into the mental equation as well. But as it stands right now, I think Hayward may take the weekend victory.
I think you could be possibly right there. 90 seconds left on the timer as well as they go through. But Of course, we need a calculator to confirm your predictions there, just to make sure.
Trust me, it's sound. It's fine. Don't worry. No, I'll get a calculator. Gaynor will do all the proper stuff anyway. It'll go through the system.
I think I'll wait for the official.
Don't blame you.
There we go. Stuart Daniels joins the stream and says, "Come on, Scott Hayward," from Uncle Stuart, Auntie Jane, and Lucy. There we go. So lots of support out there. Jane Phillips comes back in again. That's from Mum. There we go. So to Charlie Phillips, Mum's watching. Woo! Mum's the word.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just done some more. It's casual mental arithmetic.
Oh, goodness.
Scott Hayward and Ben Hurrell, 1 point the difference, I believe. So if it finishes like this, Scott Hayward will take the overall victory. But if Ben Hurrell gets past Scott, Hurrell will score 0 points. He'll stay on 11. But Scott will crucially score 2, which means he'll end up with 12. So if Ben can actually get past Scott, that is a change for the overall lead of this Nationals weekend, which is quite crucial. So we've got to make sure we're keeping an eye on that. Unfortunately for Ben, there is a gap forming. But I have to say about Scott, you would be harsh to say he's undeserving of this championship, can't you? Because he's been absolutely flying over this weekend. He's scored multiple race victories. In fact, he scored 3. This may well be his 4th race victory. And unfortunately, he DNF'd and had, I think, a mechanical problem as well, which means he's obviously came off twice. But still a really good charge from him in this Class 14.
Excellent stuff on that one. Cameron Humphrey Cooper joins in and says, "Max Humphrey Cooper is my brother." Cameron, he's not in this race. You just missed his race, and his race is a little bit later on. Bring that comment back a bit later on, and I'll read it out again.
Maybe it was on the YouTube delay. Maybe he did shout it out earlier.
Maybe. Last lap time.
Last lap time, he says, with a mouthful of ice cream.
But yeah, last lap time on that one. I snuck a couple of bites in when I tried to. It's quite hot in this commentary box, isn't it?
It is.
But there we go.
I don't blame you.
No, there we go. But last lap time for this one. Scott Hayward leading the way comfortably at the moment. 1.3 seconds is the sort of deficit at the moment out on track. It's been a bit tight on that one. But here, the number 7, Hine and Wilch, nice and close out on track.
Yeah, and I think Hines just moved his way up to 3rd place, so that might throw my mental arithmetic out the window. Not that it was very reliable in the first place, but it looks like the Scott Hayward in relief has won the 6th heat here at the Fulbeck NatSKA Nationals.
Yep, excellent result then for Scott Hayward. Absolute near clean sweep of racing in Class 14. Gets the race done again in Heat 6. Ben Hurrell crosses the line in P2. Harrison Hine in P3, Jack Wilch crosses in P4, Cyril Smith in P number 5, Oliver Kirk-Rowe crosses in 6th place, Jamie Ledbetter and Harry Wilch cross in 7th and 8th place, Charlie Phillips crosses in 9th, and Will Wood in the 24 will round out the grid of 10 karts in 10th place.
And from my quick maths, I think that means that Hayward is the victor for the weekend with 10 points. Hine with 11, Hurl with 12, and then Wilch with 15.
There we go. Excellent stuff from that one, and of course that will all be post-pending any scrutineering.
Absolutely, and official word will be given a bit later.
I think someone's crashed in the pit lane.
Oh, that's always awkward. Hopefully they get that moved sooner rather than later and get it all sorted out.
So I'm not sure who that was. They were so excited to come into the pit lane, they crashed.
Yes.
There we go. So, yeah, it's quite a narrow pit lane entry here at Fulbeck as well, but it's designed to slow the karts down and prevent them coming in quickly. And there we go. That's what happens if you come in a little bit too hot. So, yeah, that happened. Well, great to see the end results there for Class 14, but plenty more races coming up, because up next now is Class 12 for their heat number 6. What was that you just said when the mic was turned off?
No, I got it all absolutely right. No, I think I got it wrong, to be fair. So I'm going to hold off doing that on the rest of it and wait to official confirmation.
Let someone who's good at maths do it.
Yeah, I think Harrison Hine came a little bit closer than I thought.
There we go. Here's the grid, though, now for Class 12 for their Heat 6, their final race of the weekend. Harley Grayling starting on pole position with Alfie Heaps alongside Arthur Hagland and Nathan Walker alongside Dougal Hamilton-Smith and Alex Fallart on row number 3. Row number 4, Francesca Beretta and David Otero, Faith Hunting and Molly Heaps on row number 8. Row number 7. Row number 5. Row number 6 is Joshua Potts and Evan Handley. Rounding out the field on row number 7 is Harry Ledbetter and that number 90. There we go. Well, the karts are so eager, we didn't even get to see them on the dummy grid.
No, well, NatSKA clearly keen on getting some of that time back, obviously, that the red flag caused. So, fair play to the organisation and the preparedness of the not only the racers, but obviously the marshals and everything else as well, because they're already rounding out the boot section to get ready for the last heat for Class 12, which has been an absolutely awesome class, it has to be said, over the last 2 days.
It definitely has so indeed. Again, quite a large class, 13 karts. As they go through the last flutter of a yellow flag before they round the final corner. The next flag they see is green, and it is green flag out, and away they go in towards turn 1. Good start from the whole field there into the braking zone. Oh, was there a bit of jostling? There was there.
Oh.
The 13's gone around, the 7's gone up another car, and the 91 is involved as well. So that is Nathan Walker, Arthur Hagland as well. The 13 got sideways. It was Alex Fallart, but 13 managed to pull away and get back out of it there, and you can still see him there in 3rd place. But an interesting start there through that chicane.
It was indeed, yeah, and right at the front. In fact, this is towards the front, isn't it, actually? It's the number 13 of Alex Fallart and the number 12 of Harley Grayling, who started right at the front of the order, and that's Faith, I believe, just hunting their way in the middle, actually. Faith Hunting, actually, with a really good start, I believe. So, just can't quite see who's at the lead of the race, actually, because they're zooming past our camera so quickly, and I was looking at the results for the previous round, but at the moment the number 12 is in 2nd place.
I believe it's Alfie Heaps, the number 3 lead.
Ah, yes, there we go. So that's not really surprising, because Alfie has been absolutely flying, hasn't he? And he started right at the front of the order. Faith looks like to be trying to get past the number 12 of Harley Grayling, and managed to do such a thing as well. So Faith now in 2nd place. Have to put in some good lap times to catch up to Alfie, though.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely so. So that 1 lap down straight away, and the rest of the field slot into position. There is the 84 of Molly Heaps. Had a disaster in the previous race. Of course, the car broke down, which is a huge shame, and had to get pulled back to the pit lane. Had a good first couple of races as well earlier on today, and yesterday, of course, as well. The concentration there on the number 12 of Harley Grayling as they go through. Again, it's like I say, I always keep saying it, but I love the clear visor because you can really see the concentration and where the drivers is looking as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Iridium visors are just too expensive. There's no need for them when you can just have a nice clear visor that does exactly the same job. I am directly quoting my dad there when I asked for an Iridium visor. So it's not always needed. They do exactly the same job unless it's really sunny, which it isn't particularly sunny here at Fulbeck. A mechanical flag from Nathan Walker, and that's really good. Was Nathan involved in that incident earlier on?
Yeah, he was the puntee.
Yes.
Not the not the punter. Yeah, it was the puntee. Yeah, he had the number 7 go over the top of on top of him. So I suspect on that 91 in the background, you can just see him there. The red cart of something has probably come loose. You can just see there he is. No, he's a little further back in his shot. But yeah, he's got something up with that cart.
Yeah, that's. I've just had a look out the window. Actually, I think it's his rear bumper. It's bent at a 90-degree angle on the left-hand side of the rear bumper, so maybe our cameraman will be able to just catch a glimpse of this.
I can see it.
Yeah, the number 91 cart. Yeah. It's not pretty.
No, it's not pretty. Yeah, that rear bumper has definitely... I think that's a good call as well. The 80's also got quite a bit one there, but it's not as severe and has been deemed okay. So, yeah, but yeah, when it's 90-degree pointing upright, yeah, I can imagine. This, though, is for the lead because Faith Hunting is hunting down Alfie Heaps. There we go, good play on words there.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, with under 6 minutes to go there, side by side, and down the inside goes Faith Hunting. Good overtake there early on at a clear piece of track. That is a nice overtake and a shake of the head from Alfie Heaps. Clearly not happy with something, potentially nursing an issue.
Well, I was going to say, because Faith was actually 2 seconds back from Alfie the 2 laps ago, but and I said that she's going to have to pull out some major laps. I didn't believe that she was going to be able to catch up to the back of Alfie Heaps, because Alfie's been absolutely fine. But you know what I should have had? Should have had Faith. I mean, yours was just as bad.
I mean, mine was terrible, and so was yours. So there we go. It's all good. There we go. Pun's out the way now. And mechanical flag again for Nathan Walker. Still hasn't spotted it. Have to be careful because he gets any more of those and it will result in a black flag. Yeah, he'll need to come in ASAP. So, but now you've got to think from this point of view. Now Alfie Heaps has got someone in front, like Faith Hunting, of course, incredibly quick driver. Probably going to follow and just follow the racing line, try and latch onto the back, try and keep up. Are you trying to work out points again in this one?
No. Yeah, no, I was having a glance. I'm not going to try, but basically I think that Faith is doing a great job. Won the last race, obviously, and looking on course to maybe to taking the victory on this one, or at least in the running, which is always good. And to be honest, been very strong all weekend. Had a 3rd place, but apart from that, it's been second, win, and whatever comes of this one, basically, which is potentially another win.
Yeah, exactly that. She was surprised that she took the win in the last race, wasn't she?
Yes,
she went across, I won.
Almost like, oh, it's the checkered flag. I didn't know this was coming.
Looking strong out there. Here's the next group then, out on the track. You've got the 90, Harry Ledbetter, Alex Fallart, Francesca Beretta as well. Bridget Bates joins the chat, with support for Beretta, so support is out there. As they go through. Now this is the battle for 3rd place you're seeing on screen. As they go through, you can see there. Francesca had a bit of a coming together with another kart in a previous race as well. Fell to the back of the grid, which is a huge shame. But running strong on this one at the moment in 5th place. As they go through. Under pressure though from David Otero, Heat 1 race winner. So wanting to get to the front of this one again as well. The 90 looked like Harry Ledbetter had a really slow exit out of the hairpin actually, and then really hugged that inside line. Alex Fallart had to dive to the outside to try and hold on to that one. Now you can see absolutely nose to tail here as they exit out of the start-finish straight. It's like a hand in the air as he goes very defensive. Fallart takes the normal racing line. He'll have a much better entry speed and a better exit speed as well. But now he's under pressure from Beretta, because Beretta down the inside, no, can't quite do it there. Tried to hold that nose down the inside and subsequently loses a spot there to Otero, because Otero now has moved up in towards 5th place.
Yeah, fantastic move by Otero though, but through goes Alex Fallart, I think that was through a defensive manoeuvre. To be honest, I was looking at Otero for the majority of that one, so I think actually it was a defensive manoeuvre. Great opportunity for Otero to get through, and I think he's going to have another place here as well as he gets past Harry Ledbetter, and I believe that's Otero from 6th to 3rd in a single lap.
Yeah. It's an excellent lap that time around on lap 7. 2 minutes to go on this one. David's had a very good weekend here at Fulbeck, and like I say, now up into P3 at the front of this pack. And now has got a lot of work to do to try and close that next gap, but it's 16 seconds, and last time over the line, Faith Hunting had Alfie Heaps 1/10 behind as they go through. I suspect it's heating up at the front, and here it is on your screen now. It is still Faith Hunting at the front of the pack, but under pressure from Alfie Heaps massively now as they go into the boot section. And a little bit wide on the exit there, but it was the same for Alfie Heaps. Alfie didn't slow down enough and hug that inside line there. Also followed out wide, down the start-finish straight, tucked right into that slipstream. It's pulled out very early into the inside and now has not managed to get the momentum that you need. You have to really hold on to it to the last second. Essentially, you have to sacrifice the overtake into the first chicane and wait for the second the hairpin here. That's what you've got to do, because you've got to just follow through the first one and then get the slingshot and get past.
Essentially, you're almost selling yourself too early. You're telegraphing the fact that you're looking at the inside, aren't you? You're going out too early. You're giving the other driver opportunity to think. And what you can't really do, you need the other driver to react, not to think necessarily. Because if the driver has time to think, they have a plan against you. If you just have them time to react, then they will just get out of the way. They'll see you coming. Oh no, they're there, and they won't do it as quickly as they want to. They'll sacrifice time. And I think at the moment Alfie's learning potentially that jumping into the inside too early that's a little bit better. He waited a little bit longer, and he's got at the inside. He's mounted a curve rather dramatically, but he waited a little bit longer, and Faith didn't see him coming. And all of a sudden, look what you're saying here, Anthony. Up the inside is the turn number 2.
Yep, there we go. So gets that move done. I did see Joshua Potts, the number 8, who's currently in 8th place. There he is, getting pulled off to the side. I saw that out the corner of my eye. So that is a huge shame. Joshua Potts retiring from that one from 12th place. But the timer strikes 0, and that's now crucial because Alf Heaps has got that move done now, and the last lap board will come out this time. So he's got that move done at, I say, just the right time, because now it puts a lot of pressure on Faith to try and get that position back.
Yeah, and crucially, a little bit easier for me to do the maths on this one. I believe, I'm not jumping the gun, unless it's, obviously this is very provisional, Alfie Heaps will take the National S plate for the National Sprint Championship this weekend. I think he's going to take the championship weekend, and fully deserving as well if he manages to secure this win. As I mentioned before, this will be his 4th out of 6 races.
Yeah, excellent running then from Alfie Heaps to go through last lap boards, giving out more support coming out for Francesca from Emma Beretta as well. So I'm guessing either mother, sister,
some kind of relation, maybe a friend. Any one of those 3 options. Hopefully not an enemy.
Yeah, hopefully not an enemy. But there we go. Look over the shoulder then for Heaps as he goes through his battle for the lead. Faith had the lead for the majority of the race, but when it mattered, Alfie Heaps pulled the plug and opened up the taps and managed to get in front. And the last couple of corners to go, no more competition, because out of the final corner, it's clear skies, it's clear track, and it's a checkered flag for Alfie Heaps for the final race of the day and the final race of the weekend for Class 12. As he crosses the line, Faith Hunting crosses in 2nd place. We wait for this 3rd place battle. David Otero on his own. There he is, the 38, appears into shot. You can see the gap that he closed on the leading pack. Wasn't able to close it enough, but pulled away from Ledbetter, who crosses the line in the number 90. Then it's Francesca Beretta finishing 5th. Harley Grayling in 7th place. Dougal Hamilton-Smith in 7th. Arthur Hagling in 8th place. Then it's Evan Handley in 9th. Alex Fallart and Molly Heaps rounding out the top 11. Joshua Potts, the number 8, retired, and Nathan Walker with a mechanical flag also retired early in the race. Excellent running then from the Class 12, and the racing is not over yet because it's now time for race 38 of the weekend from Class 7, 8 and 13. So the next grid about to make their way out onto the circuit for their final race. And here's how they line up for Class 7, 8 and 13. Tyler Wallington and Julian Sanders on the front row, with Samuel Forbes, Bethany Livesey and Matthew Mather. Molly Nichols-Miles round out row number 3. Row number 4, Jake Baskerville and Alexander Arnold. He's had a tough old day with a couple of mechanical issues, but he's been leading this one as well. He had a great battle with Molly earlier on as well. Keep a very close eye on that one. Ben Johnson and Samantha Seward rounding out the grid of 10 karts. Live pictures in the pit lane. We caught them before they headed out onto track this time around. There is the 19. This time around is in a normal seating position. Yes,
for the first time this, well, today I think. Interestingly, obviously we did have a little bit of drama, didn't we, between Alexander Arnold and
Molly Nichols.
Molly Nichols-Biles before, and I did hear them get called to the clerk of the course office, so maybe there was just a little bit of a slap on the wrist, or maybe just a discussion about what had happened, because we haven't heard any penalties being dished out. So if anybody's wondering on the chat about what happened in the last time the Class 7s got together, it was an absolutely cracking race. It was just prematurely ended.
Yeah. It was a premature end. I really wish it would have gone to the flag on that one, but yeah, you know, accidents do happen, and yeah, it was a tough old race, that one. But everyone has recovered from it. Karts have recovered, the drivers have recovered, and we're going to get this race underway. Again, you can see all the start motors there. There is the number 50 on the front row, Matthew St. Michaels. Again, he's had a fairly tough weekend. He's had a couple of DNFs this week, but you know, he's coming back fighting strong. There's a little look further back. There's the 51 and the 53. Now, these two karts in Class 8, Julian Sanders, Samuel Forbes, their first two races were absolutely fine. Their third and fourth race both had mechanical gremlins and both didn't finish, which is a huge shame. But then in the fifth race, the 51, Julian Sanders finished, but Samuel Forbes didn't finish. So again, it was a tough old one on that one. Hopefully we'll see what happens in this next time around. And of course, you've got Tyler Wannington, the 13, in his own class. He's just...
He's loving it.
What's his points?
Yeah, you know, I think it's 0.
I think it's 0
yeah,
points.
I think it's 0. He's finished every race as well, though, which is quite crucial.
Yeah, well, yeah, because of course, yeah, if he doesn't.
If he doesn't, then he could score 0.
Yeah,
no, it's. But I do want to say, I admire the Class 8 spirit. Because it's been a heavy weekend for them. I imagine the Class 8s do that a lot, to be honest. They certainly used to. They don't like going slowly, which is why they leave such a gap between the Class 7 before going out onto circuit on this sort of green flag lap, because they like to try and do it quite quickly. But there we go. I thought out the window, I thought we could only see one of them again, but luckily we do have both of them in the race. For how long, we don't know, but hopefully for the entire thing.
Well, we'll find out. So, I'm not sure if we're going round again. I think we are. Yes, Cowboy Signals are out. I've not sung yet today. You spin me right round.
We got so far.
We could have got away with it, but no, we didn't. There we go. So yeah, we are going round again.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah. Apparently Class 13 spun. So Tyler Wannington there spun out the pit lanes. Cold tyres can be a nightmare. So they did go round again just to allow everyone to close up and get them going. But the lead group have still disappeared at quite a rate of knots, and it's still going to take a while for the next car to go. We potentially could go round again. I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. But it's taking a bit of time to close that gap up.
Well, the TKMs aren't very good at going slowly, because they do just stop. They do stall.
Yeah, they've got to go at constant speed, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly. So I think Gainer's given the thumbs up, which I think, apparently she's not really in charge of this bit, but I think we're about to go green. There's now been Cowboy Signals have been kept at bay, so we are racing, and it's a good start. Alexander Arnold, I thought was going to go over the inside there. And that's against the number 19 of Bethany Livesey, who keeps the lead for now. The number 3 of Molly Nicholas Biles even. And I think we're about to get a repeat. Through goes Julian in the 51 Class 8 machine, Julian Sanders. And I think, look at that, second and third, or soon to become third, over the curb, and an ambitious look up the inside. And I tell you what, Bethany Livesey was not having any of it.
No, definitely not. So Livesey holding on to the lead at the moment. Rather holding on. It's Arnold who's holding on to second place at the moment. It's crucial that Biles can get past, because if he can't, then it's going to allow Arnold to break away, and that is exactly now what has just happened. So now Arnold's got the clear air now in the lead. Biles needs to get past ASAP, which he does so right there. There we go. That's what we needed, because now she can now chase down Arnold, not let him break away so far, but already across the line, that gap has opened up quite considerably. There is the 51, Julian Sanders, leading the Class 8 group in the 51, and is hunting down the rest of the pack as well. Of course, is at the sharper end. A better start this time around, and is also closing this gap down as well.
Yeah, everybody's wondering on championship results from this one, or weekend championship results, I should say. Well, for one of the class, it's very easy. Tyler Wannington's won. For the Class 8, it's, I would say, probably also fairly easy. I think although they've been smattered with disappointment, I think Julian Sanders has come out the victor. For the Class 7, a little bit more complicated. I'm not going to attempt to guess it. But what I will say is if you do want to keep an eye on the NatSKA Facebook, social media, Instagram, Twitter, live areas, it will be announced over the coming days. It will be posted on there, I'm sure. So if you are curious on the finale and the final results, they will be posted on there.
Yeah, exactly that. So 7 minutes left on the timer of this race. We look at the number 19 of Bethany Livesey. Julian Sanders has just overtaken. You can see there the 55 of Jake Bastable just behind in 5th place as they go through, and keeping a close eye on that one. It is the closest 2 karts out on track, as already Alexander Arnold at the moment on that last lap opened up a gap of 1.1 seconds. They crossed the line. What is it going to update to now? 1.5 seconds, so taking a little bit more out of that gap already. Down the inside though goes Jake Bastable on Livesey and gets that job done. The 53 of Samuel Forbes as well closes in. There's support on the stream for Sam from Jamie Smith. So support out for the 53 in the Class 8 category as they go through the second chicane there. Just into the left-hander and the braking. Now into the technical section where it all comes up thick and fast. It
does indeed, yeah. Jake Bastable as well. He was given a curb warning.
He was, yeah.
He'll have to make sure he keeps off those curbs, because otherwise he could incur a black flag or even a time penalty after the race, which, of course, he doesn't want coming towards the end of the day. He did get past Bethany Livesey and Samantha Seward, who's dropped down a couple of places. Very nice. I mean, there seems to be 2 lines through that first chicane, doesn't there? There's the entry hot, and then there's also the sort of trying to get the exit a little bit. It's quite interesting to see the different drivers. They both have different strengths depending on which lines they're going for. Julian Sanders is hunting down Molly Nicholas Biles. Of course, this is not for class position. They will both score the same amount of points, whether they finish like this or the other way around. But it is still for track pride. And I tell you what, Julian Sanders, after the disappointing weekend that it has been in terms of reliability, will be hoping to enjoy this final race, because at the end of the day it hasn't been very enjoyable this weekend, I don't think, for the Class 8.
No, it's been a tough one, hasn't it? Because of course it's been riddled with breakdowns, riddled with little niggly bits here and there. But they are quick karts, and when they do get the power down and they can last an entire race, they can show it. They really do fly at this circuit, as we're seeing now. Julian Sanders, who's in 3rd place, has just got past, he's in 2nd place now, I should say. He's just got past Molly Nicholas Biles. Another curb warning for Alexander Arnold in the lead. He's got to watch out for that one as they go through. There's the 53 of Samuel Forbes as well. 2nd in the Class 8 class. It looks like they go so fast into the entry there. It looks like they're always going to run out wide, but then it tucks in and it grabs, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've got good grip out there, haven't they, these cars? They're not just quick in a straight line. And there we go. So the 53 there, what the Class 8s are doing, just touching the airbox a little bit, I think. Just trying to get some more fluid so they don't seize up. They need to keep the pistons lubricated and everything going nicely in there. So that's why you see them just at the end of this race give a little touch of the airbox, and there we go, the 55 of Jake Bastable, just letting him through there, the 53 of Samuel Forbes, and that's why you see them sort of touching their engine a little bit. That's just to allow a little bit of coolant and oil through the engine in case they seize, which I think they have had little problems with this weekend. I'm not sure if it's strictly seizing that we've seen the reliability problems, but it is a Class 8 trait.
Yes, it is indeed. So, Julian Sanders, the 51, now with the fastest lap of the race. That gap is closed down to 1.1 seconds to Alexander Arnold, who is at the overall race lead. Of course, that isn't a battle for position because it's Class 7 and Class 8 that is on track. So it will be for just overall outright track position. But as they go through, there is the 13 of Tyler Wannerton, who's just going through the second chicane now, is moving out the way for the 53 of Samuel Forbes as they go through. There's the race leader, Alexander Arnold. He's had a solid performance all weekend, tucked in as much as he can. Julian Sanders there, sitting back, calm, cool, and just slowly reeling him in.
and praying that his kart lasts that long as well, I imagine. But yeah, touch wood all the way through. Yeah, no, he's been a calm, relaxed. Well, he doesn't look very calm and relaxed there, does he? As he hunkers up against the steering wheel, wanting to hunt down Alexander Arnold, who has been absolutely rapid, it has to say as well. But sometimes you can't overcome the engine and the grip that the Class 8 has. I mean, if you're looking at the best lap times being put out there, Julian Sanders a 46.9, sub 47 time for him, whereas Alexander Arnold's a 47.5. So a good 0.6 of a difference in fastest lap time. And on the previous lap, there's about 0.6 of a second as well. So they're clearly still trying. Maybe maybe Alexander Arnold is thinking that engine he can hear in his ear. Maybe he's thinking that's Molly Nicholas Biles in its for position, and maybe he's worrying a little bit.
Well, yeah, you could say you have to remember at these speeds and how fast they're going. Yes, they may be looking behind them, but it's a quick glance. They can't really tell who it actually is. They just see that there's a kart there. They can't tell who it is. So, you know, and he could be thinking that might be Molly that's out there, but it's actually. Like I say, it's actually Julian Sanders, so it's a battle that doesn't need to happen. I think when it gets closer, it gets alongside, and it will see that it's not Molly, it's Julian. You know, it might just let him pass, and we don't see a battle. So I expect we don't see a battle because, like I say, it's not for position. Out of the slipstream he goes alongside, and now he's seen it, and now he's just back off. Yeah, I don't. Doesn't matter.
Well, as spectators,
you're not racing me.
As spectators and commentators, just sort of gives a little wave as Julian goes past there as well. No worries. You go through and enjoy yourself. I've got a nice 4-second gap between Molly Nicholas Biles and myself. And as I said, I mean, I think I mentioned it in the previous class as well about Scott Hayward about in the Class 14, sort of restricted version of what you're seeing here, basically. You can't really argue with if they're deemed as champion. And I would say probably a similar thing about Alexander Arnold. He's been absolutely sublime this weekend. And I mean, clearly has got a bright future. Let's hope that he carries on racing. Let's hope he carries on a NatSKA as well. But he's been absolutely flying. And again, you can't really argue with the fact that if he takes the S plate here.
No, exactly that. Well, with 10 seconds to go, Julian Sanders for Class 8 is leading the overall race at the moment. The 93 that's in your shot there, Alexander Arnold is second overall and leading the Class 7 category. Molly Nicholas Biles is third and in second in class. Then it's Samuel Forbes in fourth on track, second in class. Then Jack Bestable there in third in class, in fifth place. Then it's Samantha Stewart, Bethany Livesey, Ben Johnson, Matthew Mather and Tyler Wannington leading class in 10th place in the number 13. That is the order as they stand at the moment. And the timer strikes 0 out of the final corner. Last lap board goes out to Julian Sanders and Alexander Arnold as they go round back in towards turn number 1. Again, look over the shoulder. It's just like, don't worry, there's no one there. You're on your own. You're in no man's land. Just bring it to the end.
Exactly, yeah. Keep it choking so you can make sure the engine lasts for that long. And I can hear the rumble of a 4-stroke as well. So I think we're about to see 3 champions all in the same shot. Every time the camera comes, in fact, there is the number 13. And isn't this just majestic? I think we're going to see all 3 champions crossing the line within the same sort of, not quite Le Mans Ford style, but you know, there's something poetic about it.
Yeah, rumble in the jungle then as they exit the final corner. Julian Sanders will take the checkered flag, and look what it means to him there, hands in the air. Alexander Arnold takes the checkered as well, and Tyler Wannington. The 3 class leaders all taking checker flag at the same time, as you say. Molly Nicholas Biles crosses the line in 3rd place overall. Samuel Forbes and Jake Bastable very close there as they cross the line. Samantha Stewart will be the next to cross the line in the number 2 plate. There they are, and then Bethany Livesey as well in 7th place. It just comes around into your shot now in the 19 plate. Then it will be Ben Johnson, the 36th plate, I think, is just going into the final corner as well, now into the boot section. There they are, coming around the final corner. The number 36 plate taking the checkered flag, the final driver in the Class 7, 8 and 13 class. So what a race that was. Again, not as thrilling as we've seen in most ones, but again, brilliant driving, close racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And 3 worthy champions as well, especially Tyler Wannington. It really pushed it hard. Yeah. No, obviously still a good job finishing all 6 races, I should say, as well. Well, we're on to the next one. We're not that far away from finishing the day and finishing Nationals, which is quite sad, actually. But we're on to Class 11 and Class 10 as well. So join us in about, I don't know, 5 seconds?
Correct, 5 seconds later, and we're on the next race, and here's the grid of how they're lining up. James Hunting and Abby Mills on the front row with Oliver Costello and Alex Favreau on row number 2. Leah Rowland and James Thompson on row number 3. Lachlan Bott and Evan Bradley round out the next row with Tom Ratcliffe, Noah Webb, Oliver Livesey and Harry Hurst rounding out row number 6. Row number 7, Joshua Bean, Peter Nuns-Randall, and then it's Thomas Forbes, Matthew Pepe, and Nathan Tyler, and Alfie Atmore rounding out the next 3 rows. Warren Kiss, Andrew Willman, Tom Shepard rounding out the 21 strong kart grid, and that number 93. Well, there they are lined up at the front, and there is the 96 of Alex Favreau starting on the front row. The Anglo Italian. Oh, I wonder who he's supporting tonight. That's going to be a tough call.
That is a tough one, isn't it? But as that is the British flag and not the English flag, I reckon he's going to go Italian.
It could very well do. There we go. The number 7 on your screen, Oliver Costello. And there you go, the 68 as well on screen, James Thompson, the 95, Leah Rowland, 25 for Evan Bradley there. The bell. KC3CMR. Is that a helmet? Someone remember?
Oh. You've thrown out some obscure knowledge on me there.
Lachlan Bott on your screen, the 85. Looking quick all weekend. Ooh, cameraman almost got run over there.
They are brave, aren't they, when they stand in the middle of those shots? I mean, I know the Honda doesn't have the mass amount of power, but you never know. You know, you could get a toe squished here and there, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah, it's still painful, trust me. There we go. As now, Gain has been wanting us to say this all day, and I'll say it.
Careful here.
I'll say it. I'll wait for it at the start. I'll say it because it's the last time.
I know what you mean.
Last time I can say it. I've been told in my ear to be careful. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's safe. It's clean. It's just fun. Don't have to worry about Gainer that much. I know she's a troublemaker, but don't worry. There we go. Here we go then. Final time for Class 11 as they exit out of turn number 9 in towards turn 10. And we're about to get their race underway. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. It's Class 11 as they scream out from the start-finish line in towards turn 1. Good start then off the line. Everyone goes through. Some karts going slow. The number 9's going slow, trying to get out of the way. But everyone gets through cleanly. Good start there.
It was a good start, and yeah, it's a good start commentary-wise as well. Gainer loved it. Number 7, Oliver Costello leading the way then with the 96 of Alex Favreau in second place. All wide from the 95 of Leah Rowland. I tell you what, that's opened the door for Lachlan Bott, who's gone from 6th place up to 4th, smelling a 3rd already, I say, and just at the closing stage of this opening lap. The rest of the field has got quite calmly through the rest of the lap, I have to say, as well. A really good job by all of them. No big tragic accident yet, so fingers crossed it carries on that way. Lachlan has got himself into 3rd place and already eyeing up 2nd across the line, potentially. A little move we're going to see into turn 1.
Potentially so. Out of the final corner they go, and as they cross the line, it's Favreau who leads from Costello, Bott, Rowland, Bradley, Ratcliffe, Thompson, Forbes, Livesey, Nuns-Randall, Hurst, Bean, Atmore, Pepe, Stretford, Webb, Kiss, Willman, Hunting, Taylor, and Mills. Did you look at your watch then when I was doing that?
It's a hell of a grid to read out. It's all like that. It's quite impressive, though, to be fair. As we're now looking at Lachlan, he didn't quite get the 2nd place, but he is still there trying.
He is indeed, yeah. Lachlan Bott there behind the number 7 of Costello as they go into the 2nd chicane and is piling on the pressure. Now you can see there Costello goes defensive, from Bott, and Bott will have a look down the inside here. No, he thinks against it because now he's under pressure from the karts behind. The 95 of Roland as well wants to get involved in this battle as they brake now heavily for the boot section. And oh no, the 77, that's Andrew Willman, the novice, has gone off the track, and that looks to potentially like a mechanical issue. That's an absolute disaster for Andrew Willman. Across the line, Thomas Forbes, the 66 in 7th place, was the fastest driver that lap, 58.89 as they exit once more. Hand up, of course, in towards turn 1. What is that hand up for? Was that for yellow flags, or is that an issue from the 96 potentially? No,
I mean, he had a fantastic gap, but he went straight on through the first chicane. He didn't take the second. Take the chicane. So he held his hand up. He didn't gain any position because he can't. He was in the race lead. Yeah. But he didn't want to gain the time, so he let them all.
Yeah, he let them close right up.
Yeah, and to be fair, fantastic sportsmanship. Got to hold your hand up to him there. Fantastic, and he's already built that gap up again because Lachlan is just locked in a battle with Oliver Castello here, and Castello's not giving his battle away, is he? And Favreau will be looking in his, well, I say rearview mirrors, I keep making that mistake, but looking over his shoulder and loving this battle carrying on. Every lap that Castello is ahead is another lap Favreau can gain a little bit of time.
Yep, lots of support again out on the stream for the drivers. We've got, come on Warren as well, we've got Bye Peter, bye Peter.
Come on Peter.
So obviously it means go. If anyone doesn't know what bye means.
Cheers.
You're welcome. 5.5 minutes left on the timer. And again, you can see there, Favreau leading the way. Side by side, though, because down the inside, Lachlan Bott goes for second place. Gets it done. Contact behind, though. And you can see there, 2 of the drivers have gone awry. Oh, dear me. That's a shame. We can't quite see the numbers because of the tyre walls. But, of course, I do recognise that the drivers' helmet, but I can't recognise the kart number. That is a huge shame, but I'm sure... Ah, there we go, the 25 and the 66. Oh, no, the 66. That is Thomas Forbes, who, of course, has had an absolutely stellar day. He's won the first heat. He came second in the second heat. You know, he's had a stellar day all the way through this one, and... that's a huge shame for Thomas Forbes. He looked good in the standings in this one. That's a huge shame.
Yeah, Evan Bradley, however, not looking so good and not had such a clean weekend either. He's had 3 penalties in race 1, 3 and 5. And, we didn't see what happened there, so we won't say anything about his race 6 because we don't know what happened, but hopefully he doesn't pick up another one. Lachlan Bott has been freed and has stretching his legs now as he tries to track down Alex Favreau. I have to say, well done to Oliver Castello for holding him back, because not a lot of people have held Lachlan back for that long in this Class 11. So, very impressive. Also, we've got Class 10 here as well, if anybody was wondering. James Hunting, currently in 13th place overall, leading the Class 10 ahead of Abby Mills, who is all the way down 19th.
There we go. You mean in 19th, not all the way down in 19th.
Well, a lap down as well.
They're in 19th place.
They're in 19th.
Yeah. They're
Stick a positive spin on it.
They're up into 19th place.
There we go.
There you go. There we go. Leading the way, and the 96 looking all over the shoulders there. Favreau into the braking zone. And the number 5 diving to the inside, throws a hand up saying thank you very much. Yes, I'll take that spot there. So out Atmore moving up now into P4, I believe. No, P5. I believe, as they go... No, P4. There we go, I got it right the first time. As they go through, side by side, though, for the lead, because now Lachlan has got that move done, has he? Yes, he has. So that's Lachlan Bott to the lead now, and Favreau moves down in towards P number 2. This is good for Bott, because, of course, that means now he can just stretch that lead now, have a comfortable last 3 minutes of his race.
Yeah, and if he carries on here, it will be his 4th victory of the weekend as well for Lachlan Bott. So congratulations to him if he holds on to it, which obviously is not guaranteed. This is motorsport at the end of the day. It's not always guaranteed. But Alex Favreau did a good job, 5 laps in, and kept his nose ahead for now. And look at this battle. It's got Alfie Atmore up to 3rd place with a battle for 4th. But tell you what, Oliver Castello, driver of the race for me at the moment, he's doing a great job.
Costello.
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 Ah.
It's Italian, not Spanish.
tell you what, I am a fool. I apologise.
No. You're fine. Don't worry. I do it all the time. I get drivers' names wrong all the time. I'm probably famous for it. So there we go. But it's 2.5 minutes to go on that one, and Locklebot leading the way from Favreau, Atmore, Costello, Rowland, and Bean. They're the top 6. Harry Hurst, great running so far, up into P7. Tom Ratcliffe, James Thompson, and Peter Nuns Randall round out the top 10. There's support for Peter as well. Of course, that keeps coming out. There's lots of support as well from Aaron Nuns as well. So lots of support coming out. 2 minutes to go, and it's all kicking off still for second place because... Or this is fourth place, sorry, I should say, because Costello under immense pressure from Rowland as they go through.
Yeah, but you weren't wrong about the drama for second place because Alex Favreau is defending, yet again, from Alfie Atmore, a new driver that he's defending from this time, but still just as quick. And up inside goes Alfie Atmore, and his defence didn't last quite as long as his defence on Lachlan Bot. So Alex having to settle for third place, but I'll tell you what, he's got a good gap. He's got a good gap. If he can carry on in third place, I'm sure he'll be very pleased. Alfie Atmore moving himself up to second. Hasn't historically shown the kind of pace to try and catch Lachlan Block today, but you never know. Again, motorsport, anything can happen.
No, anything can happen. 90 seconds left. Oh, contact there, the 95. I don't know what happened there, but he came out the corner absolutely sideways there. That was a disaster for Lee Rowland, so not sure, again, what happened, but yeah, drama in that pack there. Now, as they go through, 1 minute left on the timer as they exit out of the final corner. It's side by side, 3 wide into the braking zone. The 88 nose cone looks like it's dragging along the floor, I must say, as they exit out of the turn 1 chicane. Here they go. And you can just see there Tom Ratcliffe under pressure because the 95 is coming back. That's Rowland on the inside, gets that job done. There's the 20 in shot. That's Peter Nuns Randall now up there. Oh dear, that's the number 9 that's being dragged off the track. That's Noah Webb. 15th place for Noah. That's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, not the way you want to end the most important weekend of the year, obviously, being dragged off the circuit, but I think he's had a semi-decent weekend of it apart from that. Let's hope he's enjoyed it anyway, fingers crossed. Looking at here, who's number 2, Joshua Bean. Not really been in the race as much as we're used to. Is a very bobbing head of, I think that's the 71 of James Hunting in the Class 10 category. Is trying to eke his kart along a little bit. He doesn't really need to try that hard because he is leading the Class 10 category ahead of Abby Mills, but still wants to get stuck in with these Class 11s.
Exactly that. Well, the timer strikes 0. And Lachlan Bott is leading this way comfortably by 2.9 seconds as we keep an eye because the 92 of Harry Hurst dives down the inside of the 20 of Peter Nuns Randall to take that 8th position away and gets that job done, moves up 1 more position. But like I say, the 85 of Lachlan Bott is about to receive the last lap board this time around. There he is on your screen. He's got the GoPro mount in there, but there's no GoPro in it. So all of this racing from the lead, he's not filmed any of it. What a shame, never mind. There we go. So out of turn number 9, through turn number 10, and back onto the start-finish straight now. Last lap board is out, hunkers down, last lap time, here we go.
Yeah, he's not got the GoPro in it because he's relying on the fantastic footage by Alpha Live, that's why. So yeah, Lachlan doing a brilliant job, and I think this is going to be the S-plate going the way of Lachlan Bott as well. Again, it's not like Class 14, I don't think I'm going to get this horrendously wrong unless penalties come into the mix, but Lachlan driven brilliantly, even when he's had to have the recovery drives, he's managed to carve his way through, and he's made the Class 11 a fantastic spectacle, as have many other drivers, it has to be said. Alex Favreau did a brilliant job today in this race. Alfie Atmore as well, another driver worth mentioning. Even a little bit further down, Joshua Bean gave us some entertaining racing as well as Thomas Forbes in the 66. We've been keeping an eye on all of these drivers, and I have to say the Class 11 when I was racing never was that interesting, but today it's been brilliant.
It has been brilliant all weekend, and out of the final corner, it's the 85 of Lachlan Bott who sees the checkered flag. It's a weave over the line and a hand in the air, and you can see there as well Alfie Atmore in second place, also ecstatic with the victory. The 73 of Abby Mills crosses the line as well in 16th place, great result. The 96 of Alex Favreau crosses the line in 3rd place. Joshua Bean crosses in 4th. Oliver Costello in 5th place, sets a personal best time as well as they cross the line. Leah Rowland, then it was Harry Hurst. Peter Nuns Randall in 8th place, James Hunting in 9th, and James Thompson in 10th place. Oliver Livesey, and then it's Warren Kiss, 12th place for Warren. Great result. Matthew Peve in 13th place. Tom Ratcliffe. Then it's Nathan Tyler. Abby Mills, as we say, already taken the checker flag. Tom Ratcliffe will be the next car to cross the line in the 88. It's just a little bit further down the order. And we'll wait for them to come round, I think, or have they already gone past the line? I think they already have. So there we go. There is the finishing results on your screen, and what a race that was.
It was absolutely stunning, and a big shout out to Alex Favreau. We mentioned him a lot in that race, but his best position up until that race was 7th, but apart from that, he's had 19th, 19th, 16th and 12th. So a 3rd place is a monumental sort of achievement by Favreau there. Well done to him.
Yeah. Excellent running for that one. Well, an exciting end to Class 1 and 4. It's no, that was 11 and 10, wasn't it? So now it's time. I'm jumping ahead of the schedule here. I am. I'm so eager. There we go. There we go. But now it's time for Class 1 and 4 to take their way out to the circuit. I almost missed them. I did. I did. There we go. They'll be out onto the track in just a moment. Class 1 and 4 for their Heat 6. It's race 40 of the weekend. Oh, 40 races. How have we managed to get through this one? Casey Warnington starts on pole position with Archie Robinson alongside Joseph Smith and Robbie Smith on row number 2. John Stewart and Ethan Grundy on row number 3. Caetano de Ruiz on row number 4 in that number 22 in 7th place. Here we go then on the grid. Now you saw from that last race there that we saw Casey Warnington actually finish a race for the first time in like 3 heats, which is absolutely amazing. Obviously, it's had gremlins in that car all the way through today as we have a close look there at Archie, who's had a phenomenal weekend, had some good pace and good racing there. Smithy, Robbie Smith, and the number 3, the number 11 of Joseph Smith. The 2 Smiths out there, I guess, maybe, again, could be brothers, maybe, who knows, could be relation. There's the 19 of Ethan Grundy, nice wave from Ethan. The 22 of Caetano, they're just in the back of shot, and it was John Stewart just in front for Kingham Hill as well in that number 2. Again, look, Signage Media UK, get your signers, your banners, your printing, anything like that. And again, huge thanks to them again for sponsoring, providing lots of fundage for the live stream for the folks at home who are enjoying the racing here to see. Obviously, it's a shame that we can't have a lot of any spectators here, of course, because we're still in the restricted times. And of course, when we can get the restrictions going, there we go. You can all come to the track, but you can still watch the live stream just from the track.
Exactly, and the place will be bouncing next year, I can trust you that one. It's and there's a few of our main operators here at NatSKA, Paul Heath on the left-hand side, and then Jeff, I think that is, and the clerk of the course. And,
it is, indeed, yeah.
I think he's been clerk of the course. Well, I mentioned to you yesterday, I can't believe Jeff's still going. He was here when I was here, and when I first introduced to NatSKA 20 years ago. It looks exactly the same, by the way. That's a compliment. And also, apparently he's been doing it for 45 years. This is NatSKA's 50th anniversary, and I heard a rumour that he's been doing it for 45 years. So quite incredible clerking of the course there.
Where was he for the other 5 years?
I don't know, just paddy fucking about, wasn't he? He was
slacking, clearly.
Exactly. Maybe just on a marshal post.
There you go.
Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's brilliant to have him along. Now they're having a bit of a gossip. I'm not entirely sure what about. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's about something serious and interesting, but we have no idea what that serious and interesting thing is. So we're just having a little bit of a wait till we delve into the Class 1 and 4, which will be the final time though these guys are out. There is a total of 42 races, sort of races, because the novices aren't really races, but they're counted as races on the timetable. We're on number 40. Only 15, and then the novices to go.
Yeah. It's nearing the end of nationals.
It is, which is sad. As well. It's been such a build-up to this one as well, because it's the 50th anniversary, and because obviously it's being live-streamed. There's been a big commotion about it in the NatSKA world, and unfortunately it's nearly over.
But the good thing about it being live-streamed is that people get to watch it back.
They do. They relive all the magic.
You can relive this weekend later on and anything like that. That's a beautiful side of this, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yeah. Talking a little bit about Class 4, whilst those guys have a little bit of gossip in the centre of the circuit.
Never wag in our time.
Yeah, exactly. Robbie Smith, he's been pretty dominant. Smithy, it's safe to say. So far, he's had 4 race wins out of the 5 races that we've had so far, basically. Ethan Grundy has had 1 of those race wins, the only one left for Robbie Smith to the other kids to share. So let's see what he can do. There is a potential here.
Oh no, those mechanical gremlins haven't come back, have they, for Casey?
No! Come on, Casey, you've finished 2 races, make it 3.
There we go, it started, has it?
Give it a push.
Come on. It's the final race of the weekend. We can get this one going.
Pull the cord harder. Oh, spark plugs are coming out. That's never a good sign.
Oh, dear. This is a huge shame for Casey. It's been such a tough weekend. And that engine is just not playing ball, is it?
No, I think I'm hoping Gaynor sends him round for another full start lap. No. Oh, she's on the fence about it. I hope so. Obviously, we've got to keep a timetable. Fulbeck expects us out at a certain time, and here we go. They're trying to plug it all back on. Yank the cord. Come on, Casey. Give it a bit of throttle. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. The karts have already gone past. We are doing another rolling start, though, another rolling lap, so fingers crossed. Otherwise, Archie Robinson is pretty much going to have this in the bag.
Yeah.
Well, he pretty much has it in the bag anyway, but...
he's all on his own there. Where's the rest of the pack? He was so eager to get going. He's there you go.
He's fed up of racing with the Class 4s. That's the thing, isn't he?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to have the track to myself then.
Yeah, there it is. You've got to be careful with this situation, of course, as well, because you don't want to be constantly pulling that cord, because you'll end up just flooding the engine, then you got to kind of bleed it all out. That's why they're kind of holding that the fuel pipe there to try and prevent the fuel going in, because they've already done it a couple of times and hoping they can get it fired and then release it, and then it will just goes in. But they are really struggling to get that kart going, and it would be a huge shame for Casey to miss this final race of the weekend here at Nationals.
I think my advice would be probably to move to a different class if that 2-stroke engine's not quite working. Okay,
we're going to... This doesn't happen, but we're going to go round again to give Casey the best opportunity to get this car out on track. So it's the final race. You've got to, haven't you?
Well, to be fair, if they don't get out this time round, then they've missed half the races, essentially, for this weekend, which, when you put it like that, is
a huge deficit.
Hey,
it's gone!
The marshals have gone mental. We're loving life here in the Commons box.
Excellent news, excellent news. We have all the karts. It's fantastic.
Quickly, start the race.
Yeah, quickly. Just go. Green flag, go. There we go. So now you've got to try and get to the front. Go on, down the middle.
Not through the cones.
Not through the... Oh, yeah, there's cones there, isn't there? Yeah, not there.
To be honest, as long as they finish the race,
I
don't really mind. Archie, I tell you what, he's checked out, hasn't he?
He has checked out. Where's Archie gone?
He's got like a 5-second gap already. He's loving life with the lead of this race. I wonder if he knows if we're not racing. No, I think he does, obviously. He knows that we're in a sort of a couple of rotating laps here, but he's about to come out of the last corner. He's pretty much stopping to try and let them all catch up.
I think so, yeah, but he can't stop too much because, of course, he's got 2-stroke engine. He needs to keep it going. Don't stall it because we don't want another 2-stroke coming a cropper.
Put your foot flat to the floor now. It'll take half the straight to get going again.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be a tough one.
Oh, down to the inside, Casey.
They'll get it going. That's good enough for me. Green flag. Let's go.
Let's go racing.
Oh, no. Archie, of course, he's slowed right down. He's all bogged down. Oh, no, Mir. There you go.
No.
Oh, there's a spin at the hairpin. Oh, goodness me. They put so much effort in to get the race going, and then they all come a cropper at the first corner. Oh, it's a nightmare, but it's good in spirit. It's good in spirit, and that's the community here at NatSKA. You've got to remember, it's just like, oh, well, let's wait until they go, and then there we go. It's got going. But we've still got a race on our hands. 8.5 minutes to go, and leading the way at the end of that one is the number 3 of Robbie Smith from Archie Robinson. Of course, different classes, but still racing for track position, and I expect they're going to give us a good little scrap.
Yeah, I don't think Casey's engine is aware that it's coming home this evening, is it? And it clearly wants to take as long as it can to try and get going. But we are back racing now, and with any luck, carry on, obviously, for the next 9 minutes. Robbie Smith in the lead of the overall race, and Archie Robinson, unfortunately, a little bit of a lack of experience there, I think, wasn't it? And he slowed up so much, the engine almost just bogged down completely, and he didn't actually get out the corner, and it actually took him basically the entire straight to even get his kart back up to speed, and that allowed Robbie Smith to go through. So we know that they are in different classes, but we do try and treat them as if this is a win for the race on track action. You got to have that pride and that drive, haven't you?
Oh yeah, you do, definitely as they go through. And it's, again, just seeing the sort of steering movement, because again, such a young age for these drivers to be doing it. At their age, I was running around my living room with a set of underpants on my head, screaming. So, you know,
I mean, they are 11. That's.
Okay, maybe I wouldn't have done that at that age. I was a bit more mature at that age.
It's not bambinos.
But still, it's a young age for these drivers to be racing, of course, and to see the control that they've got, and the commitment that they've got, and the charisma that they've got as well.
Oh yeah,
it's great.
I mean, it's character building, isn't it? There's a lot. I think I saw there's quite a lot of retiring drivers at the front of the magazine that you can download. The majority of them are for class 15, and a lot of them say that the experiences and the things they've learned through NatSKA have been sort of character building characteristics, shall we say. It makes you sort of pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and get going again, and that's exactly what you need to do in racing. And you know, if you have a bad first race, you got 5 more to be getting on with. Get up there, repair the car, get back out, and focus on the next one. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. It's brilliant to see.
Yeah, it is brilliant to see. 6.5 minutes to go then, and we're seeing the number 5 of Casey Wannerton there. You just saw bobbing up and down in the kart because, you know, momentum, that's what it does there.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. It's what every karting driver does. I remember an interview with Lewis Hamilton quite a few years ago, and he was saying that, you know, even when racing in an F1, that he's doing it, and it was at Sao Paulo. It was doing. You can watch the replay back from one of his previous years, where he's coming out of the final corner up the hill and is actually moving his head like this to shimmy the car along, even though it's absolutely doing nothing. But yeah, it's he you know, it tries to do it. It's just a self-conscious thing you do. It's like, come on.
Well, I imagine when you've done it as much as Lewis Hamilton has as well, it's probably just habit.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's just a psyching yourself up sort of thing, and you can tell actually, because everybody says, "Oh, why are you bobbing your head?" or hunkering forward doesn't do anything. And I bet you 90% of the dads and parents out there that say that, as soon as they get into a car and they get into a competitive situation, they're trying to get aerodynamics, they get those wide shoulders in towards the kart, and yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, you see it all the time. Doesn't matter who you are, as soon as you get into a kart, there you go, your old habits come straight back, don't they?
They do indeed, yeah. And to be fair, speaking of sort of older gents in karts and everything like that, the majority of older gents, whenever they get into a car, will be a corporate car, won't it?
Yeah.
And that's very similar, if anybody's wondering, to what we've seen in Class 11, 12, a little bit what we've got here, the sort of 4-stroke engines, not Archie Robinson's engine there specifically, but that is sort of the, I suppose, the corporate car, the indoor karting, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah,
the 4-stroke engine is quite a popular one because it's just so sturdy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like the original corporate pro karts that you would have that would run sort of like a biz kart chassis, and they would have like 2 Honda 200 GX engines on them, and there would be, you know, like a twin pro kart. But speaking of karts, side by side, look at that. It's a race lead now for Archie Robinson. The number 1 takes the lead and gets to the front of the pack. Good stuff from Archie. That kart's cleared itself out now after being slow and sluggish off the line, and has managed to get past Robbie Smith to take the overall race lead. It doesn't affect either of them because they're both leading their class still. So
and they're both 12 seconds ahead of the next kart anyway.
Yes, exactly, because unfortunately they all got caught up in a little coming together. So you've got this front 2, and then you've got the back lots as well, the back 4, or the back 5, I should say, all racing away as well. Jan Echterman joins the stream. Hello, Jan. We've missed your weekend. Where have you been? Joins the stream. How many races left? So we've got the Class 1 and 4 that's currently out now. And then after this race, we've got Class 15. That is the last race of the day. And then we've got Class 14, 11 and 10 for their novice practice at the end of the day. So basically 2 more to go after this one. And it's been a very good weekend, I have to say. It's been thrilling to commentate on this. The racing's been absolutely amazing.
It has been. I'll save my questions for and sort of summary thoughts for the Class 14 novice, because obviously that's just a practice.
Yep.
But it has been brilliant, and as I said, I've been thoroughly impressed with the driving standards for a lot of the drivers. including Nisu, Archie Robinson and Robbie Smith. I mean, these are small karts. These guys will only be about 10 or 11 years old, and they're showing competency beyond their age as well, because as we've said before, I think for this class 1 and 4, one of the cleanest races out there as well, isn't it? We haven't got a lot of penalties thrown around in the different classes. The class 15s have maybe been a touch naughty here and there, but that goes hand in hand with high-powered racing, I think. And oh no, who's that? It's the number 3. I don't know if that was just frozen or whether they still. It was frozen, yeah, because that's the number 3. Robbie Smith just going through our picture now.
He hadn't stalled, don't worry.
No, I was curious on that one.
There we go. So, Jan Achterman, you're watching Whittle Mill Kart Club. That is outrageous. Stop it. Watch NatSKA instead. There we go. 2.5 minutes. New fastest lap. Archie Robinson, 55.67 at the moment. Fastest lap of the race. We look a little further back at the grid as well. And you can just see there the number 5 of Casey Wannerton just trying to get a nose down the inside of Joseph Smith there into the first chicane. Both setting personal best lap times there. You can see the number 2 of John Seward kind of pulling away from this main pack in, again, a bit of a no man's land at the moment. Not anywhere near anyone. So cool, calm, collected race. And then we've got this pack of 3 at the back. Casey Wannerton, Ethan Grundy and Cayetano. And Ruiz, who's a little further back also. So close battle in this mid-pack here. And again, more people join this. Paul Abrams there, good luck, class 15, especially Hayden. That's again a little bit later on again. Join us for that one. Helen Robinson joins us as well. Well done, Archie. So proud of you. Again, Archie Robinson showing a great performance in the front there. But still under pressure from Robbie Smith, who is only less than a second behind, but has opened up a little bit of a gap now.
Not having it all his own way, and in fact I think that's the number 19 of Ethan Grundy getting past Casey Wannerton. And obviously we delayed the start of this one a little bit so we can try and get Casey out there and finishing the race. Touch wood, the kart looks like it's in decent shape and order for the next minute and a bit, and or minute and a lap I should say. So fingers crossed we'll be getting going, and you know, everything will be clean and dandy. And then of course we do have the last race, proper race of the day in the Class 15s after this, which is something to be hanging around for, because the Class 15s have been very entertaining over the course of the weekend.
They have indeed. Blue flags out then for Cayetano. And Archie Robinson manages to get through, but not Robbie Smith. So Robbie Smith there getting a little bit caught up behind the 22, but gets past now. So good driving from Cayetano there, just to keep out of the way, because again that's another thing that, you know, the novices will have to learn in their practices later on today is the blue flags. Of course, you've got to learn when and a good spot too, and to get past, and you've got to be predictable as well. I mean, so through some corners there is only one line, and eventually you have to go through that line, don't you? So the first chicane is probably one of them. I think we've got a yellow flag coming out for Sector 1. And it's a full course yellow, actually. We do have because there is a driver on the exit of the first chicane. He's out and moving about, absolutely fine. Just can't see what the number is, so hopefully it'll come up on the screen. But just to make sure everyone's aware, he's out walking about and looks all right, I think. Yep, it was just a little bit of a shunt into the wall, but yeah, like I say, the driver's out and going away. That is. I wouldn't be surprised if we finished the race into this as well, actually. Yeah, because the timer had gone to, it ticked over to 0. You can see there, start marshal, Nicky there, who's done a sterling job all day. It has done. Oh, yeah. In fact, all the organisations, to be fair, have. And that's not just because they've given us pork pie and brownies. No. But that has something to do with it. That's helped. Yeah. Young Archie Robinson with his visor up now. Can tell it was Joseph Smith who was the driver off, because they've dropped all the way down into 6th position. As I said, looking all right, I think. So fingers crossed everything is good to go. And as I said, I think we are on the last lap. I imagine we will be chucking the checkered out round about now as they start to come up towards the start-finish train. They do indeed, yes. It's a shame that it ends on a full course yellow, but the checker flag goes out nonetheless to Archie Robinson, Robbie Smith and Cayetano de Ruiz there as they cross the line in 1st, 2nd and 6th place. Then the battle further behind. The 3rd comes over the line. John Stewart crosses the line, then Ethan Grundy, Casey Wannington And of course, Joseph Smith, who's not being able to finish the race due to having a bit of a collision with the wall at the first chicane. But like I say, he's out the kart, reported well, and kart's off the track. But it's yeah, just a shame that that had happened. So excellent ending for these drivers, and of course a huge congratulations to all the drivers for completing their year of karting here at the Nationals here at Fulbeck for Class 1 and Class 4. And of course it's all pending scrutineering, of course, so you know, they've got to wait until they go through scrutineering to find out the official results a little bit later on. Now, though, it's time for the final race of the weekend. It's time for the Road Tax, the fastest group. It's Class 15. Class 15 will make their way onto the circuit in just a moment, and it's the one a lot of people have been waiting for. And this is how they're going to be lining up for their final race of the weekend. Harry Parr on the front row with Dan Jones alongside Joseph Wardle and Andrew King on row number 2, with Josh Neve and Caden Bott on row number 3. Matthew Lewin, Tom Rea, Joe Webb, Kate Hodgkinson, and Harry Wardle and Daniel Andrews, again, not here, that 34, in 12th place. Hayden Abrams, then is James Havisham, again not here at the moment. Cameron Bott on the 15th spot on the grid. Then it's Max Humphrey Cooper, Ewan Scheim, and Alex Biles on row 18, or on the 18th spot, not row 18. Again, it'd be in 70th spot if it was on row 18, roughly about that.
I was going to say,
that's terrible maths.
It's the first time, you know, that I've actually made the link between the bots, Cameron, Caden, and Lachlan. Yeah, must be some kind of relation there.
I'm guessing so.
Yeah, it's a small paddock, so I would be impressed if it wasn't. There's Dan Jones on your screen, currently leading the way. However, we haven't actually got the full results from heat number 5 because they're actually still debating some of the penalties. So okay. I can't actually give you a full, even provisional result.
Well, there we go. There is Harry Parr in the number 9. Again, huge thanks to his dad, Justin, one of the sponsors for Signage Media UK. Of course, providing some of the sponsorship money for this one. There's the number 10, Joseph Wardle, the 32, Caden Bott. And the rest of them slide on through as they all avoid the cameraman as they go through. Back onto the track now. This is where it gets spicy. This is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets smoky.
Any other adjectives?
There's probably many
making
more.
Me hungry?
Yeah.
But, no, it's I mean, the Class 15... probably the most impressive to watch, isn't it? Purely because it's the highest power, got a great noise behind it as well, and the racing has been top-notch as well. So they have been a little bit naughty here and there, which is why they have got the penalties to be sort of being dished out. So I haven't even got the results for Heat 5, as I said, so I won't even be able to give you any kind of provisional results for the last race here this evening. But of course, this is the last race of the Nationals. Big thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the Class 15.
Let's hope they enjoy the Class 15 because it's the fastest group out there. You can see the mechanics rushing to view the start of the race. And here we go. Green flag out. Final race of the weekend here at Nationals at Fulbeck. In towards turn 1, side by side, into the braking zone of turn 1. Spin at the front. And it's all gone P-tong here into the first corner. Several karts involved, but a lot can get going again. Local yellows and a couple of barriers that need moving, but we have got a retirement because the car has had to come out, and I can't quite see the number there. It is the 18. That's Andrew King. 4th place he started, and that's a huge shame.
That is a massive shame. Yeah, Harry Parr managed to get just ahead of Dan Jones. Crucially, we haven't stuck a full course yellow, but because these karts are so quick, they will be round to the incident sooner rather than later. So we have got yellows at the 2 marshal posts leading up to the incident. Hopefully that is enough to slow them all down. I think we've just about got that car off the circuit, so I think we'll be okay. Harry Parr leading the way then ahead of Dan Jones, who looks likely to win this Nationals. It's likely, as I said, because I'm not entirely sure on how the points stand up for this particular race. Contact warning for Josh Neve, who's currently in 3rd place. Wide out the corner goes Harry Parr. That's allowed Dan Jones to have a little sniff and a nibble, and he's taken more than that. He's taken a big fat chunk.
Yes, he has, and taken the lead there. So, at the end of lap number 1, Dan Jones now leads the way. Ooh. And look at that, Josh Neve, the number 3, dives to the inside, moves up now into P2, and gets the job done there. And the rest of the field slot through. There is Max Humphrey Cooper. He's moved up quite a few positions as well there in a good spot. There's Harry Parr as well in that position. In now 3rd place, so as they go through into the braking zone once more, there's the 35, Matthew Lewin. He's had a good running so far this weekend. I think he had, did he have a race win earlier? No, I don't think he did, but he's had good runnings, he's had good positions all the way throughout, although he's been slightly nerfed out wide there by the number 7 of Henry Wardle. As they go into the braking zone of the chicane. Look at that, the 73. Alex Biles already up into P6.
Yeah, it's been the Alex Biles show, hasn't it, whenever we really cut to this. And as Features gets throws in again, it always confused me with another stalled Dan Jones there, but luckily not.
No,
not at all. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. If Biles can get through, I want to see if he can catch up to Dan Jones and give us a bit of a spectacular showdown here in the last 5 minutes. But it's going to take some doing as he's trying to get past Max Humphrey Cooper, very quick driver, has only been able to turn up today. And I can say, actually, a big relief, because we had a red flag last race. Katie Hodgkinson out there
is
racing.
Out on circuit,
so,
yeah.
Big news. Katie Hodgkinson, good enough to get out there racing, which means I'm sure she's absolutely fine.
Yes, yeah, which is excellent news, despite her crash at the first chicane. She is back out and racing. Footballers, please take note. There we go. 6 minutes then remaining on the timer, and Dan Jones leading the way comfortably now, opening that gap up to 2.1 seconds as they exit out of the boot into the final corner. Alex Barnes again trying to find a way through past Max Humphrey Cooper. Can't quite do it as they exit the final corner, pulls out of the slipstream in towards turn 1, gets it done under braking though. Nice job, nice work, moves up now in towards P number 3 and hunting down the number 3 of Josh Neve. Here's a little look further back as well, but it's Harry Parr, the number 9, as well under a little bit of pressure from Matthew Lewin, but also piling on the pressure himself onto Wardle in front, and that number 7 as they go into the second chicane now. No lunges here, a little bit of back end kicking out, lost a bit of time there, did Parr. But we'll be fighting to get that one back ASAP. 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and it's all kicking off.
Yes, indeed, and I just have to say, I know we've gone on about Alex Barnes a lot, but his acceleration out the corner, I'm sure it's sensational, to be honest, and I'm sure there's a lot of technique involved, but Alex, he looks light, shall I say. In the kart, you can tell his head is a lot lower than a lot of other drivers' heads. You can even see there just where the iridium visor sits as they're coming towards you, and that helps, that lightness helps as you get out of a corner. You know, it's a powerful engine, and the lighter you are, the sort of more you can push out of the corner, the quicker acceleration you get. So Alex absolutely flying here and already hunkered up behind the number 3 of Josh Neve. There's a 4-second gap after this. Is he a second quicker a lap than Dan Jones? I'm not sure.
Well, he's gone past now Josh Neve and is on the way to try and catch up. 4.5 seconds in 4 minutes. Let's see if it can be done. But now we've got Max Humphrey Cooper all over the back of Josh Neve as well as they go past the start-finish line. Under braking, Josh Neve again slightly defensive there as they entered. Again, that slows him down on that main straight as well. That has allowed Humphrey Cooper to close that gap right up as they go out of there. Now you say, now look, there you go. You see Josh Neve, he's seen that Humphrey Cooper is behind him and he said, right, again, don't overtake me, let's work together and try and catch up to this group behind. Is he going to listen? Yet to be seen. Let's find out. No is the answer, because defensive goes Josh Neve. So even though Josh Neve was the one who said, come on, let's go, hunker down, he also was the person who went defensive first.
Clearly not trusting the driver behind him, is he? Maybe Max was showing signs that he wasn't really keen on listening. And to be honest, are they going to catch Dan Jones and are they going to catch Alex Biles? Maybe not. History of the last 6 races maybe says that they're not going to, so they might as well fight amongst each other. And a huge barn door opening there for Josh Neve, who has been defending for the past lap or 2 on Max. Just leaves it quite completely open.
Yeah, there we go. If I was Max now, I'd be saying to Josh, right, now, you follow me.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get going.
Yeah, now let's get going. No, I'm happier now. There we go. So good stuff from Max Humphrey Cooper, moving now up into P3 and on that podium position. And we have got a post-it note What does that say? You're going to be dealing with that one. Excellent. I'll leave you to that one. 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the timer. Dan Jones leading the way then by 5.6 seconds from Alex Biles. Then it's Josh Neve. No, it's not. It's Max Humphrey Cooper. Then it's Josh Neve. Then Henry Wardle. Then it's Harry Parr. Then it's Matthew Lewin, Ewan Syme, Hayden Abrams. Then it's Joe Webb, Katie Hodgkinson in 11th place, Caden Bott, Cameron Bott, Tom Raya. Then it's Joseph Wardle and Andrew King, the 16 karts out on circuit at the moment. We are watching the battle here on screen for third place. Max Humphrey Cooper and Josh Neve as they go through. And it is still nose to tail. Josh Neve not allowing Max any room.
Yeah, I think Dan Jones has pretty much got this sewn up as long as he doesn't have some big DNF now or anything like that. Henry Wardle touching wood. Yes, all right, I'll touch.
That's a huge commentator's curse, that is.
Yeah, I know. I apologise, Dan, if it comes off. Henry Wardle and Josh Neve, however, for second place, it's getting quite tight for those two. So at the moment, obviously, Josh is ahead of Henry, but that battle may well erupt into life. We'll have to wait and see. But Dan Jones has done a smashing job over the entire weekend. His race one wasn't so hot, but apart from that, he's had 3 race wins and a second place to his name. So a good job by Dan Jones.
Yes, it is indeed. So as they go through, just under 90 seconds to go, and my ears deceive me of an exhaust coming loose because I hear one that's going slightly louder than the rest.
I mean, I'm trying to listen, but I can't quite hear one, I have to be honest.
I thought I heard one, but there we go. Maybe I'm going mad.
Oh, there's every possibility of that happening. Alex Biles, actually, he might actually pip second place. It's going to be very tight, I have to say.
It could be indeed. Less than a minute to go then.
I'm not going to try and throw the provisionals out there, but there are less than a minute to go. You're absolutely right. Plus the lap of the final race of the Nationals, the 50th anniversary. It's been a massive event. Big thank you to everybody who's tuned in on the live stream. First ever time live streaming it. All the legacy drivers and the people who was involved with it throughout the years. I hope you've enjoyed the weekend. I know everybody here has. We've absolutely loved it. I think, Anthony, you've enjoyed it as well.
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it's my first time here with the NatSKA family, and I have to say I've been...
welcomed with open arms.
Yeah, welcomed with open arms. It's been absolutely amazing. Yeah, there is your race leader, Dan Jones, the number 1 plate, going through the turn 2 section, and there is second place, Alex Biles. The 73 has not been able to respond, and I think it's actually Alex Biles' exhaust is getting a little bit louder than the rest of them, but it's still clearly firmly attached, so nothing to worry about. It just sounds a little bit louder, that's all. There we go, as they go through, and the timer ticks over to 0, so the last lap board will come out this time to Dan Jones for the final time here for Class 15. The last lap board goes out, there it is, and cool, calm, collected, nothing to worry about. He's had stressful other races, but then come the last race of the weekend, it's all calm.
He's absolutely loving life, isn't he? He knows full well, he's seen that last lap board. All he needs to do is get round this lap, and he's got a national championship under his belt for Class 15. One of the higher classes, one of the more prestigious classes here in NatSKA, obviously one of the most populated classes as well. So it is a massive achievement for Dan Jones. Massive achievement all up and down the paddock as well, if you've been winning your class, has to be said. But Dan Jones has done a spectacular job, and I think it's safe to say, the highest driving standards have probably been, in terms of driver control, has probably been in this Class 15. Maybe not the best behaved, but certainly one of the most entertaining. So it is Dan Jones to take the provisional S plate, and a great lock-up as he slides across the line. Alex Biles has been an absolute highlight and a dream to watch as well, because he's come back from the back of the grid every single time of this race, and he comes home in second place. Max Humphrey Cooper, again from the back of the field, I believe, actually, to come home in third place in the end. So a fantastic way to seal out the Nationals for the Class 15.
Yeah, an excellent result then for that one. Lots of support coming in for Max as well. Of course, he missed his first day isolating at home. It was the same for Katie Hodgkinson as well. This is at home, tucked away, couldn't leave the house until midnight. There is Katie crossing the line of the 20, and of course, kart's repaired, she's repaired, and the tyre wall was repaired as well, and back out on circuit, carried on racing. Good to see. The rest of the field slotting through as well. So, provisional results then as they cross the line. Dan Jones takes the checkered flag from Alex Biles, Max Humphrey Cooper, Henry Wardle, Josh Neve, Matthew Lewin, Harry Parr, Ewan Syme, then it was Hayden Abrams, Joe Webb, Caden Bott, Katie Hodgkinson, Cameron Bott, Tom Raya, Joseph Wardle, and Andrew King. 16 karts started the race, 16 karts finished the race, and, oh, goodness me.
Take a breath, Anthony.
Oh, I know.
It's exhausting, this stuff, isn't it? I mean, you do it a lot more than me as well, to be fair. But NatSKA throwing up some fantastic races. Now, we have only got one race to go, but it's not really a race, is it? We have got the Class 14 and Class 11 novices.
Indeed, you are correct. The last group to head out onto the circuit for their final practice session. What does that say? What does that say? I need to read it. Right, okay, so hold on. So thank you to NatSKA, Colton, Russ, Wayne, Jimbo from BKT. Hello, Mum, Emily, Jessica, Robert. Also thank you to all of the officials. There we go. Lovely sign there.
Didn't thank the commentators, but whatever, you know.
Yeah. I don't know, but a great message nonetheless there from the 23 drive around the circuit. Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic there from Robert Davey, who heads out onto the circuit for Berkeley. And, you know, the final practice session for these drivers of the day. And, you know, it's absolutely fantastic. And, of course, all the people who have been watching on the live stream as well, a huge thank you for them as well. Jan Axman, yes, you can carry on now to watching your Royal Kart Club. Oh, someone's gone off on the start-finish line. It's the 68, right underneath our commentary box here. And is getting pushed out.
It's Henry Morris.
Yeah, now the driver is allowed to get out of the kart and get pushed back on, and they can continue.
With assistance as well, because obviously in the normal races they're not allowed to do that.
With assistance, there you go, just drag it back on the track. Yeah, there you go.
Be fine. Yeah, I think, essentially, Anthony, what we'll probably end up doing for this last 10 minutes is giving a big thank you and a bit of a summary, I suppose, of the Nationals, won't it? Because obviously there's not... You know, it's not a race. We're not shouting about who's going to take the race lead or anything like that, are we? We're just going to say a massive thank you to everybody who's tuned in, because as we said before, we've said quite a few times, it's been a bit of a novelty having Alpha Live along with the NatSKA crew, and it's been fantastic to have them on. I have to say, we've had fantastic feedback from everybody in the paddock. I hope everybody at home has enjoyed it as well. So I suppose I'm a bit of a hybrid. I'm not quite with the Alpha, not quite with NatSKA, but a big thank you to Alpha. I think Gainer's probably, given a big thumbs up as well. A massive thank you to you guys for coming down. It's a hell of an operation these guys serve as well. I mean, all the cameramen out there, the static cameras, director Darren behind us as well, and of course Anthony, who came along as a professional commentator to jump in on it as well. Yeah, we will read through the race results from all the way through on that one, yes, and of course comments coming in again still from Finn, I'm guessing Humphrey Cooper, from that last one. Is like, could I get a shout out to Pete Humphrey Cooper, my and Max's dad, who helped Max today and all the other races, and he is awesome. There we go. Yeah,
damn
great
right. Comments. Of course you can get a shout out. There you go. Well done to Pete for getting those, for getting these karts out, for getting Max out as well. You know, been absolutely fantastic. And again, it just shows the family support in the paddock as well, doesn't it? The comments have been coming in thick and fast. And yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day for myself, for yourself, all the racers, the officials here, the marshals who have been helping out. We couldn't have done it without them. The medical teams, of course. We've not had to use them all weekend, bar Katie and... yeah, and everyone down there, and somebody fell over. We won't mention that he fell over because he didn't fall over. He was absolutely fine. There we go. But you know, it's been a fantastic weekend for them, and a huge thank you to Fulbeck as well.
Oh, absolutely.
The catering team we've had to deal with especially me.
Well, yeah,
going to the catering department all the time.
Exactly. I mean, they just had bother of you. You're trying to open tabs and all this sort of thing, trying to overcomplicate things, haven't you, Anthony? But they have been wonderful. And, of course, obviously, we're supposed to be at GYG, Glanny Gores in North Wales, and it couldn't happen. No. And so a last-minute decision was made to try and call up around the tracks in the UK, and Fulbeck were very kind to open their arms and open their gates to the possibility of having the Nationals here. So a big thank you to Fulbeck as well. They've got a fantastic relationship with NatSKA. As they should, because it's a brilliant organisation. So, yeah, it's provided awesome racing and a good little track. I think the guys and girls out there have thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yes, yeah, definitely so. And it's beautiful sights around here. Of course, the former RAF base here, RAF Fulbeck, was home to many divisions of troop carrier divisions from the U.S. Air Force, of course, and you know, they flew out of here back in the 40s and everything like that during World War II. And you know, it's you know, we see it a lot from karting tracks and racetracks. So like, they all become old airfields become racetracks, don't they?
Well, it's exactly that, yeah. I mean, you see it even in the car racing world, don't you? I think there's really only Knock Hill and Alton Park that you could probably argue aren't. In the UK, anyway.
Yeah, in the UK, because Croft, that's old airfield, isn't it? Pembroke, that's old airfield. Snetterton is one. Thruxton's one.
Brands Hatch,
Silverstone's one. Oh, Brands Hatch isn't. No, they're far too undulating for that.
Yeah, I was going to
say Castle. No, what's another one?
Anglesey, I don't think. Oh,
Anglesey, it might be. Cadwell Park. That's
Cadwell,
that's definitely not one.
Yeah, exactly what you mean.
You can barely race a car around there, let alone fly a plane.
Yeah, Brands Hatch actually started out as a cycling pit, actually, just somewhere where they wanted to test themselves a little bit, and obviously ended up being the facility that it is today. So, yeah, brilliant of Fulbeck to have us along, and hopefully everybody has enjoyed watching the karts, and hopefully everybody has enjoyed camping here as well, because a lot of the people actually camped.
A lot of people did camp, didn't they? So while we watch these karts going around for their practice,
got 4 minutes left.
Practice, 4 minutes left of that one. A quick rundown then of the kind of full results or winners of the heats as we go through. So race 1 of Class 14 there, Heat 1, that was Saturday at around 10:30. Scott Hayward took that win. Then it was David Otero who took the win for the Class 12 for their Heat 1. Heat 1 for Class 7, 8 and 13. Overall race winner for that one was Alexander Arnold. In Class 11 and 10 for their Heat 1 yesterday, it was Thomas Forbes who took the win. Race 5, Class 1 and Class 4 for their Heat 1, it was Archie Robinson who took the overall win. Race 6, Class 15, their Heat 1 was James Habersham who took the win on that one. Class 14 again there, Heat 2, it was Scott Hayward who took the win on that one. Then it was Alfie Heaps who took the win for Class 12 for their Heat 2. Alexander Arnold for race 10, it was Class 7, 8 and 13 took the race for their Heat 2. Class 11 and 10 was Heat 2 as well, that was Lachlan Bott. Robbie Smith for Class 1 and Class 4 for their Heat 2, he took the race win in that one. Dan Jones for Class 15, their Heat 2. Took the race win in that one. Moving on to heat number 3 on Saturday. Scott Hayward again took his heat win for that one, so he had a good run on that one. Alfie Heaps took the Heat 3 win for Class 12. Then it was Molly Nicholas-Biles who took the heat win for Heat 3 for Class 7, 8 and 13. Then it was Lachlan Bott for Heat 3 for Class Class 11 and 10. Ethan Grundy took the race win for Class 1 and Class 4 in Heat 3 for them. And Class 15 for their Heat 3 was Hayden Abrams as well. That was Saturday, and then of course we've had all the racing today that hopefully everyone will have remembered today. But again, what have you spotted?
Well, I've actually got the full... I haven't got the results for everyone, but I have got the results for Class 12. Confirmed results.
Confirmed results?
Yeah, so not just me scrabbling down on my piece of paper. Yeah, obviously, the rest of them have potentially got protests put in. So we've got Class 12. Alfie Heaps has taken the S-plate. He has won the NatSKA 50th Anniversary Nationals. Goes the way of Alfie Heaps for Class 12. Faith Hunting came second place. Alfie had 4 points, Faith had 8. A majority second place finishes for Faith Hunting. Alfie Heaps majority first place, no surprise there, I suppose. David Otero, we mentioned him before, he's finished in 3rd place, and he had 14 points. And then you had Harry Ledbetter, Dougal Hamilton-Smith, Alex Fallart, Nathan Walker, Arthur Hagland, Francesco Beretta in 9th place, Molly Heaps in 10th place, Harley Grayling in 11th, Evan Hanley in 12th, and Joshua Potts in 13th place. So those are the confirmed Class 12 national results.
Yes.
Fantastic job they've done all round, I'd say. Good drive. The Class 12s were nice and entertaining. I think it's safe to say Alfie was probably the class of the field. Faith Hunting, though, did a fantastic job. Keeping them honest, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. Great pace from the drivers out there. And, of course, great to see through these nationals. You know, Fulbeck, once you get the knack of it, you can gain some real pace around this circuit.
It's a bit of a rhythm circuit, isn't it?
It is,
really,
yeah.
you need to get into the groove. You need to get into the feel of it, and every time you go out, the grip level might be slightly different. The temperature might go down. The track's weathered in a little bit, and your tyres are slightly more worn, of course, as well as you go through the whole weekend, because they're only allowed one set of tyres to try and keep the costs down. So fantastic result by all those Class 12s. So we're heading in. In fact, actually, the clock is now ticked down. I've just seen the gantry mouth something I won't repeat, because they realised they missed the clock, and now they're putting the checkered flag out there, which is quite hilarious. Those two clearly just chatting amongst themselves, having to be separated, I reckon, Gaynor. Put them across the other side of the classroom.
There we go. Well, checkered flag goes out for the final session then of the weekend, and again, a huge thank you to everyone, and of course, and that. Now the racing's finally over, we can probably go on to the one thing that everyone's probably wanting to be talking about, and that's the football. Is it coming home, ladies and gentlemen? Josh, is it coming home? Gaynor says it's coming home.
Damn right it's coming home.
I'm sceptical.
Oh dear, well, what we're going to do is very quickly, before we round out the stream, Class 4 results as well. Robbie Smith has taken the overall result for the Class 4s as well. It's confirmed with 0 points as well. A fantastic achievement by Robbie Smith. Often means you've won at least 5 out of the 6 races. As we said, doesn't happen very often. Ethan Grundy was 2nd place. Joseph Smith was 3rd. John Seward 4th, and 5th Cayetano de Ruiz. So those are the confirmed race 4 results, just before we go off the air.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, again, once more, huge thank you to all the marshals, camera crew, medical team, sponsors, Next Karting, Signage Media UK, and Next Level Motorsport as well. Huge thank you to all 3 of the sponsors for providing the funding for this one. Huge thank you to Alpha Live for bringing you the pictures. Huge thank you to all the people watching at home. Huge thank you to all the officials here as well. And a huge thank you to all the competitors as well. It's been an absolutely fantastic time. Jack Oliphant, it's been great commentating with you again for a 2nd time.
Yeah, 2nd time in, like 15 months? But it's been absolutely brilliant. It's bled straight back into it. Absolutely loved it.
Exactly. So from us here at Fulbeck, from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Jack Oliphant, we'll bid you farewell.